show.
Hey, yeah.
With DJ Kuda, the hottest DJ in the manosphere. Let's get it.
Now you know you gotta break the game down a little bit more.
I love my
they might be slow.
But it's okay. We won't go nowhere. Anyway, I love my passport. And it's okay. We won't go nowhere. Anyway, by the time you read this, I've already self-destructed. Never say anything constructive. And all I am, I can't fuck with. No, love is simple. No love is fragile. I lost all my reverence for you somewhere in the middle. Different now. Shady like a fishy, Dr. Fishy. Can't forget the things you said. All that gas you did. No say, I love my passport. But it's okay. We won't go nowhere. Anyway, I love my passport. And it's okay. We won't go nowhere. Anyway, it'd be different if you wasn't my man for real. We wasn't hanging out. We wasn't playing house. Everything casual. It's more serious than I thought. Bit more commitment than I bargained. Shady like a fishy, Dr. Fishy. Can't forget the things you said. All that gas you said. No say, I love my passport. But it's okay. We won't go nowhere. Anyway, I love my passport. And it's okay. We won't go nowhere. Anyway, I need some time to cool off, figure out what I want. It ain't you no more. I need some time to figure out who I really am without you. 'Cause really I am without you. I love my passport, but it's okay. We won't go nowhere. Anyway, I love my passport, and it's okay. This relationship's going nowhere. Anyway, you're never gonna say I do. 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 You're never gonna say I do.
A little bit more because they might be slow.
All right, we in the building. This Player Talk here. I am your host, DJ Kuda, right back at the helm of today's show. Good to see everybody here. It's Player Talk Radio. Good to see everybody here. Shout outs to Raven Knight in the building. Let's go. Shout outs to Raven Knight. Good to see you, bro. As always. Appreciate you guys coming through. All right. Little early on today's show. Well, a little bit late, but a little bit early. Either or. Shout outs to Cynical One here. What's going on? Give me a second. little bit of mic handling noise and stuff like that, man. Coming off of a crazy week, man. You know, this past week been crazy. Hold on, y'all. Let me get my levels together. Hold up. Yeah, you know, this past week been ridiculously crazy. You know, a lot of stuff been going on. I don't think YouTube is putting out my damn noti. Yeah, my notification ain't going out. Lord have mercy. Lord have mercy. Hold on. Up here multitasking. Okay. All right, yeah, we're gonna get on top of that. All right, yeah, so we here, man. It's Player Talk Radio. I'm not even gonna say too much, you know. Let me put out a poll real quick. Hold on. Let me see. Give me 1 second, guys. What's going on, Bobby? Good to see you, player. Please hit the like button coming in, guys. Please support the show. Hold on. Shouts to Cynical in the building. Give me 1 second, guys. All right, got a little bit of a poll in the chat. I'm not gonna have no big monologue on today's show. We're just gonna get straight into the content. All right, give me 1 second. All right, so remember I was telling you guys that you had a lot of fake and foolish, disingenuous, YouTubers. Let me do this. Damn, it got hot in here out of nowhere. Hold on, y'all. Turn air conditioning in my studio. So remember, I was telling you guys that you had a lot of fake, disingenuous YouTubers covering the whole Anton situation. And the biggest one that I was calling out, and the biggest one out of all of them that, that took it super personal and threw him under the bus for some money was O'Shea Duke Jackson. Yeah, O'Shea Duke Jackson basically showed his hand in this whole thing and became a snake, and was overtly trying to, overly, snaking Anton. And, it was okay because, people, quote unquote, they don't like Anton for whatever reason. Right? Did all that ass kissing only for Corey to not even turn on him, because Corey didn't even turn on him. Honestly, all of that disingenuous content that O'Shea was putting out, put out more than 50-something videos. Even as his homeboy, he had to take a little bit of offense to that. Like, damn, dog. So Anton, he did a video responding to it, and he said a lot of what I've been saying the whole time. So let's get into it. Check it out.
O'Shea has probably made no less than 50 videos, right? But let me give you all my thoughts on O'Shea, because I know O'Shea likes content to be able to create content for and all of that, and so I'm gonna give him some content, because I actually, man, when me and O'Shea first became familiar with each other and we connected, I had so much love and admiration for O'Shea. O'Shea was one of the rare people that actually had my phone number. And we would exchange, I guess, pleasantries, or we would talk occasionally, not that often. And I think that we bonded a little bit more around the time that Kevin Samuels passed away, because it was a time where everybody that had any type of relationship with Kevin whatsoever, we kind of came together, right? Or we kind of seen things a certain way. And I even took some insight from O'Shea. Like, we had a conversation and he was telling me some things about how he monetizes and he does his YouTube channel and stuff like that. And I implemented some of that stuff. And I even shared it with some of you guys inside of some of the mastermind sessions and stuff. And it kind of broke my heart because, and let me tell you why. It wasn't that we've ever met in person before. It wasn't. But it's certain people that you interact with over a period of time that you kind of have a greater affinity for, a greater level of respect for, because you've had moments in life that was meaningful. Kevin Samuels' death was meaningful, and he was meaningful to all of us, a lot of us anyways. The few conversations that we had on the phone, we've never had a problem whatsoever. You know what I'm saying? So on one hand, I was cool when he was making videos because I understood it, right? I understand content. I understand the game. I understand what come along with it. I'm cool with that, right? But see, the problem that I had and what broke my heart is that because you know me, at least you can be objective. You see what I'm saying? Like, I've never said anything negative to him whatsoever. I've never said anything bad. Like, I can have my opinion about something and say somebody is wrong, but I'm not coming after him, and it doesn't affect me at all. So the breaking my heart part was personal. It wasn't professional. Nothing slows down from a financial perspective. My life is great. My family is great. Everything is awesome. So whatever it was that people was trying to do or what they thought that they was doing, because in my honest opinion, I believe that they picked the wrong side, obviously. And it's so funny that it played out that way, because I believe that O'Shea is trying to save face right now, if I'm just being objective. And again, I don't have nothing negative to say about him. What hurt me was the fact that he wasn't at the very least objective. When you have my phone number, he could have called me, we could have live streamed, and this doesn't mean that he has to. He has my phone number. He has people that has my phone number. We got mutual friends and shit like that. We actually spoke in real life. He could call me and we could do a live stream or whatever. He taking the advice of gossip girls. He taking advice of people that ain't never met me in real life before. He's speaking off of rumors and making all of this stuff. And it's like, where's the integrity? Where's the integrity? It's one thing to say that I disagree with Anton on this, or I think he could have handled this differently, or hey, I think that Corey got the best of him on that and all of that other stuff. I don't have no problem with that. That's content. I've never had a problem whatsoever. But isn't it ironic? And I got to point out the timing. I got to be honest. Isn't it ironic that it just so happened to turn when I go on Fresh and Fit and I get cool with Myron and Fresh? Now, I know that he'll never say this. He'll never admit this because he hates Fresh and Fit and he hates Myron. But that's a them problem. That ain't got nothing to do with me. I ain't never spoke on him on a platform.
All right. Now, let's break this down. I'm going to run it back. Okay. So now that he stepped away from it, and you go back in hindsight, everything I told you that was going to happen, everything I told you what has happened has came to fruition. Didn't I tell you this next upcoming week, every single thing I said and called on the past week is going to come into fruition? Come on now. So basically, he's saying that O'Shea chose the wrong side, which, duh. O'Shea did he did all that ass kissing. A lot of people, just don't want to admit to a certain degree, and I get it. Corey tried to, you know what I'm saying? He tried to punk Anton. Anton wasn't going. Now we got what we got right now. What's going on, Larry? Good to see you. But yeah, man, this is why you got to stay out of beefs, because when O'Shea got into it with Donovan Sharp, Fresh and Fit jumped into it. And when people make up and they piece up, guess what? You still said what you said about that person. You know what I'm saying? And this is why online beefing is goofy, And truth be told, O'Shea likes Fresh and Fit. O'Shea wants to work with Fresh and Fit. But I don't know. I mean, O'Shea, he's sticking to the gossip girl route. He kind of, he just wants to gossip all day. That's his bread and butter. More people listen to him when he's, gossiping for some reason, or that's just the new crowd that he's cultivated. You know what I'm saying? Nothing really manly about that, you know. Shout outs to Bronze Flat Power God in the building. Good to see you. And honestly, O'Shea could be mad for a myriad of reasons, you know, just like women be getting mad and shit like that. You know, he's probably mad at Anton because he rocked with Angry Man. You know, what's going on, LT, man? Good to see you. Good morning, man. Much love and respect. Shout outs to LT, man, in the building. Happy Friday to you.
It's Friday!
Please, no autographs, no pictures, no photos, everybody. The topics is loose on today's show. I'm gonna wrap this little segment up. And we got some open topics, you know. A lot of people are being foolish, you know. But even us, we can be foolish too, you know. But yeah, shout outs to LT, man. You know, great to see you, brother. Welcome back. You know. But yeah, we here, y'all. It's Player Talk Radio. We are in the building. But yeah, it's like you got to be careful, you know, because when you jump into other people's beefs, once they make up, remember, you say what you say, you know, or you've done what you've done, you know, and that's gonna stick with them, you know, and that's, you know, kind of how O'Shea and Fresh and Fit, you know, stayed beefing. You know, O'Shea was going in on Pearly Things. People was wondering, you know, how did Pearly Things get in the manosphere? Well, I mean, other than Kevin Samuels, which a lot of people don't want to, admit, she came in through Donovan Sharp. You know what I'm saying? And this is how Pearl can go on Fresh and Fit and, you know, all these other places and stuff like that. But she came in through Donovan Sharp. You know, and I guess Myron and Fresh, I guess they might say they came in through Donovan Sharp, or Donovan Sharp kind of taught them the game and stuff back in the day. So, you know, they have a loyalty to him. So, you know, when O'Shea was going at him, yeah, they're gonna ride with him. You know what I'm saying? Just like how O'Shea was, D-riding Corey. Just like how O'Shea's afraid of Tariq Nasheed and stuff like that, you know, just for whatever reasons, you know. So, people click up and stuff like that. You know, an enemy of an enemy, you know, is my friend. But what a lot of people learn, and what I was telling you, and I gave y'all the game about this situation, that an enemy of an enemy is not always your friend, you know. So a lot of people, they realize that in this situation, and in hindsight, Anton is starting to see what I've been saying for the past 2-3 weeks, that, you know, a lot of people kind of chose wrong. Corey was wrong, and the thing is, instead of, you know, saying, yo, Corey kind of really tried to bully him, it didn't really work out the way, that it didn't really work out the way that people thought it would, you know. Yeah, it is Friday the 13th. Shit. I didn't even think about that. Yeah, y'all be careful out here, man. Yeah, keep your enemies closer. You know what I'm saying? You know, sometimes your enemies, they want to keep you alive so they can kill you. They probably have more. Good intentions for you. You know, than their friend. You know. You said it's pre-retrograde. This day might be crazy. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna keep that in mind, Cynical. But you know, I'm here working, giving you guys the best content on YouTube. You know, I'm here putting in this work. So I appreciate you guys being here with me and rocking with me today. what type of retrograde is going to happen? Is it another Mercury retrograde? I'm tired of Mercury retrogrades, you know. Equipment was acting weird too, and the moon is clear as day out here, so you know, crazy. But yeah, he tried to, okay, damn. All right, another Mercury retrograde, y'all. Y'all be careful with y'all electronics, you know. But yeah, he tried to, click up and try to click up and go against Anton. He was okay with Corey when Corey was going in against Anton and talking about his family. And he was even joining in, all these content creators, they were even joining in, throwing other black women under the bus and doing all kinds of stuff. They were joining in. And, it wasn't right. Either way, there was no integrity. It wasn't right. And they only joined in, to spike their brother, to talk crazy about their brother or talk crazy about another black man. If they wanted to bring it to the race loyalty thing, I would have left color out of it if they wouldn't have put color into it. You know what I'm saying? And it backfired. And then now you can hear Anton saying some more of what I said before. And the funny part about all of this is that O'Shea is about to do 50 more videos on this because O'Shea, like I said, for the past week has been saving face. Corey got mad at O'Shea and threw, and honestly, O'Shea did this to himself. But, he's going to try to save face and pretend like he didn't and try to gaslight. It's horrible, but let's take a listen to it again.
O'Shea has probably made no less than 50 videos, right? But let me give y'all my thoughts on O'Shea, because I know O'Shea likes content to be able to create content for and all of that, and so I'm gonna give him some content because I actually, man, when me and O'Shea first became familiar with each other and we connected, I had so much love and admiration for O'Shea. O'Shea was one of the rare people that actually had my phone number. And we would exchange, I guess, pleasantries, or we would talk occasionally.
What's going on, bro? Good to see you. Welcome to the show. Let's go. Long time no see. Any plans to return to the U.S. anytime soon? Hopefully, maybe around Christmas time this year or whatever. I'm enjoying living abroad, even though I don't really have any resources, and a lot of stuff haven't been going my way. But hell no, I'm enjoying living abroad, man. It's beautiful where I'm at. I'm in the mountains at the moment. I'm trying to get on my way to my next destination, but it's looking like it's going to be a slow process. But, slow process is better than no process. Great to see you, man. T. Riddler in the building. Good to see you, broski. Shout outs to everybody here. Please hit the like button on the way in and please support the show. 39 minutes into the madness, almost 40 minutes into the madness. You guys can support the show via YouTube by sharing the show, by liking the show, and hitting the Cash App and hitting the PayPal. We're going to get back to our video gaming streams and also just talking about some real stuff. I plan on changing the format of the show up again. Black YouTube isn't where it's at, so it's time to innovate once again, Larry Legend says O'Shea be getting on people's nerves with all the damn videos. Yeah, he's overdoing it. It's like, bro, okay, we get it. And it's like, you must hate this man. That shit is pure hatred. O'Shea got a big character flaw. He's a jealous individual. And he's very two-faced, man. He's a snaky individual, respectfully. You know, and like I said, I like O'Shea. You know, but he's a snaky dude for sure. But let's go.
Not that often. And I think that we bonded a little bit more around the time that Kevin Samuels passed away, because it was a time where everybody that had any type of relationship with Kevin whatsoever, we kind of came together, right? Or we kind of seen things a certain way. And I even took some insight from O'Shea. Like, we had a conversation and he was telling me some things about how he monetizes and he does his YouTube channel and
man, what's going on, Vader? Oh man. Happy New Year, man. Jesus, peace. Good to see you, man.
What's the matter, Daddy?
Good to see you, bro. As always, man. You know, I'm here doing the Lord's work, putting in his work on this Friday morning. Good to see you guys. All right. LT Man said, Matthew chapter 6, verses 33. This is some real shit, y'all. But seek first the kingdom of God and his righteousness, and all these things will be added to you.
Now you know you gotta break the game down a little bit more, because they might be slow.
Girl, thank you, girl. Sprinkle, sprinkle.
Yes. Yes. And that's another thing too, guys. Trust in God's divine timing. You know what I'm saying? That's what I've been, also, harping on for the last several years, things happen when they need to happen, Absolutely, LT, man. We've seen it, Yeah, trust in God's divine timing. You're in places and you're around people in certain faces, for a reason. You know what I'm saying? And I don't mean to, mix, God's word with, spirituality and stuff like that, but it's dharma, this lifetime is not only about you, you're here to help other people, and you're here to, to put other people in position, trust me, I know, from being a radio show host and putting in on all the work that I do put in, giving you guys this good game, and being I guess you could say a YouTube personality or a radio personality. There's things that I've said on this show that a lot of people need to hear. Even myself, including myself. I mean, it's a conversation. And as adults, and not necessarily just as men, we're not around certain people in our lives to have these type of conversations to actually kind of, really keep us on track, when we tend to stray off a track or fall off tracks, and then let's just keep it 100. Some of the adults and people that we know in our lives, they're not really good friends, they're not really good friends, and a lot of times they'll tell your information to other people. They'll gossip on you. They'll spread misinformation about you at work and all these other places and stuff like that. So, a lot of times, this is a safe space to, soak up some game, ask questions about some things and receive answers. And also, chop it up with like-minded individuals, because truth be told, you can't trust everybody in your life, in person that knows you, you can't trust everybody, so it's great to have a space that you can come to, chop it up, and, receive some game, some laughter, and some knowledge, some mental chewing gum, fruit for the brain, water for thinking, so, yeah, shout outs to Vader, man. Shake it wicked, man. Wagwan. So yeah, man, we in the building. But like I said, a lot of guys, in this situation, and YouTubers and podcasters, they're disingenuous, And a lot of this stuff is biased, all this bias, biased information being put out. Oh, well, this person, my boy, so I'm gonna deliver information like this, or I'm gonna say this to you, or I'm gonna say it like this, or I'm gonna report on the story like this. Nobody's gonna be really, nobody's gonna really be straight up with you on this situation. But it's true what's going on with Anton. A lot of people counted Anton out, and I'm not gonna lie. Like I said last week, he came out better in the end. And now it's sad that these same people that was defending Corey Holcomb, now they're going after him. And it's like, bro, oh, Corey Holcomb's an evil guy. Why he said that, whoop-de-whoop and stuff like that. It's like, you're not a comedian. Putting clips out in without no context, that's messed up. Putting clips out without no context and knowing damn well that you're a YouTuber, you know what I'm saying? And somebody can do that to you is fucked up. Throwing Corey Holcomb under the bus while you were just defending him, that's some slime ball shit. Just act like you don't see it. Fuck it. You already disingenuous. Just act like you don't see it. It's some slime ball shit. But to turn around and call him a PDF file is crazy. Negroes can't be trusted, especially these knuckle dragging motherfuckers around here. These are some knuckle dragging Negroes around this motherfucker. Don't trust a nigga that walk on his knuckles. All right, don't trust the nigga that walk on his goddamn knuckles, man. Shout outs to my brother LT man. LT man said, Kuda, I'm not holding you on a pedestal, but when my father passed, I was mentally gone. My motivation left. Believe me or not, just listening to you kept me going. Now I'm here living life, man. That's what it's about, man. And like I said, I know it sounds messed up, but more clarity comes in the end. Sometimes God will put your loved ones in positions and situations to look out for you the way they intended to. Either way, my brother. Shout outs to G. I don't think he's here in the building, but he sometimes comes through and he listens to the replay. His dog just passed away, and he had this dog. It's like a medium-sized dog. He had this dog for 17 years. That's family. And I had to recently tell him, like, bro, like, it's just sometimes people, while they're here, they're suffering. They have ailments and stuff like that. I'm not gonna say people live a full life, but people live life. And whether it's a loved one, a family member, or a pet, or anybody, guys, sometimes, people get put in, position to do what, what's intended of them, you have another guardian angel looking out for you, and nothing can be better than that. They're not here suffering anymore. Nothing can be better than that, and I appreciate that, I can be able to do that, shoot. Hoo-wee, our loved ones, man, I'm gonna tell you some real shit. I'm gonna tell you something that I've heard too, and I don't mean to mix spirituality with religion, but you know, our parents, and I'm gonna go real black pill when I say this. You know, it's just a state of mind. Our parents really don't owe us shit. You know what I'm saying? I mean, you know, when you look at other people, right, and their families and how they come up, you know, in the spiritual world, they believe, like, you know, even two young souls, you know, can quote unquote activate the portal and welcome a young soul or an old soul, you know, back to this realm, to this world, to this earth. You know what I'm saying? And you know, as a parent, of course, you have love for your children. You know, love for your spouse and the situation that you're in. But honestly, you know, even though, you know, social wise, and just the life that we live now, you know, our parents are, you know, I mean, you're your parents' responsibility, you know, but that's not necessarily true, you know. Our parents really don't owe us anything. You know what I'm saying? Parents abandon their children all the time. Certain circumstances, you know, for whatever reason, but it's through sheer love, you know, will and passion, you know, that our parents are there for us. That our parents, you know, practice unconditional love, you know, that our parents wonder about us, that our parents, not even feel obligated to us. You know what I'm saying? Because like I said, your parents really don't owe you shit. You know, I mean, I hate to say it, but, you know, after they give you life, it can go anywhere from there. But thank God that, because you know, you can choose when to have a kid. You know, if you out here having sex, y'all, and doing what y'all doing in these streets, right? But you can't choose your parents. You can't choose their personality. You can't choose how they're gonna treat you, where you're gonna end up, what circumstances that you're gonna be born into. You know? So it's through sheer love and will and just unconditional love that, you know, a lot of us are blessed to have the parents that we have and the circumstances that we have, you know? And, you know, I appreciate, you know, I definitely appreciate that because, you know, it makes me, you know, when I call my folks and, you know, hey, you know, just, you know, glad to hear from you. Thank you. Rejoice that they're still here. You know, I can only imagine, you know, not having, pops or, you know, mom Dukes, you know, around and stuff like that, you know, so, you know, just, you know, and that goes for everybody here, you know, take that as a, you know, a token of appreciation, you know. A lot of the stuff that, you know, we get mad at our parents about, or they get mad or upset at us about and things like that, or if you beefing with your parents and stuff, you know, or, you know, at odds with your, you know, your folks, because it happens, you know, people are like, oh, you shouldn't be at odds. Yeah, but it happens. You understand what I'm saying? But honestly, it's minute and it's minor and it's little shit, you know. So if you need to keep a healthy distance, keep a healthy distance. But, you know, because I do understand that a lot of people in these spaces are black sheep of the family for some reason. I don't know. You know, I was right on my assessment with a lot of the brothers in the space, and I get it. But if your folks are still here, you know, let them check in with them. Let them know that you love them, you know, and that you cherish them and stuff like that. Because when they're gone, y'all, you know, and that line of communication is not there anymore, and you got to look for signs of them in your life, and you will undoubtedly know it's them, you know. So that's not even in question. You will undoubtedly know, like, yo, this, this is my this is Pops. He looking down on me, you know. It can't be nothing but him, you know, and God, you know. So, you know, definitely honor your parents while you're here and while they're here. you know, because we're not here for a long time, you know. But it's through sheer guidance and love, you know, that shape who you are, and you know, you know, that will put you in position to, you know, to even become a better parent yourself, you know. And a parent's love, y'all, is passed down through not just tradition. It's like what I said, sheer love. Appreciate your parents. And your family, you know, and loved ones. You know, I appreciate you guys. I consider you guys my family and loved ones too, you know. Shout outs to LT, man. And you know, I'm gonna say this, you know, thank God, because you know, some people they're you see how you guys see this world that we live in. LT man said, "What the fuck, Kuda? You need a hug?" No, I'm good, bro. I'm good. What's going on, Tyrone? I appreciate you too, man. I appreciate you too, LT, man. Shoot, hey. No, I just want to let you guys know that. I mean, look at some of these stories, man. Look at these. You got kids getting shot by, you know, by military grade weapons, no vest, no, you know, you got parents abandoning their kids. You know, you got people that grew up with their grandparents, you know, like I said, you know, your family and your you know, your parents and your loved ones, man, they not obligated. You know, they're not obligated, you know, to, you know, they're not obligated to you, you know, or to take care of you, or, you know, for whatever reason, you know. So, you know, when you have those support systems, you know what I'm saying, in your you know, in your life, you know, just honor them. You know, that's all I would say, you know. Give me 1 second, guys. What the hell is this? Hold up. Let me see real quick. Hold on, guys. Okay. Tyrone said, "Honor your parents, but your parents gotta respect the children." Yeah, for sure. And you know, if they had their kids really young, a lot of times when you're growing up, your parents is growing up with you also, especially if you're that first child or only child, you know. What's going on, Degenerate? Yeah, all is well, man. But you got to understand, like, a lot of these kids, they don't understand what their parents is going through until they, like, really, honestly, till they really hit their 30s, you know? When they hit their 30s, you know, you know, then you really understand, especially your dad, you know? A lot of times dad be the last ones to get respect, you know? But, you know, you have to understand what y'all parents are going through, or at least understand what's going on, you know, in their lives and stuff like that. You know, they're not, you know, they're not perfect. You know? But let's get back into this. It's Player Talk Radio. Let's get it.
Stuff like that. And I implemented some of that stuff. And I even shared it with some of you guys inside of some of the mastermind sessions and stuff. And it kind of broke my heart because, and let me tell you why. It wasn't that we've ever met in person before. It wasn't. But it's certain people that you interact with over a period of time.
You said your parents need to respect the children. What the F is that? No, I mean, you got parents that disrespect their kids and do disingenuous stuff. And the kids will think they're tripping, but they pick up on it, you know. And it fucks a lot of the kids up too when they come of age, you know.
That you kind of have a greater affinity for, a greater level of respect for, because you've had moments in life that was meaningful. Kevin Samuels' death was meaningful, and he was meaningful to all of us, a lot of us anyways. The few conversations that we had on the phone, we've never had a problem whatsoever. You know what I'm saying? So on one hand, I was cool when he was making videos because I understood it, right? I understand content. I understand the game. I understand what come along with it. I'm cool with that, right? But see, the problem that I had and what broke my heart is that because you know me, at least you can be objective. You see what I'm saying? Like, I've never said anything negative to him whatsoever. I've never said anything bad. Like, I can have my opinion about something and say somebody is wrong, but I'm not coming after him, and it doesn't affect me at all. So the breaking my heart part was personal. It wasn't professional. Nothing slows down from a financial perspective. My life is great. My family is great. Everything is awesome. So whatever it was that people was trying to do or what they thought that they was doing, because in my honest opinion, I believe that they picked the wrong side, obviously. And it's so funny that it played out that way, because I believe that O'Shea is trying to save face right now, if I'm just being objective. And again.
And that's exactly what O'Shea is doing. O'Shea is somewhat embarrassed that Corey turned on him. But then again, O'Shea did the disingenuous act by using Corey's face and his likeness trying to run up a bag. O'Shea threw two black men under the bus for money. There's a saying that goes like this: some people are so poor, all they have is money.
I don't have nothing negative to say about it. What hurt me was the fact that he wasn't at the very least objective.
I mean, think about it. When you become a rich man and you become successful, what is money and currency to you? What can somebody offer you other than money? How about genuine friendship? How about loyalty? How about authentic, being authentic? Notice how when you become wealthy and accomplished, how the rules of wealth completely does a 180. You know what I'm saying? Notice how it completely does a 180, and you start to require other things. You want people that you can trust around you. You want people that are going to look out for you. You want people that's going to look out for your best interest. You want genuine people around you. Makes no sense becoming successful and having snakes all around you, you know? A lot of people are happy when you get a job. But how much people are happy when you start a business? How much people would support your business? How much people will say, hey, what do you got there? How can I help? How can I be of service? And let me tell you something. If some people can't be of assistance, keep your distance. And it's sad that it's a character flaw that people will throw you under the bus for money. You know. Vader said, we been knew this when O'Shea turned on Angry Man. For sure. Degenerate said, I mean, that's what O'Shea does. He throws people under the bus and lies. That's crazy. Shout outs to everybody here. Please support the stream if you rock with the content. An hour into the madness. Please hit the PayPal. Please hit the Cash App. Let's get it. It's player talk.
He took, when you have my phone number, he could have called me. We could have live streamed. And this doesn't mean that he has to. He has my phone number. He has people that has my phone number. We got mutual friends and shit like that. We actually spoke in real life. He could call me and we could do a live stream or whatever. He taking the advice of gossip.
Shout outs to LT Man. LT Man said, true, Kuda, when people come into money, their community around them change. Usually with other money and positive people, for sure. And you know what's crazy, LT Man? And I've been saying this for a long time, and I noticed this as a kid. Especially Americans, but I've noticed with Black Americans, but this is Americans in general, a lot of times they're Democrat, even politically, and it's not even necessarily politically, but they're Democrat, and then when they come into some money or they start to become a little bit more wealthy, and they want to protect their wealth, they move into different neighborhoods and they become Republican or conservative, And the thing is that sometimes the mindset you need to get to one place is the mindset that you don't need, the mindset that you need to get to one place is not the mindset that you're going to be able to keep to stay in that place, because a lot of people don't realize that, success is not a destination. It's not like you get there and you stay there. You know what I'm saying? It's like, you're going to spend a long time trying to keep it, trying to maintain it. And then also too, you're going to have disingenuous people around you, or people are going to change and you're going to have to protect it from them. Like I said, most of the crimes and things that happen to people, it comes from people that they know, people that they considered friends and family, So a lot of times people aren't going to understand, what you got to do to protect, what you call success. Look at Glorilla. Glorilla, she got a bunch of family, all them siblings and everything and stuff like that. And, look at her family's undercutting her, and try to throw her under the bus because they want the things that she has, and it's like, well, work for it if that's the case. What other boxer? I forgot. There's a boxer. His family recently is trying to throw him under the bus. And all these other people, you know what I'm saying? That shit is crazy too with the athletes. When you're an athlete and your family try to throw you under the bus, man, they ain't hitting not one jump shot. If you're a boxer, they ain't get hit in the damn face not one time, but they want what you got. Yeah. Glorilla's sister is going on tour right now. You know what I'm saying? She's, they call her Bro-Rilla. And her posture looked crazy. And let me tell you something, man. You will go broke trying to help your family. Some of us too, and I want y'all to keep this in mind, because you guys are, getting up and going to work and, working out and, achieving your goals and doing things daily, or sometimes you might not be. But what I'm going to say is, sometimes on your way to the top, you're going to be losing everybody. You're going to lose family and friends and stuff like that. Sometimes the people that you want to ball with, sometimes the people that you want to ball with, they're not going to be with you once you reach the top. Yeah, they call her Bro-Rilla. They call her Bro-Rilla. As you can see, Glorilla was the better looking sibling, you know, out of all of them. But, you know, sometimes, y'all, you're not ugly. You're just broke. You know, it happens. You know, that is a part of it. And, you know, one thing I used to think as a kid, I used to think, man, rich people are getting the best. But that's not always true. They're not always taking care of themselves. They're not always, you know, eating the best foods. You know, people still have a choice, you know. Yeah, she said she should have all gave us $2,500. Get the fuck out of here. And then they're gonna want more a little bit later. Imagine going live telling somebody to give you something and you're not adding nothing to their life. You know, you're not saying, hey, you know, let me help you, you know, let me cut your grass, you know, let me power wash your house every once a month or something like that. You know what I'm saying? Hey, let me entertain you. You know, hey, let me set up your studio equipment. Hey, do you need a backup dancer? Hey, do you need something? Like, how can I, you know what I'm saying? And let me tell you something, the people that's going to do that, they're going to be the main ones. Like, for example, you see that I'm working right now, right? I'm on my job right now. You know, I'm at work bringing you guys this game. You know, putting my talent out, intellectual property, everything, giving y'all some real good information, right? Fulfilling a service, you know? Your family and your friends and people around you. That's why I said start a business. And you're gonna see who really rocking with you. You know, this is my business, you know. This is a business to me. And I'm gonna tell you some real shit. A lot of your family and friends, they feel if they're working for you that they're under you. You know, they feel like, oh, you know, why would I work for my friend? You know, why would I, you know, they feel that if they work for you that they're under you. You know what I'm saying? That you're their boss. You know? And to a certain degree, I mean, if they work for you, of course, you know, it's an agreement that they have with you. But they don't have to look at it. You don't have to look at it like that. You know, if they genuinely are of service and want to help, you know, you look out for them. You know, if you undercutting them or y'all don't have a contract or, you know, or whatever, you know, but your family and your friends can help you. You know, but, you know, some people, their family is an asset to their business. Some people, good luck depending on your own damn family. You know what I'm saying? Water and oil don't mix. And the type of family that Glorilla came from, you can tell that's one of them families. Like, yeah, you know, I'm better off hiring somebody. Better off hiring somebody. You know.
Girls, he taking advice of people that ain't never met me in real life before. He's speaking off of rumors and making all of this stuff. And it's like,
as you can see, there's really no friends in this YouTube shit. Because they'll throw you under the bus for $1. All right. Please hit the like button. Please support the show. An hour and 15 minutes into the madness. It's Player Talk Radio. LT Man says, Kuda and everyone, since we've departed from the WHO, HWO, World Health Organization, almost every country is now coming out with a cure for cancer. Interesting. You know, some of the... We're almost done this segment. Shout outs to War Master in the building. Shouts to War Master. Now look, this is the thing. Cause I wanted to talk about it. I don't even think I got a chance to talk about it on the last show. Cuba. It looked like Cuba might be next, y'all. And we talked about it. Cuba might be next. But you know what? Cubans, they have they all get health care. Cuba has some of the best doctors in the world. Shout outs to Beachy. Hold on. I was talking about it with Beach not too long ago. And I was talking about it with you, LT Man. And you guys that are here, my audience that are here that can remember. What was one of the things that I said? I was showing you guys this snake. Let me see if I can show it to you. Hold on. Let me see if I can find it. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Let me see if I can find it. Here it is. All right, look. This snake right here, and any snake like this, because there's all types of tropical snakes, right? And listen, and this may sound real, I don't know, weird of me, but it's not. But LT Man and a lot of you guys, y'all would know what I'm talking about, especially even my bros on the West Coast, right? Nature. This is why I tell you guys to head over to hempforfitness.com. Nature has a way of doing things. And Cubans, people in the jungle, indigenous people, other than a healthy diet, you know, they know about pomegranates. They know about different types of fruits and stuff like that. They know about different things, even fasting, OG and everybody. We had shows back in the day, right? And we were talking about, like yellow dock, sarsaparilla, bardock root, sea moss, tinctures. We were talking about all of that stuff. And listen, y'all, all of this stuff, you can head over to hempforfitness.com. You know, a lot of the stuff that I'm talking about, the type of holistic, not even just holistic healing, but healing and compounds and stuff that's on this planet, literally are they're everywhere. You know, with workout and a different diet, you know, anything is possible, and what your body can do. And one of the things that I've said is, like, you know, you have something called shrooms, right? And, you know, people abuse shrooms. Me, I like shrooms. You know, I use them more for a creative thing. If I use them, I don't really use shrooms a lot. But essentially, if you take certain shrooms, no homo, they got like penis envy and all different types of shrooms and stuff like that. You know, people go on trips and they need shamans and stuff like that. You're poisoning yourself to a certain degree, you know. Same thing, like, you know, y'all have heard me talk about DMT, ayahuasca, and the toad and stuff like that, and talk about Mike Tyson and how he took the toad and how people are, you know, changing their lives and, you know, even their perspective on life and stuff like that using shrooms and stuff like that. But not just shrooms. You have other things that are serums and stuff like that that would be labeled as poison. One of the things that would be labeled as poison is venom and snake venom. When we talk about the toad, it's a specific type of toad. They take a tooth, not a toothpick, but like a popsicle stick, and they, you know, behind certain toads on the back of like their eyes and their backs is poison. You know, it's poison. But we call it poison because, you know, they use it as a defense mechanism. when it's ingested by other animals or other give me 1 second, y'all. My battery's acting weird. Hold on, y'all. They those animals, they use the poison to protect themselves, and they use the poison to get themselves out of what would be a sticky situation. You know what I'm saying? So one thing that I've said about cancer, because if you guys want to heal cancer, I'm gonna just give you the game right here. Give you the game right here. If you're between stage 1 or the early development stages or stage 2, the best thing to do is get some manuka or Yemeni honey, and you take a tablespoon of that per day, and you take a tablespoon of black seed oil. Take a tablespoon of manuka honey, and you take a tablespoon of black seed oil, and you'll start to feel the black seed oil hit every single organ in your body. And also to work out and detox. If you checked out the last show too, I gave y'all some good game on kratom or kratom. But anyway, a piece of me have always said that snakes, especially this particular snake, right? This particular snake, I think this snake can cure cancer, because we were talking about it when we were talking about the scorpions. Now look at this snake's venom. You know how they get anti-venom for snakes? They use the actual snake venom as damn snake. What the snake venom does to your blood is it turns it into jelly. It turns into jelly, and it stops your blood from it stop. Now look at this. You know what I thought? I said, it destroys blood, tissue, nerves, and stuff like that. But guess what? You can recover and heal. So why can't we hit parts of the blood or the nervous system with cancer with this snake's venom and then heal? Why can't we hit certain parts of the nervous system with this snake's venom? If it destroys certain things in tissue that can be reversed and you can heal, again, how can we nuke cancer if we can find the epicenter of where it is in the body? Also too, this might be able to heal sickle cell. When you heal back, your blood might start to function correctly. But then again, things are hereditary. You know what I'm saying? Things are hereditary. Can't question the Lord. Okay. LT Man said that's how ignorant families are, and not to put shade on them. They were never taught that being together as a family, the tax advantage is really written for the family business, for sure. And people like to live vicariously through their children instead of letting them have their own life, to a certain degree. White people can depend on family. That's their edge in the game. The Morgans, the Vanderbilts. Hey.
What's the matter, Daddy?
Cuba will be next after Trump yoinked Maduro. Yeah. Like I said, they got some of the best doctors in the world. and they need oil. Yeah, Venezuela was giving fuel to Cuba. Yeah, and they need that oil. You know, they need that oil and stuff like that. But they said there was a plane or something that ended up having to emergency land in Cuba. So they might be holding certain people there as a bargaining to get some of that fuel, you know, because a plane ran out of fuel or some shit like that. You said all about burdock root. No, it's other compounds than just burdock root. You know, y'all head over to hempforfitness.com. Give me 1 second. Shout outs to LT Man. Let's see what this is.
That you can rejuvenate cells so they're young again. We can quite literally, in my lab, reverse the age of cells and of very complex organs and tissues, including the eye, the most complex, and the brain. We can reverse aging by 75% in 6 weeks. And I'll show you what happens when we do that. We're putting those chemicals on the DNA and making it get older faster. And you can see the mouse on the right is born on the same day, same age, but one of them, we accelerated the aging process. These are optic nerves in a mouse that have been damaged. The top one is the damaged one. The bottom one is also damaged, but rejuvenated, made young again so that it can grow. We use 3 of the Yamanaka genes. These are the reset switch. And so these mice had their optic nerve regenerated. Using this method, we could cure blindness in animals for the first time. What's amazing?
Yeah, this is man trying to be God to a certain degree. I really don't want to do this, but who remembers the South Park Christopher Reeve stem cell thing where he? Oh shit! Hold on. Who remembers this? No, it was one where he just kept cracking open the what you call it, the fetuses' back, and then he got like real strong, and they were trying to stop him. Start trying to destroy everything. Oh shit! Let's get back into it. We're almost done, y'all. Let's go. It's Player Talk Radio. Shout outs to everybody here. We're gonna get into the game. It's Player Talk Radio. Let's get it. What's going on, new? Man, I can't wait to see what you and Soul Provider do, man. Yeah, Vader. Shout outs to new in the building. Shout outs to Vader. Let's go.
Where's the integrity?
There's no integrity.
Where's the integrity? It's one thing to say that I disagree with Anton on this, or I think he could have handled this differently, or hey, I think that Corey got the best of him on that and all of that other stuff. I don't have no problem with that. That's content. I've never had a problem whatsoever. But isn't it ironic? And I got to point out the timing. I got to be honest. Isn't it ironic that it just so happened to turn when I go on Fresh and Fit and I get cool with Myron and Fresh? Now, I know that he'll never say this. He'll never admit this because he hates Fresh and Fit and he hates Myron, but that's a them problem. That ain't got nothing to do with me. I ain't never spoke on him on a platform. I've never done a hit video about him. And guess what I'm never going to do? I'm never going to do a hit piece or a hit video on O'Shea Duke Jackson. You know why? Because I actually spoke to him in real life. And I've always had the perspective that if I have a disagreement with somebody that I know or somebody that I have their phone number, that I would actually reach out to them behind the scenes. Y'all came at me and said, hey, man, you need to criticize Charleston for this, criticize Charleston for that. And I wouldn't do it. You know why? Because any disagreement that me and Charleston had, we going to handle behind the scenes. Now, I'm going to defend myself, and then we wind up fixing it like brothers. And that's the difference, right? That's the difference. But I was... And let me be clear, O'Shea owes me nothing. He owes me nothing. I have nothing negative to say about him whatsoever. But I think that the timing was very interesting, that the time that he decided to go against me and make all of these crazy hit pieces about how bad of a father I might be, or all of this stuff. And it's like, oh, wait a minute, this is personal.
And that shit is foul. That shit is foul.
This is personal. When did this shit turn personal? I find the timing to be suspicious. The minute that it started to turn the other way, because he was making objective videos previously, was when I first was cool with Fresh and Fit. Now, I'm not saying that that's the catalyst. I just find the timing suspicious, right? The second thing is I didn't know that he loved Corey Holcomb as much as he loved Corey Holcomb. I'm assuming that they had some in-person interaction, that they know each other personally, that they've had some phone calls with each other or something like that. I didn't know, because he got his gear on, he got all of that stuff on. And so my thing was, all right, it's one thing, because I understand the Dusties. I understand niggas that wanted to be on the show before and didn't have a platform, that got under 10,000 subscribers and they built their whole platform on. They may be bitter, right? That's just some bitter baby mama type of shit. That's a different type of energy. I understand that, you know what I'm saying, people feel a certain type of way about the fact that they don't agree with my political stance and stuff like that. Cool. That's something we can have a conversation about, or something that you can disagree about. But when it turned personal, I'm like, damn. And somebody close to me, I'm not gonna say who it is, they said, hey, I thought y'all was cool. So I thought we was too. I thought we was too. Well, I guess not. You know what I'm saying? And so then it became personal about this and that and so on and so forth. And it's like, is this a...
I mean, you should have done your homework, man. O'Shea done turned on a whole sector of men when it was a microcosm. You know what I'm saying? When everybody was running around here trying to gatekeep. You know, people are saying, oh, well, O'Shea discovered Kevin Samuels. Nope. No, he didn't. And a lot of the problems that y'all are seeing going on in the space today is just really the lack of these content creators' failure to do their damn research. But let's go. Then also too, a lot of that stuff got scrubbed off the internet. So these people are reinventing themselves to a brand new audience. Some of these people, the way that they were going on and some of the stuff that they were doing, they kind of, you know, that OG title is kind of laughable if you know the real stories. But let's go.
Money play? I never had a problem with him before. I've never had a problem with him before. Ever. You said you believe I rubbed him the wrong way when you had Angry Man on and then Fresh and Fit. I didn't know that he was beefing with Angry. Listen. Who you got?
And then that's the thing. You'll have guys that be beefing with everybody. And it's like, bro, misery needs company. You beefing with everybody. How do you expect me to take your side? So I'm supposed to be beefing with everybody because you're beefing with everybody? That's a bit selfish. But that could be the reason why you're beefing with everybody.
Whatever with is between you and them. And I'm not saying that this is true, but that's between you and them. That don't have nothing to do with me. We don't talk about O'Shea when I kick it with Fresh, or when I'm talking about Myron. When I'm talking to Myron. Whatever they got going on is between them. You saying you think it was a passport bro conversation that you had, but that wasn't personal to him. If somebody, again, I use this example a lot of times. If somebody say, oh man, all black men is broke, I'm not offended by that. I'm not offended by that. So what I think is happening and what people are starting to observe, he got dissed by the person that he picked against me. And it's all because he wasn't being objective.
Right. And now he has to make a bunch of videos now to save face. Like I said more than a week ago.
He picked a side. And the one thing that I've learned as a content creator over time that I realize, and it's the reason why I apologize to Fresh and Fit, is that you speak objectively when it's outside of politics. Now, we can criticize politicians because they work for the people. It's a different conversation. When we talking about personal situation, you criticize the situation. You don't make it personal. And that's why I wouldn't even say nothing negative about Eric Kirk yesterday, even though the people in the chat that are Republicans was saying that I should, is because I haven't done my own research yet. So if I'm going to speak on something that she says, that's one thing. If I'm going to speak on her personally, and I don't even know her, I feel like I need to do my research now. And I think that he's still caping. He's still trying to save face. He's still looking for Corey to oh my God, you know, I can't believe it or whatever. So now he's trying to make videos now that Corey says something about him because, you know, now it's like, oh, okay, now I can attack you. And I think it's a character flaw. Objectively, I think it's a character flaw. And it's unfortunate because he's been doing this for a long time. He's been doing this for a long time. He's been in the game for a long time. And I don't know what the issue is. I even reached out behind the scenes because the number that I had for him had changed. And I reached out to a girl that we know, a mutual girl that we know. And I said, hey, give him my number. And it wasn't even because I was doing it for me. I was reaching out because, and I don't want to name no names or whatever, somebody asked me to reach out because they didn't understand why he was talking negatively about them, because he had been basically tearing them down and all of this stuff, right? And I was like, damn. All right, so I reached out to the girl and said, hey, if you got his new number, give him my number and tell him to hit me up or whatever. And I'm not telling y'all that y'all need to unfollow him. Let's be clear. I'm telling you how it bothered me as a regular person that knows you, that spoke to you, that it bothered me. This is what I'm speaking about. I'm speaking about the fact that it bothered me that this happened. Really, I'm keeping it 100. It bothered me because it's like, I don't know, you know, that other chick, the fatback out there, I don't know her, so, you know, we'll deal with her accordingly. But it did. It bothered me. It really did bother me that my family started getting included. It wasn't no slowdown. It wasn't no, yo, you know what, man, this is, all right, hold on for a second. Right. It wasn't none of that. It was just like, now fuck him.
Yeah, it was relentlessly F him and F his family. And the only reason why he somewhat say, hold up, now it's bad all of a sudden, was because Corey snapped on him.
I'm like, but I know you. Never got a call. And he don't owe me nothing to nothing. So I'm not telling y'all that y'all need to unfollow somebody. You ain't got to pick sides. If you rock with me and you love what I do here on the Millionaire Morning Show and on the Anton Daniels channel on Room 9, fuck with me. If you like his content and you rock with him and you rolling with him and you like what he put out, fuck with him. Like, don't ever unsubscribe. I ain't never told y'all to do this. I ain't never told y'all to attack nobody, and I ain't never told y'all to unsubscribe from somebody. If you like what somebody does, fuck with them. Don't unsubscribe because you feel like you have to pledge an allegiance. You can rock with both. I'm not telling you that if you like somebody, you don't have to not like them because I have a disagreement about whatever it is that they rock with. No. It don't take away from the fact that he's a good content creator. O'Shea is a good content creator. He's a pioneer. He's created great videos. He's objectively on a lot of different issues, covered a lot of stuff, and he's built a platform. And he's also, you know what I'm saying, been a something that has put people on and been a pioneer in the space.
What's going on, Insane One?
He's really good at what he does. He's helped a lot of people. This don't take away from the things that he did in the past.
Give me 1 second. Let me welcome Insane One to the show. Let's go. Shout outs to the real ones in the building. This Player Talk Radio. Please hit the like button on the way in. An hour and 43 minutes into the madness. Let's go.
I personally
now, Insane One, if you just got here, bro, Anton's saying the exact same shit I've been saying for 2 weeks.
Didn't understand.
O'Shea is saving face.
The inability to be objective when I've never ever said anything or did anything to him is what I'm saying. Criticize it, cool. I like it. I like the visibility. I like the publicity. I like all of that. Ain't nobody losing no money. Ain't nobody losing no channels and nothing like that. I'm cool. But all I'm saying is, it's unfortunate. It really is. It's unfortunate. So I don't know what relationship he got with Corey. Obviously not much at all because Corey torched him. You know what I'm saying? Ain't that a interesting turn of events? And then Corey torched him. But again, I think that he's a good content creator, and I wish him well and I wish him the best. I wish him well and I wish him the best. I don't plan on ever speaking on him ever again because there's nothing to speak about. It's nothing to speak about. So I wish you well. God bless you. I hope everything works out and that you do really, really well. And let's keep it moving. So that's all I have to say about that, man. I don't have any animosity. I don't understand it. Makes no sense to me. It's just weird, bro. It's weird. It's a really, really weird thing.
No, it's not weird. It's not weird at all. Just a bunch of disingenuous brothers gossiping, not solid. And you can't trust them as far as you can throw them. And if you could throw somebody far, you still can't trust them.
And I think that people picked the wrong side. I know for a fact that people picked the wrong side. It's the go along, get along game. But I stand on my own too, and I rock with who rock with me. And I love y'all and I appreciate y'all, but I'm not feeding into the board.
And shout outs to Anton, man. Hey, you know. Sadly, the people that's going to keep this going, though, is going to be Corey and O'Shea. You know, this is O'Shea's bread and butter right now. You know, these videos are the ones that's getting the most attention. And what he don't realize is that he's making Corey bigger, and he's making Anton bigger. And he ain't got nothing to do with this shit. How did O'Shea insert himself? Pause. How did O'Shea insert himself in this situation? Even the lead attorney's kind of on the outskirts still. But O'Shea wants to be at the center of it. War Master said, I'm petty as fuck. O'Shea Duke Jackson. Shit. This shit crazy, man. So there's a lot of stuff going on in the world today. Like I said, we were supposed to cover this on the last show. But if you guys can please hit the like button, please support the show. Let's get it. It's Player Talk Radio.
Everyone. For years, Cuba's ally, Venezuela, provided the small island nation with nearly half of its oil, a small lifeline for an already crippled economy. With the arrest and U.S. indictment of former Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro and with pressure from the U.S., oil shipments to Cuba have now stopped. Today, Cuba warned international airlines that they will no longer be able to supply planes with jet fuel for at least a month. With rolling blackouts across Cuba, questions remain: how will Cuba survive without the aid of oil from Venezuela or other countries and stave off a humanitarian crisis? Here's ABC's Matt Rivers.
Havana, Cuba. The country's communist government has been plagued with problems over its 6 decades in power, many of its own making.
And that's crazy. When did we get Venezuela? Last month? Consumption is a motherfucker, y'all. Consumption is a bitch. Cuba is feeling it already, man.
Corruption, aging infrastructure, hurricanes, a struggling economy, international isolation, all pushing to
and shit. With the news of taking Venezuela, the consumption might go crazy because guess what? People panic.
Raise Cuba to the brink of a humanitarian crisis, and often leaving the island's streets blanketed in darkness. Blackouts, some lasting nearly all day, a common occurrence now.
See, I don't know if, I've heard, because I don't know what they're going to do, because they say they still got to clean up Castro's regime. And that's crazy. My folks was like, when you go to Cuba, they make you do your history. They make you learn about Cuban history and stuff like that. And I said, that's dope. I like that. I think that's pretty cool. You know what I'm saying? I think that's pretty awesome. To learn about your Cuban history and stuff like that and be welcomed there. But I don't know how this is going to play out. Are they going to come to America, or are they going to try to work with us through other countries and stuff like that? I think Trump might be trying to give Cuba to Rubio. I think, isn't Rubio from Cuba? Man, we live in some interesting times, y'all.
Using only the light of her phone, Idania Acosta pours water from a bucket into a small pot for her family's daily needs. The water, used to cook, bathe, and drink, will have to last Idania, her 2 children, and her ailing mother until the next shipment comes in 10 days.
Los niños están, por supuesto, sin comer, llegan de la escuela. Mamá, que hambre, no sé cuánto, hay que esperar a que venga la corriente.
Unión Eléctrica recorded that 60 to 70.
And we got to be careful, man, because in first world countries like America, a lot of times They're third world countries in disguise. Let's go.
70% of the island went without electricity in December after a nationwide blackout left around 10 million Cubans without power for several days. Families like the Acostas work and eat by candlelight as the city softly hums with overworked generators. When the power grid doesn't work, only those lucky enough to have generators and enough gas to run them can keep the lights on. And the situation is only expected to get worse.
Es bastante complicado el tema del apagón. Cada día todo peor. Y si no hay una ayuda, aunque sea el petróleo, que es lo que más nosotros...
And you know, it's crazy. Most people don't think Cubans look like this. You got a lot of ignorant people that she's not Cuban. It's 2026 and people are learning that the slave ships were all in and throughout the Caribbean. You know, the other day we were talking about Christopher Columbus, and what was I looking at? I was looking at where was Christopher Columbus buried, you know. Because you know, Christopher Columbus was in Cuba also. His body was in Cuba, you know. But anyway, you still have people learning basic shit in 2026, you know, which is sad. But they want to have intricate talks about FBA. We're gonna get into a little bit of FBA business also because got to get y'all up to date on that goofy shit also. But anyway, I'm finding it weird and crazy now that a lot of these countries that don't like America, when we have Republicans in office, they're now open to the idea of aligning with America. You know, and yeah, they're going through a fucked up time. You know, they're going through a fucked up time. But what I want to point out is, you know, when the Democrats were in office, it was a free for all. You know, it was a free for all. You know, they would, you know, had America signing little fucked up deals. You know, America can be all up in their business or be in their business and spy on other countries by proxy. You know what I'm saying? And you know, and all kinds of stuff. And then it's like, now it's like, damn, what do? You know, what are Cubans supposed to do at this point? Are they supposed to, you know, some of them saying F it, you know? I mean, you know, they don't like what, you know, the regime, you know, what's going on with the regime right now. Some of them, they're like, you know, well, hey, you know, now that, you know, Maduro is gone and we can't get our fuel, you know. Shout outs to Ray. He said, oh man, we're not talking about eating ass today. Maybe we might get back into some raunchy shit, man.
What's the matter, Daddy?
We might get back into some raunchy shit.
What's the matter, Daddy?
Yeah, happy Friday the 13th to you guys. You know, please hit the like button, y'all. Please support the show. I got you. It's Friday. So it looks like all the countries now, they're open to the idea of a Republican America taking over what they got going on. I mean, now, you know, I don't think we, you know, I don't know. Maybe it hasn't been long enough. It seems like a minute ago, but I don't think we have seen the effects of the Republicans taking over Cuba. Not Cuba, but Venezuela just yet, you know. A lot of the times when we do take over another country, it was usually the Democrats. you know, and you know, you see what the Clintons did to Haiti. You see, you know, we've never really, you know, well, I'm not gonna say we've never really seen what Republicans do when they take over other countries, but what I will say is this though, y'all, is that you know, when we've witnessed Republicans, you know, take over other countries or Republicans have dealings with other countries, is usually because we or they done sold them some goddamn weapons. And you know, people are fixing the turn, you know what I'm saying, fixing the turn on America, you know, which happens, you know, and motherfuckers be turning on Americans all fucking day, you know. So hey, you never know. You said Cuba could be the west side of Cuba could be the west side Monaco for real though. Yeah. I mean, Cuba is really close to America. I was looking on the map the other day. I said, damn, you know. I remember the time I used to fly to Jamaica, we had to fly over Cuba on Air Jamaica, or we have to go around, you know, depending on what they got going on, flight traffic. You know. The left are trying to destroy America. You know, some of these outlying countries that are aligned with America might be a great option for Americans also, because it's still America, you know, at this point. Shout outs to everybody here. Please hit the like button, support the show. What's going on, Ghostman Kang? Good to see you, man. Welcome to the show, bro. Yeah, I was going to say the war in Iraq. I was going to say the whole Osama bin Laden debacle. You know, the Osama bin Laden debacle, you know, that's Republican work. You know, so I'm not going to say Republicans are the best, but yeah, that's Republican work. You know, you said, I love salad. I had one last night. Oh, man. But I mean, I don't know. I mean, everybody's looking to Trump now. I mean, it's like, you know, there's a lot on his, there's a lot in his hands now. You know, and you know, the Democrats, you know, they're like, oh well, Trump done got us in all this bullshit. You know, and like I said, I mean, maybe future Republicans, Rubio, maybe Vance or whatever, they kind of, I wouldn't say take after Trump or take heed, but maybe I don't know. I think the Republicans this time around has the world set up a little bit different. You know what I'm saying? Now America has oil. Now we don't have to do shady, you know, weapons dealings, you know, because, you know, that whole Osama bin Laden thing, if I'm not mistaken, who started that? It was Papa Bush, right? Daddy Bush. You know, I don't know. You know, I was 4 or 5 years old when Daddy Bush was in office. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know. You know. But you know, I mean, it is not unknown for Democrats and Republicans in America, you know, to be dealing weapons, you know, to people that we consider our friends or people that we hired as allies. You know, we've been doing it since the 60s and way before that. You know, all nations, to a certain degree, they trade weapons. You know what I'm saying? And then there's espionage and people turning on each other. Like I said, I'm in a country that is the most bombed country per capita. The most bombed country per capita. This country got more. This country got bombed more than the people that we went to war with. You know what I'm saying? And they did it. You know what I'm saying? They did it under the guise of, oh, you know, we thought y'all were working with them. You know, they bombed the Ho Chi Minh Trail, or what they considered, Saigon or the Ho Chi Minh Trail. They bombed the fuck out of this country. And fucked up part is that, the bombs are still here, destroying kids and animals and all kinds of shit. It was supposed to be removed during the Obama era when there was a peace treaty. I got a whole movie that I did on YouTube, talking about that. And, we dropped so much ordnance on this country. It's crazy. It's crazy to find that out. But in the beginning, we were training soldiers here, to help us with espionage with them. And the fact that the Ho Chi Minh Trail was here, America took that as a double cross and made sure this country never forgot it. And I said, fuck. Reagan and Bush is senior is Republican OGs. Yeah. War Master said Russia attacked Afghanistan. We gave weapons to Afghanistan. Yeah. And then look at how this shit played out, man. Shit crazy.
No favorece. Es todo más para atrás.
And then what's up with Russia? And then, would it be wrong for Cuba to ask Russia to help them? It's wrong to ask. I know a lot of nations that got deals with Russia, they probably feel bad asking Russia for anything because it's like they're at war. But shit, when your economy is going down and your people are effed up also, that's like war also. But hey. Might as well be at war. Resources plundered. A regime change may need to happen. Shit, we came a long way from the Cuban Missile Crisis.
Cuba's already crippled economy is expected to get even weaker after U.S. forces captured Venezuelan President Nicolás Maduro and his wife early last month. The island nation depended on the oil Venezuela sent over, which according to experts accounted for nearly 50% of their daily oil demand. In exchange, the Cuban government provided personal security and intelligence for the Venezuelan president. But President Trump cutting off that lifeline, writing on social media there would be, quote, no more oil or money going to Cuba.
Cuba looks like it's ready to fall. I don't know if they can hold out. But Cuba now has no income. They got all of their income from...
See, so Trump is like, y'all got to cut a deal now. Cuba got to cut a deal. They got to do business.
Venezuela.
Cuba faces tough questions here. I just don't see the country being able to survive without Venezuelan oil.
Jorge Piñón, a senior Energy Institute researcher at the University of Texas.
And mind y'all, the Venezuela oil is different. Venezuela oil is like, if not the richest oil on the planet right now. So, you know how some of these cities, if you downgrade the oil, I don't know if it's going to run the same, so.
Tells ABC News, Cuba's economic collapse is imminent.
We don't see a light at the end of this tunnel.
What does taking away Venezuelan oil mean for the country of Cuba?
A total collapse. When you are short diesel, now you're talking about transport. You're talking about diesel for the tractors and agriculture. Now this really impacts the economy of the country.
89% of Cuban households live in extreme poverty, according to the Cuban Observatory of Human Rights, with the average Cuban making just $16 per month. The Cuban economy has greatly suffered under a decades-long U.S. trade embargo that its government claims impeded its ability to do business on the world market. The regime brings in very little hard currency, so Cuba's international trade relies heavily on bartering, swapping its key exports like sugar, nickel, and medical services for essential imports such as oil, machinery, and food, with allies like Mexico, Venezuela, Russia, and China.
What's going on, Lonnie? Welcome to the show, bro.
Where are their historical allies and exporters? I am very surprised that we haven't seen more Russian oil coming into Cuba. Brazil is now a major exporter of oil. So where is Lula coming to the aid of Cuba?
In January, President Trump declared a national emergency over what he called the, quote, unusual and extraordinary threat posed by Cuba, authorizing the U.S. to impose new tariffs on imports from countries that directly or indirectly supply oil to the island, meaning Mexican President Claudia Sheinbaum's attempts to include oil in their humanitarian assistance will come to a halt. There have not been any known oil tankers heading.
See, they can't really backdoor America and try to get some oil. That's and it's the same thing with like warfare. That's the fucked up thing with like island warfare. And island warfare has always been tricky in the Caribbean. You know, island warfare has always been tricky in the Caribbean. If they trying to sneak some oil in, somebody gonna see it. Somebody gonna see it. And then America is seizing almost anything that moves in the Caribbean right now in the Gulf of America. You know, and I think really to police the Caribbean like that, they had to name it the Gulf of America. All of that shit is getting policed.
There from Mexico since January 9th, according to Piñon. Dr. Maria de Los Angeles Torres,
day after my birthday,
a professor of Latin American and Latino studies at the University of Illinois, calls the situation unprecedented.
It's almost like it is a society that is structured right now on matchsticks, and any one little thing that gets taken out or anything that gets turned on a flame can go in a minute.
This would not be the first time the United States has intervened in Cuba. In 1961, President John F. Kennedy approved the ultimately unsuccessful plan for the CIA to overthrow Cuban leader Fidel Castro, known as the Bay of Pigs invasion.
My sincere feeling to the people of the United States. I hope in the future we will understand better and we will be friends.
Nearly 65 years later, attempting regime change in Cuba would be a personal victory for a key member of the Trump.
And see, that's the thing. America doesn't trust Cuba. Cuba doesn't trust America. Shit.
Administration, Secretary of State Marco Rubio, a Cuban American and self-proclaimed son of exiles. His parents immigrated to the.
I don't know. I found that weird too. But it's not even just that. It's the resources and stuff like that. Like some of the best doctors never went to medical school at all. They're just shamans. You know? They're just shamans. You know? And they got like, you know, medicines and compounds and stuff there, and they just grow up different. It's the same thing like in Jamaica with the duck flower and all that other stuff, you know. Dr. Sebi talked about it, but let's go. It's player talk. In Honduras and all these other countries in the Caribbean.
U.S. in the 1950s, settling.
Sometimes it's just the location, prime land, prime everything.
In Miami, the beating heart of the Cuban exile community and decidedly anti-communist. The fate of Cuba is deeply personal to Rubio, who rejects the idea that the U.S. embargo was the cause of the island's economic malaise.
We would love to see the regime there change. The suffering in the rural areas of Cuba are acute and they're deep. And it's not because of the embargo. It's because they don't know how to run an economy.
Do you see Rubio's hand guiding a lot of these actions?
We have a very
I know he's gonna try to give it to Rubio.
Predictable president. And while Rubio may have very
Master said they're just lying like the COVID scare. Who knows? Because you know, I've been hearing that they have the best doctors for more than 20-something years. You know. But let's go.
Here in perspective on Cuba, we don't know how that unfolds. I think that the regime in its current form, without any outside aid from anyone else, that would include China and Russia, does not survive the year.
The Trump administration not ruling out regime change in Cuba after the abduction of Maduro demanding on social media that the Cubans cut a deal, quote, before it's too late.
See? And it seems heartless on Trump's behalf. It's like, oh, they're going through hell, save them. He's like, cut a deal. Bro, y'all got to understand with the Cuban Missile Crisis, my friend and my brother he's not my friend. Well, he's not my friend. He's my brother. But, that I was just telling you about that lost his dog recently. We're family. And they have one of the oldest, I think the third oldest house, that was in my neighborhood at the time. And I'm telling you, the house had a bomb shelter. The house had a bomb shelter. And literally, where I was, it was so old, in the main bomb shelter of the house when they were building it, there was a Native American graveyard there. They found a body in the middle of the bomb shelter, literally in the middle of the bomb shelter where the bomb shelter is. There was there was remains of Indians, actual real Native Americans. But anyway, America was that shit was like Fallout. America was building bomb shelters and all kinds of stuff. America does not like the fact, they don't take it lightly. They don't like the fact that our quote unquote could be enemy is in our backyard. With espionage or passing notes or spying on us and stuff like that. America does not take that shit lightly. You know what I'm saying? Is some of it a money grab? Of course, but you never know what can happen. Like I said, America is an isolated incident. Americans never had to think or never thought of seeing other people's soldiers just running around on our land and on our turf. So having the Cubans, the Cubans in cahoots with Russia, and you had the Cold War and and all kinds of shit going on. Man, listen, America and Americans, they were tricking out their houses, building bomb shelters, all kinds of stuff. So yeah, they're gonna make Cuba really kind of, they're gonna make Cuba kind of really come to them tail in hand, and then especially the relationship that we have with Russia now and how we're trying to block them out of certain stuff. Notice how we give more of a damn about Greenland more than we do about Cuba, because Cubans are done. They're done at this point. It's chess. It's like, okay, well, shit. If we take Venezuela, what are they gonna do? We'll wait. And it's sad because they probably don't have the resources to wait. So what kind of business can they do with America? You never know. I mean, America can always use those Caribbean countries, for like sugar cane and, they're real abundant in different resources. They probably can open up a couple of plants there. I wouldn't say exploit them for medicine, America and the insurance, it makes no sense. But what LT Man was saying earlier, that made a lot of sense. And now all of a sudden people want to tell the truth about cancer. You're seeing companies that would, that pretend like they didn't want to touch medical marijuana. Now they're throwing out cards like Yu-Gi-Oh. Y'all better make sure y'all head over to hempforfitness.com and make sure y'all trust trusted sources. Y'all don't want fentanyl is everywhere. I will say one thing though, War Master, if we get a hold of Cuba, they ain't gonna have the best doctors in the world no more. Shit.
Meanwhile, Cubans wait with bated breath the fate of their.
And I like those old school. They got like old school American cars in Cuba. You know, like the Havana. Hold on. Like they got like the old Chevy Galaxy and all those old cars and stuff like that. They got like really old vintage American cars from the 40s. They got those cars rolling around Cuba, but they all have Russian engines in them.
Island held in the balance. The Cubans are not simply waiting for someone to, quote, save them. Despite the heavy hand of a security state that stifles dissent, sporadic protests continue to pop up against the government, none bigger than in July 2021, when tens of thousands took to the streets across the country demanding better living. And
speaking of COVID, look at that.
Economic conditions. Thousands more were detained, and rights groups.
You know what? You might be right, War Master, because look at this. If they had the best doctors, even though this is like a tongue-in-cheek question, why they got masks on? Why they got masks on? Anyway, shout outs to Insane One. Insane One says, we already been exploiting for herbal medicine. This is true. Before and after the volcano on St. Vincent erupt, the U.S. had sent people. The U.S. had sent people to study and eventually take a lot of plants that only grew around it. That's interesting. I'm not surprised, but being that you're a native and you know and you got family there, I'm not surprised. You know, you got to be there, you know, because most Americans don't know about this stuff, you know. Insane One, which you know. You got to be there. If you're not there on the ground, they tell Americans anything, you know.
Say hundreds remain behind bars.
I think most people in Cuba, like most people everywhere in the world, are interested in being able to get up in the morning, know that they have a job, that they can work and make a living, be able to bring food home. Cubans, I don't think, are different than that.
Last week, the U.S. announced they will provide $6 million in humanitarian assistance comprised of food and hygiene kits. Overnight, Mexico sending humanitarian aid as well. But the UN warns the humanitarian crisis will become even more severe if oil needs go unmet. Like the other 11 million inhabitants on the island, Idania and her family are being pushed to the brink. But in a country where darkness is routine, life doesn't stop.
Is Donald Trump trying to save Cuba or destroy it?
Hold on, y'all.
Accuses the Cuban government of persecution and torture, a denier of free speech, corrupt, inhumane. But the Cuban government.
God damn. Well, I guess we could check this out. I wanted to ask y'all a question, but damn, it jumped into the next story. All right, hold on. Let's check this out. See what's going on here. Hold up. All right.
Is Donald Trump trying to save Cuba or destroy it?
Conditions continue to worsen in Cuba as the U.S. cuts off critical supplies to the communist regime there.
The people there have suffered for many, many years. And I think Cuba.
What's going on, UFO Kamikaze? What's going on, man? Shout outs to everybody here. Please hit the like button. Please support the show. 2 hours and 22 minutes into the madness. What are y'all thoughts? Is Donald Trump trying to destroy Cuba, or I don't know why these countries don't act like they don't know what his main slogan is, cut a deal. But then again, it's easy to just say cut a deal. Resources might be tied up.
Is going to be something we'll end up talking about.
Trump's White House accuses the Cuban government of persecution and torture.
What I'm saying, and the only reason why I'm bringing that up is because these you know, when they start reporting on these stories, they'll be like, is Trump doing this or is Trump doing that? It's like, no. Don't try to act like there's extra suffering coming out of nowhere because Trump is doing it. People know Trump is going to say cut a deal. That's the number one thing he keeps saying, cut a deal. If something's going on, cut a deal. At least, I'm not even going to hold you. At least there's a person on this planet or a president or somebody that you can go to and actually cut a deal versus somebody that's going to say, hey, you know, we're just going to straight up exploit you. You know, we're just going to straight up exploit you. If you're a country that has like like, I wouldn't say haggling because we call it haggling. But if you still have, like, even with your markets and your mom and pop stores, you still have a bartering system, you know, cut a deal. You know, it don't got to be a fucked up deal, but, you know, it got to make sense. You know, so, you know, Americans kind of get rubbed the wrong way with tipping, haggling, and barter culture. But it is a part of a lot of countries' culture that we really don't talk about, you know. But yeah, cut a deal, you know. I hate to say it, but if other parties were in office, you know, if they had to cut a deal and Kamala was in office, they would get exploited. You know, if they had to cut a deal and even if Bush was in office or somebody else, they'll get exploited. So, I mean, there is a upside to having to, go to somebody with a, that has a business mindset and be like, cut a deal. You know, you cut a deal with them. I don't think Trump wants to look bad or whatever, or be somebody that's like, oh, well, we're gonna exploit Cuba or whatever. I think he'll give them a fair deal. But the thing is that they're gonna have to be willing to cut a deal. They're gonna have to be willing to cut a deal. And it's sad. I mean, because a lot of them really don't want to do business with America like that. Shit was all good a week ago, and it's like, fuck. And then a lot of them probably don't want to depend on America like that. I mean, straight up. I mean, damn, oil. You need oil. You need oil. To run a fucking city. What's going on, Dougie? So I know it's a horrible feeling, and it's a horrible thing when your enemy or your or somebody you don't F with got to become your lifeline. Dougie said, I remember people used to be wary of America and how it shares information, for sure. Dealing with the devil. At all the CIA war games played in South America and the Caribbean. Yeah. It's not a great day to be a damn island. It's not a great day to be a damn island. You know what I'm saying? And then especially if you're an island in that little Caribbean area, bro, you can't move or receive shit. Because you're going into other people's, not necessarily, I'm not going to say airspace, but their sea space. Who's this ship? Where's this ship going? How much, do you have? What does this ship contains? There's an eye on you 24/7. There's an eye on you 24/7. So the fucked up part is that it went from being an I am in America's backyard and America don't like it, but we're with the people that's winning and it's pissing America off a little bit. But fuck it, we're with the people that's winning. We're taken care of. So, they're gonna revel in being the eyes in America's backyard. Now the rabbit got the gun. Now they can't just move around the way they want to move around. Now they, that space is not theirs anymore. So, respectfully, now they're uncomfortable. And it makes sense. I would be too. And America really got Maduro up out of there. Like, really, it was like 1 week it was good, and then now it's like fuck. What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? It's a timer now. It's a timer now on them. And I really feel for the Cuban people. But hey, you got to be on the winning team. Are you on the winning team or not? Shout outs to LT man dropping the huge. Huge. $10 on the Cash App. Yo, shout outs to LT man. All right, let's start up this support train. Thank you everybody for hitting the like button. Please support the show. Shout outs to LT man. Let's get it. Let's go.
Wendy?
Thanks, Chuck. We're standing here in front of the Olympic Liquor Store in Queens where scores of African Americans have been lined up for hours. We spoke to a few of them earlier. Ladies, may we get a word?
Hide the money, y'all. There's poor people around. With your broke ass.
Shout outs to LT man for supporting the show and hitting the Cash App. Hold on. Let's get it. Let's go.
Hey, yo, what the fuck? If Jesus can't save these hoes, why are you trying? What make you think you greater than Jesus, nigga? If Jesus can't save these hoes, why are you trying? Why are you trying, nigga? If Jesus can't save these hoes, why are you trying? Why are you trying? What make you think you greater than Jesus, nigga? What make you think you greater than Jesus? What make you think you greater than Jesus, nigga? What make you think you greater than Jesus? What make you think you greater than Jesus? Swing the remix God! Can't save these hoes. Can't save these hoes. Can't save these hoes, nigga. Can't save these hoes. Can't save these hoes. Can't save these
my
hoes,
shit.
nigga. Can't save these hoes. 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 Can't save these hoes, nigga. If Jesus can't save these hoes, why are you trying? Why are you trying? If Jesus can't save these hoes, why are you trying? Why are you trying? What make you think you greater than Jesus, nigga? What make you think?
Two-stepping. Shout outs to Insane One. Shout outs to everybody here. Shout outs to everybody in the building. Let's keep the support going, guys. It's Player Talk Radio.
Girl, thank you, girl. Sprinkle, sprinkle.
A denier of free speech, corrupt, inhumane.
Shout outs to LT, man.
But the Cuban government, according to state media, calls what Trump is doing genocidio económico. That's economic genocide in Spanish.
Corruption, aging infrastructure, hurricanes, a struggling economy, international isolation.
I mean, how can they blame this on Trump, though? How can they blame this on Trump? It's called war. You got to be strategic. Sometimes you got to kill 5 birds with 1 stone.
all pushing today's Cuba to the brink of a humanitarian crisis.
By many accounts, U.S. sanctions on oil applied to a country with almost none left. They are asphyxiating, suffocating Cuba and its people to the point where Cuba itself has put out a...
See, why they gotta run stories like this? Now all of a sudden Trump is killing Cuba. Really? Really? Now all of a sudden Trump is killing Cuba. Really? Oh, Trump is he's doing it. He's doing it. Like Trump told them to depend on Venezuela for oil. Like, why would they run I mean, I know why. No, you know, we're just throwing this out here, right? Why would they run a narrative like that? When in reality, the narrative could have been like Maduro should have just shut the fuck up. Knowing damn well he's sitting on all that crude oil. He didn't, you know, he nor we didn't think that we could have took them over in less than 2 hours. Maduro should have just shut the hell up. Honestly, it's like this because Maduro ran his mouth. Maduro ran his mouth. If Maduro had shut the hell up, niggas would have had oil.
Warning to the world. If you're thinking of flying in or out, we have a serious problem. There will be no more oil or money going to Cuba, zero, says Donald Trump. Then there's this ominous or else. So the question is, why? What explains a country that has hit rock bottom, drawing so much aggressive attention from the most powerful country on earth? And why now? When the Trump administration looks at the state of Cuba today, it sees darkness and it sees a country on its knees. That's opportunity.
Cuba is a failing nation right now, very badly failing nation.
In a few ways, Cuba is almost literally powerless. There are widespread blackouts. They've forced the shutdown of schools, businesses. A state-run TV and radio broadcaster went off the air last month. In some cases, no power also means no running water. And the country's profoundly important tourism industry has all but collapsed. The only way many Cubans survive is from foreign money sent in from family and friends abroad. Because if you're trying to make do on a pension, let's say in local currency, you're pulling in monthly roughly what it costs.
People who say you're only interested in the Middle East for oil.
What? Huh? Oil? Who said something about oil, bitch? You cooking?
People
Shout outs to War Master. Hold
who
on.
say you're only interested in the Middle East for oil.
What?
Oil? Bitch, you...
Huh? Oil? Who said something about oil, bitch? You cooking?
Yeah, Maduro said, come get me. Trump like, all right, bet. Watch this. It's the same thing with who's the Colombian president now? He said the same thing. It's like, bro, why are y'all trying to get a twofer? Why are y'all trying to get a twofer? And listen, you don't even hear about Maduro anymore. He in there with 6ix9ine and all these other people. Maduro and his wife. What are they doing? We're gonna go look and see what's going on with Maduro.
One carton of eggs. At that price and that income, you're more likely to buy eggs individually, which is something people do in Havana.
Life in Cuba has long been difficult for many Cuban citizens, but over the last few years, it's just gotten seemingly unbearable for many.
At the heart of this crippled state is oil. Many of Cuba's power.
I mean, I think it was already happening in Cuba. I think us taking out Maduro just sped that shit up. You know, I think Cubans were already feeling the crunch. I think just us taking out Maduro just sped what was already going to happen up.
Power plants to generate electricity run on oil, and it doesn't produce enough oil to keep the lights on. It also can't buy enough oil because decades of U.S. sanctions have choked off the country's access to financial markets, insurance, foreign currency, and even willing sellers. Because oil is so hard to buy and difficult to deliver, Cuba relies on just a small handful of countries to supply it. In 2025, about...
War Master said if Cuba wanted to join the country club, aka the world community, they just should have made peace decades ago. Yeah. But I know after Castro passed, his brother Raul,
Raul.
His brother Raul was supposed to take over. You know what I'm saying? Raul was supposed to take over, or did take over, and you kind of really didn't hear anything else. You know, and shit, I thought Raul was still in office. I was asking y'all not too long ago, like, is Raul still in office over there?
Raul.
Yeah, I don't know if Cuba's trading with anybody, but they might be getting exploited for their sugar canes and other stuff, you know.
Raul.
And Cuba's right there. So,
4% of incoming oil came from Algeria, 10% came from Russia, 25% from Mexico, and the rest, more than half of all incoming oil, from Venezuela. Shown in a slightly different way, here's the oil from Algeria, Russia, Mexico, and these bars are Venezuela. But you see this empty space representing the here and now? That's not missing information. That's as close to zero as you can get. Oil shipments have almost entirely dried up.
President Trump says the U.S. carried out large-scale strikes on Venezuela overnight.
The U.S. is turning up the pressure on Maduro's key ally, Cuba.
They lived off Venezuelan money and oil, and none of that's coming now.
Venezuela was providing between 27 to 35,000 barrels of oil per day at cut rate prices to basically stave off Cuba's energy crisis.
So the loss of that Venezuelan supply is a gut punch because it was it was the steadiest supply of imported oil that Cuba had access to.
Yes, the Trump administration's capture of Venezuela's president and the unprecedented level of control Trump now has over Venezuela's economy as a result has strangled Cuba. Cuba's energy security is intimately intertwined with Venezuela, which Trump has now choked off. But then the threat of additional tariffs against countries like Mexico has brought Cuba to an even lower low. In late January, one estimate figured the country had just a few weeks worth of oil left. Cuba is on the ropes, and Trump knows it. So that's the why now. But what about the why period? Like, what is Trump's interest in a so-called failed state? Well, to understand motivation, let's understand Trump's relationship with Cuba. As president, he's implying something very threatening.
Well, Cuba's an interesting case. Cuba is, not doing very well right now. And I think Cuba is going to be something we'll end up talking about.
Even if it's vague, there's something quite coercive about that, right? But there was a time...
He's telling them to cut a deal. I mean, you've seen him tell everybody to cut a damn deal. So, I mean, it's not like he's playing favorites or being, this.
When Trump saw Cuba not as an enemy, but as an opportunity for business, while he was still the chair of Trump Hotels and Casino Resorts, which made sense.
Oh, man.
One of Trump's greatest successes is in hospitality, and tourism is Cuba's most important industry. But all those years ago, there was just one problem. Since the 60s, U.S. embargoes closed the Cuban market to most American companies. So for a hotel magnate like Trump, U.S. policy was a bit of a pain. Take a look at this from reporting at the time. Consultants for Trump's hotel business reimbursement for a business trip to Havana. More than $68,000 worth of work, but made legal only if it was technically on behalf of a charity. The consultants even suggested one that might work for their purposes. it's possible that
You said except America. You said Kuda, you gotta go over to the Business Basic channels. They do geopolitics really well. Okay, shoot. Send me a link. I got it. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Definitely is worth checking out. It's called the Business Basics channel. All right, give me 1 second.
Trump, like with the war in Gaza, sees some kind of development future here.
I don't want to be cute. I don't want to be a wise guy, but the Riviera of the Middle East, this could be something that could be so bad. This could be so magnificent.
But also, when I last saw Trump speak to reporters about his position on Cuba, he did something that I think is very telling.
It's very similar in the sense that we want to help the people in Cuba, but we want to also help the people that were forced out of Cuba and live.
Yeah, you would have to send me the channel because you know what? Business Basics is like a very vague name, and it's going to send me to something completely different. If you can.
Living in this country. Do you want to say something about that, Marco, please?
Well, I mean, I just gave you a statement a few minutes ago about, when the president speaks, you should take him seriously.
To Donald Trump, Marco Rubio is Secretary of State. That makes him Trump's principal foreign policy advisor.
No, he's that foreign mouthpiece.
But Rubio himself is the son of Cuban immigrants who came to Florida in the 1950s.
There you go.
His family came to the United States before the Castro regime, but he grew up and cut his political teeth in the very sort of hothouse environment of Cuban American politics in South Florida.
And for many Cuban American exiles, Castro's socialist revolution represented a big loss of property, of a sense of home. It felt like a betrayal.
Cuba is a disaster. It's run by incompetent, senile men, and in some cases.
And see, they're not gonna like this. One thing I know too about a lot of foreigners, and you got to say it. I mean, it is patriotism. No matter how fucked up their country is, a lot of times, unless not amongst each other, they don't like discussing house business outside of the house. What I'm saying is that's what this will be looked at as. So they're not gonna like Rubio for saying this, but hey.
Not senile, but incompetent nonetheless.
He made...
And again, they might not consider him one of theirs, but theirs.
His political career based on hostility toward the Cuban government. And so, in some ways, the policy of hostility towards Cuba is very much his personal policy.
Yeah, look, if I lived in Havana and I was in the government, I'd be concerned.
And importantly, Trump knows this policy position really resonates with Cuban Americans, particularly in Florida, the historical swing state that's not...
gifting him Venezuela was crazy, so, hey.
So swingy anymore, where so many Cuban Americans live.
For Cuban Americans, this really is a very important topic. And if you go to Little Havana in South Florida, you go to the cafes, you go to the restaurants, they still live and dream about returning to Cuba. They still stew in their hatred over Fidel Castro. This is very much relevant to their lives.
So when self-described conservative Californian golf lover, future Mars resident Cliff Smith posts online, Marco Rubio will be president of Cuba, Trump was quick to reply, sounds good to me. But let's add...
Oh, that's scary. Shit.
Raul!
That's scary. He just acquired Venezuela. He got him in charge of Venezuela, and he might be the president of Cuba if they have a regime change.
Raul!
Just imagine having another president they resent, and they think that you're a plant.
Raul!
One more dimension to the mix, one that's very personal for Trump. The real fact of the matter is that Trump clearly isn't the first American president to be openly hostile towards Cuba.
13 U.S. presidents have come and gone.
I don't like how they disingenuously deliver this content also. What is up with the people delivering disingenuous content? Damn. Cubans have hostility towards America, and and rightfully so. You can't say, man, they love us and welcomed us with open arms. No, they had to prove their hostility. So is a president wrong for having hostility towards even Obama? I'm tired of this shit. It's just everything to like just oh man, Trump hates them. It's like, nigga, damn. Can you be a little bit truthful with what's actually going on? America and Cuba hasn't had the best relationship. It's really similar to Russia. It's like a Cold War. You do you. Well, it was a Cold War, but you do you and I do me. Just don't launch no rockets at us or do no wild shit. So painting it like, oh well, Trump is cutting them off and starving them out economically as if we were friends with them or keeping them afloat. No, that's what happens when you play chess, or one of your homeboys get knocked out, or something happens, you kind of get cut off. So hey, we said Cuba was gonna be next though. So we called this shit more than a month ago. We did say Cuba was gonna be next at some point. So Trump ain't even tripping on them. He's just waiting for them to sort themselves out. Again, do business.
And the Castro regime remains in power.
The United States has been trying to destabilize the Cuban government ever since 1959.
1959, the rise of Fidel Castro and the Cold War getting colder.
It's the closest the world has ever come to nuclear war. That's the Cuban Missile Crisis.
Good evening, my fellow citizens. This government, as promised, has maintained the closest surveillance of the Soviet military buildup on the island of Cuba. It shall be the policy of this nation to regard any nuclear missile launched from Cuba against any nation in the Western Hemisphere
And this had America going bonkers.
as an attack by the Soviet Union on the United States, requiring a full retaliatory response upon the Soviet Union.
Again, just to underline, Cuba's communist existence, just 200 some kilometers off the south coast of Florida, has been a real knot of tension for the better part of a century. If Donald Trump were to undo that knot,
Finally bringing down a communist regime that's been 90 miles off the coast of the U.S. would be a huge feather in the cap of Donald Trump.
Being able to say that I am the U.S. president who did the thing that no other U.S. president since 1959 was able to do.
It is more about legacy, that Trump would be the president that finally overthrew the Cuban revolutionary government after 60 some odd years.
this would be a crowning achievement for a president who repeated.
Now, mind you, the left really don't want to give Trump his props on half the shit that he's doing. But in a fucked up way, they have no choice but to agree or go along with it. You know? Hey.
Brags about how many wars he's solved, because strictly pragmatically, compared to other geopolitical hotspots of the 21st century, Cuba figures fairly small. It is in the throes of economic collapse. It has no oil, no money, no influence, but its history, that to the United States, is unique. And Trump may see that as being ripe for the taking.
I mean, it has to fall in line at some point. It has to fall in line. If we really want to joke around with it, Christopher Columbus, for what it's worth, he was in the Caribbean. He was in Cuba. So, hey. He was in Cuba. All right, now this was what I was supposed to play on the last show. I think it's something completely different. But let's go.
There's a lot of stuff going on in the news lately. Humans are returning to the moon soon. A bunch
of
trade deals have been done with India. And that thing about the millions of documents getting leaked, about how all the world's elites seem to communicate with this one guy who owned this weird island. But no one cares about that. So, while all these things are happening, there's one piece of news that I don't think is getting enough attention. I mean, what I'm talking about could theoretically spark a war, or it could finally bring lasting peace in the area. So for
shout outs to everybody here. Please hit the like button. Please support the show. If you guys are rocking with the stream, please support the show. Let me know your thoughts. Would you go to Cuba if we took it over and there was a regime change? Let's go.
Decades, we were told that there were 11 million people that lived in Cuba. But according to recent demographic models, that 11 million people is actually substantially smaller because since 2021, nearly 1.8 million people, or roughly 18% of the entire Cuban population, has left the country.
Damn.
So just some perspective, that's like what if every single person in California and New York just left the United States.
Damn.
And I know some of you are like, yes, that is the dream for all of the people that live there to leave the United States. But in reality, if this were to happen to any country within the span of a few years, this would be disastrous. And this is what we are seeing in Cuba right now. So why is this happening to Cuba? Why are people leaving? Well, in 2025, Cuba generated only 50% of the election.
I think people are passionate about living. I think they would like to live, sir.
Electricity that it actually needed for its people. Now think about that for a second. Flip a coin. Heads, you can charge your phone. Tails, your refrigerator becomes an expensive cupboard for rotting food. So in many parts of the island right now, blackouts aren't an event. They're just the default setting for the country, lasting up to 20 hours per day. And on top of that, there's money, or lack of money in Cuba. The official government data will tell you that inflation in 2025 for Cuba was around 14%, which is still pretty high for most countries. But if you were to walk into any of the informal markets or shops or ask an average person in Havana about what do you think inflation is, what have you seen, you'll find that most of them will say that the inflation is closer to 70%. So right now, the Cuban peso, the currency of Cuba, is in free fall. In late 2025, the informal exchange rate hit 400 pesos for every $1 US. To put that in perspective, a standard pension of 4,000.
I don't know. And it's really weird in the Caribbean, y'all, because El Salvador, and I wonder how they're doing now, because I wonder if their economy is directly tied to Bitcoin, because El Salvador has changed from the peso to Bitcoin. So I wonder what really happens if Bitcoin tanks. Does all of the, economies that are that are ran, that depend on, that use Bitcoin as currency, do they tank also?
Pesos is now worth about $10. Think about that. $10 US for a month of life in Cuba. Now, they're also going through just general economic troubles now as well.
Sounds like a deal.
Well, so their GDP has contracted by a cumulative 11.9% since 2019. Agriculture is in free fall. Poultry production is down 94%. Rice is down 87%. And even the legendary sugar industry of Cuba that we've all heard about, how the best sugar comes from the Caribbean, comes from Cuba, that has shrunk by 68%. In fact, Cuba, which was known as the sugar bowl of the world at one point, is now a net importer of sugar. So this is being called a polycrisis in Cuba. The entire country is being hit on every single aspect of their economy, their population, their budget. Everything is just collapsing. Their currency, everything at one time. And a large chunk of this is Cuba's own doing. However, a decent chunk of this comes to something that's happening 1,100 miles away in Washington, D.C. So as many of you probably know, for the last 60 or 70 years, the U.S. has tried to take Cuba in different ways, sometimes with bayonets or sometimes with blockades, sometimes with diplomacy. None of it has ever worked. But in 2026, the strategy has changed. The U.S. is...
sometimes you don't just directly take something. You take something beside that something, which will take that something. Okay.
Stopped essentially trying to break down the door of Cuba and is simply waiting for the Cuban house to realize that it can no longer afford to pay its own rent anymore. You see, the US may not fire a single shot at Cuba. They may not put a single boot on the ground, not a single missile. Yet there is a decent chance that in the coming weeks and months that Cuba may become aligned with the United States. If you were to drive 90 miles on a highway, it would take you about an hour and a half. It's the distance between Philadelphia and New York. It's a commute for most people, but
dang. So we can build a bridge. We're probably going to have to be off the Keys of Florida, though.
It is also the distance between Cuba and the United States. In 1823, John Quincy Adams, who would later become the 6th president of the United States, he wrote something that sounds like it belongs in a botanical
You guys go to Cuba?
Textbook. So it ended up actually being the blueprint for the new American empire. But he said that Cuba was like an apple, which once severed from its native tree, which was Spain or the Spanish Empire, Cuba would have no choice but to fall toward the North American Union. But why was America dead set on having this apple? Well, was it the sugar? Was it the tobacco, the cigars? Well, think about the Gulf of...
I love cigars. I need to go to Cuba, y'all. I definitely want to go to Cuba.
Raul! Of Mexico as a giant room. If you want to control who enters and leaves that room, you have to control the door. And Cuba is essentially the door handle to the American South. If you control Cuba, you control the mouth of the Mississippi River. You control the flow of trade for over half of the American continent. So the US wanted to try to buy this apple first. It wanted to buy Cuba in 1848.
Well, I mean, if you think about it, I mean, the Keys of Florida will be, you know, those small little islands, you know, people kind of like DC, kind of the Keys would be like a district, but, you know, people passing through, not necessarily for people to live, but, you know, people have their own little, you know, they got their mansions and stuff. In certain places, you got your resorts and everything on the Keys of Florida, and then you have like the Big Island. It's kind of like Hawaii a little bit, but reversed in a canal. That'll be some tricked out shit, though.
The United States offered Spain.
But Cubans are their own people. And they fought and they've preserved and reserved that island. You know, so I don't know. What kind of changes will it be? You know, like, will it get Americanized? Because, damn, a bridge, y'all.
$100 million for Cuba. Spain said no, boo-hoo. In 1854, the United States upped its offer to $120 million. Spain still said, nah, not worth it. But by 1898...
Imagine doing business with a country that stole another country. But then again, the people doing business with a country that stole another country stole this country.
The tree was rotting. Spain was losing its grip on its empire, and the U.S. decided to help gravity along with the Spanish-American War. The United States won the war, but didn't exactly leave Cuba. Instead, the United States gave Cuba something called the Platt Agreement. Imagine you give your younger brother a bike, but you tell him you can ride the...
Said 90 miles is way too far for a bridge. I'm trying to remember how long is the other bridge, because we have two bridges in Maryland. And I know you've taken it, so you probably know. I mean, usually, right, War Master, when I go north, I take the Bay Bridge. You know, the Bay Bridge. You know, on the East Coast. And then there's another one that's like a tunnel. It's like what is it, the Chesapeake Bay Bridge? It's another one. I remember one time something was going on with the Bay Bridge, and I had to take that bridge, and that shit was long as fuck. As hell. And then it was scary too, because it was I was trying to speed through it. I ain't gonna lie, I had anxiety. I was trying to speed through it because it's like underwater. And I ain't, you know, I don't want shit. You know my luck in cars. I don't want no damn bridge to cave in while my ass is down there. And that bridge was so damn long. I damn near got over my anxiety driving, but it was long as hell, and it felt way longer than the Bay Bridge. Maybe because it's more or less scenic, but I'm not sure if that's 90 miles. But then again, there is land around it, and it's not just water. So I could be mistaken. What was I about to say? LT Man said, "Oh my God, some people can't figure things out for themselves." What do you mean? You said I can't wait to retire. What do you mean? Is it getting a little goofy at work? Let me know.
Bike wherever you want, but I reserve the
shout outs to everybody here, y'all. Please hit the like button. Please support the show.
It's Friday.
LT Man says, happy Friday 13th to everybody. LT Man says you have to have faith. You can tell you have to have faith. You can tell at that time you were a man of little faith when you go to someone's house and you don't check to see if the chair is gonna hold you up. Have faith. What do you mean, LT Man? You said that it's not gonna fall apart when you sit on it. Yeah. Well, we put faith in a lot of stuff, This is why too, when I talk about relationships and we talk about confidence, how something like confidence is a repeated act over and over again. Like, for example, when you reach for a doorknob with the confidence that the door is going to turn and grant you access to be on the other side of it. But what can stop that is the door is locked. You know what I'm saying? But it still didn't stop you from reaching for the doorknob with the confidence that it will open, And that's true. When you sit down on a chair, you don't know if the screws are going to fall apart or if it's loose or if somebody's going to pull it back and stuff like that. But you sit down with the confidence and the commitment, because that's another thing too. Commitment, confidence. A good part of confidence is commitment. You sit down with the commitment that it will hold you up, or it will support, grant you a seat. War Master said the Gulf of America is too deep and long for a bridge. So yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. But I wonder if they could do it off of one of the keys. But it would be too deep. I agree. You said, I'm just saying that people be having anxiety and go through things without having faith that they can overcome this. When you go on the bus or a train, you have faith that it's not going to crash, for sure. Same thing with your car brakes. You have faith that when you push it, that they're going to actually work.
Right to tackle you off of it if I don't like what you're doing. That was kind of like the Platt Agreement. It was a legal tether that gave the U.S. the right to intervene in Cuban affairs whenever and however it felt like. By the 1950s, the Apple was practically an American grocery store. So here's some crazy numbers for you. From virtually the entire first half of the 1900s, American companies owned 75% of Cuba's arable land. They owned 90% of the Cuban mines, 80% of the public utilities as well. If you were a Cuban citizen and you turned on a light or
did the wrong update on the train, hold on, guys,
bag of sugar or used a telephone, you were essentially putting a penny into the piggy bank of the best people on earth, Wall Street bankers. And people forget, because we look at Cuba now as a lot different than people viewed Cuba 70 years ago. So Havana was not a rundown city at the time. It was actually viewed as the Las Vegas of the Caribbean. It was where the world elites would come and spend money that didn't exist yet. And now they go to a different island to do all of those things. Cuba's GDP per capita was higher than that of many European nations, including that of Italy and Spain. It was the jewel of the Caribbean. However, something kind of happened during all of this affluence on the island, was a lot of the gains that the island was experiencing was only really going to the richest people on the island. something that we wouldn't
They
know
let you bring back Cuban cigars too when you come back to the States.
anything about. But it became very extreme on Cuba. So 1% of the population owned 90% of the wealth. And when that happens, things tend to go poorly. In fact, a revolution happened in 1959. Fidel Castro made a full-fledged divorce from the United States empire overnight. He nationalized $1.7 billion worth of U.S. assets. That's over $17 billion in today's money. He took the light companies, the sugar mills, and the casinos and said, you know what? These are all Cuban companies now. They're no longer American. We own them. And the U.S. response was the equivalent of just like ghosting your ex. The U.S. stopped buying their sugar. They stopped selling them oil. They enacted a giant embargo, which was the longest running trade sanction in the history of the world. And on top of that came the Cold War. You see, the United States tried to invade Cuba in 1961 through something called the Bay of Pigs. That failed. The Soviets moved in and put...
Oh, that's what you guys were saying. Okay.
Nuclear missiles on the island in 1962, and for 13 days, the world held its breath because of a 90-mile gap between the United States and Cuba. If a nuclear missile can reach Washington, D.C. in 10 minutes, all of a sudden the safety or what this island really is becomes very different for an American politician. And during this time...
I'm pretty sure all of their military stuff is dated, though. Probably even worse than Venezuela.
During the Cuban Missile Crisis, I don't think people really realized how close we were to the world becoming an entire nuclear hellscape. In fact, there was one person that prevented a nuclear war from happening. His name was Vasily Arkhipov. You see, what happened was a United States ship not too far away from Cuba launched depth charges. And these were just used during the Cold War to signal for both of these ships to surface and identify.
Shout outs to Metal Gear. Metal Gear, there was a game that came out, I think Metal Gear Solid 5 Ground Zero, where you play as Big Boss, and all of that shit was in Cuba.
By each other. However, the Soviet submarine thought that this was a potential incoming attack from the Americans. Two of the lead officers on the Soviet submarine said, okay, war has begun. We need to launch a nuclear...
Shout outs to War Master, bro. I'm still laughing about that Chinese submarine, too.
...missile at this ship, at this American ship. However, they needed one more person to sign off on it, and that was Vasily Arkhipov, and he said, no, I don't believe that this is the start of the war. And because he said no, the world still exists today. And keep in mind, while this was happening, most people at the time, they knew that there was some tension in the area, but no one knew how close the world became to getting completely obliterated by nuclear weapons, triggering a war between the two most powerful superpowers of the time. However, the world did survive, and everyone was allowed to just move on like nothing happened. And thanks to that decision, the world was allowed to eventually develop Tamagotchis and Game Boys, and oh god, I'm getting old. However, one part of the world that didn't move on from all of this technological evolution was Cuba. The rest of the world got fiber optics and globalized trade, but Cuba was still stuck in the 1950s with its Chevrolets and Soviet subsidies. When the USSR collapsed in 1991, Cuba's GDP plummeted by 35% overnight. They called it the special period of Cuba, where people were literally eating orange peels to survive. However, after a very long time, after decades, in 2014, President Obama tried something different, and that was talking to Cuba. So the idea was simple. I mean, if
you said, I can't stand these communist light dudes. The top 1% employ the other 99 in various ways, for fuck's sake. I'm pretty sure. I mean, if you have it, you have it, you know? I mean, Cuba has a lot of industries. You know, I'm not going to say their cigar industry, but they have a lot of industries that you know. And then, I mean, I don't know, man. Americans, we can speculate, but we truly don't know. I don't know a lot of Americans. Well, I do know a couple of them going back and forth to Cuba, but they were Cuban. You know, I grew up with Cuban, but Cuban. You know, listen, I don't know. You know, everybody has a different opinion on something. You know, but with the history that America has with Cuba, I mean, would you kind of trust their reporting on Cuba? You know, and then like I said, they barely let American planes fly over Cuba, so I don't know.
If you can't break the door down with a hammer
but it wouldn't be surprising if 1% of the top employed the other 99% of people in Cuba. If you said anything, even on the phones, if you even gestured something anti-Castro, I heard you get dealt with. So, and Fidel will hear it himself or hear about it and people got dealt with. So,
Cuba, then try opening it with a credit card. So Cuba slightly opened its doors to tourism. In fact, when this happened, I went to Cuba for vacation.
Yeah, I think this is when Castro passed away. And I think Raul, his brother, was saying that they might be interested in doing a little bit of work with America.
Raul.
They might be interested in doing a little bit of, work with America.
So cruise ships docked, and for a brief moment, it looked like the Apple was finally drifting back to the good old American way. But then the winds started to change. Between 2017 and 2024, the noose was tightened once again around Cuba with sanctions on top of sanctions on top of sanctions. Cuba was put back on the state sponsors of terrorism list by the United States, which has definitely contributed pretty significantly to Cuba's collapse ever since then. And that brings us as to what the United States has been doing very recently, trying to put in essentially the death blow to Cuba to help realign it to American interests. So what are they doing? How do you take an island without an army? Well, you don't use a fleet of ships. You use legal documents, especially one signed in January of 2026. So in the last few weeks,
T-Man says the United States buys very little produce from Puerto Rico, primarily due to the Jones Act, which makes shipping costs prohibitively high, and historical politics that shifted the island from agriculture industrialization. Yeah. And also too, I wonder why, because, I used to work at an international store, and the majority of and even when COVID happened, the majority I started seeing, even in these stores that claim to sell organic stuff, the majority of the bananas and the fruits and all that other stuff, everything just started coming from Mexico, they just switched over from Mexico. Some stuff came from Ecuador and stuff like that. It was weird to see certain things come from Ecuador, but like the fruits and stuff like that, especially in DC, I'm pretty sure all around the world is distributed a little bit different. But Mexico became a huge hub at least during COVID, from what I know.
The United States didn't launch it.
We wasn't getting our bananas and our avocados, especially avocados, but we wasn't getting them from other countries and stuff that that are even American. So hey.
D-Day style invasion of Cuba, they didn't need to, because while the world was watching the dramatic headlines of
you never know, maybe in Florida, you would see more stuff coming straight from the Caribbean, because even Jamaica, we have something called ackee, and my grandmother used to have an ackee tree in her backyard in Florida, and ackee is one of those things that if you don't pick it when it's ripe, you're literally eating poison. We eat ackee and saltfish, so if you don't pick it while it's right, it'll literally poison you. But we used to get ackee in cans, and even to this day, every so often, is banned. So certain things sometimes for some reason they just ban them from the Caribbean. But I know about ackee, but other stuff too. Competition and infrastructure. Puerto Rican farmers struggle to compete with cheaper, mass-produced agricultural goods from the mainland, further reducing local production. Yeah, I've heard a little bit about it. Like, did you get to see the Super Bowl, LT, man, with Bad Bunny? And they were talking about the symbolism, and some of the symbolism was about like the power outages and some of the stuff going on politically and stuff in Puerto Rico. Puerto Rico, So, he bigged up the Democrats, but he was, a lot of the imagery in his performance, was, he covered a lot of the stuff that was going on in Puerto Rico. Yeah, natural disasters and hurricanes have historically devastated. Yeah. And see, I didn't know. They said Trump kind of left Puerto Rico hanging. I haven't heard about it, But if so, that's messed up. Especially them being a part of the United States.
Operation Absolute Resolve, which you might know as the operation that was AKA like snatching Maduro from his bed. So while they were doing that in Venezuela, Washington was quietly building something else in the Caribbean, and it was a giant cage, but not a cage of iron. It was a cage of interconnected logistics. So let's take a look at the buildup that has been quietly happening in the Caribbean around Cuba. So by late 2025, the Caribbean Sea looked less like a vacation destination like when I went, and more like a floating fortress of the United States Navy. Under the banner of Operation Southern Spear, the U.S. moved over 15,000 troops and a massive naval task force, including the USS Gerald R. Ford and the USS Iwo Jima, into the region in the Caribbean and around Venezuela. They told the world it was about stopping those drug cartels, but if you look at a map, you'll notice that those ships weren't patrolling drug routes really at all. They were positioned like a lid on a pot. And then on January 3rd, that lid was slammed shut. In a lightning raid involving 150 aircraft and a secret discombobulator weapon, which I've heard about recently, and somehow turned off.
Well, I mean, yeah, it kind of did. So we have a weapon where it disoriented the guards or the soldiers for a while, and like I forgot what it did. Like it make their hearing, their eyesight and stuff. It's really like biological warfare. They were fucked up for a while we went in and took Maduro and his wife. Cutting edge shit.
Off the power to Caracas in Venezuela, the United States captured the Venezuelan leadership. And for Cuba, this was actually very...
War Master said, nah, the Puerto Rican government effed up just like Louisiana during Katrina. Then they just blamed Trump and Bush before him. Well, I mean, a lot of these places, which are prone to natural disasters, sometimes they don't think the day would come, even though it happens and stuff like that. Like even Jamaica not too long ago, I don't even know if it hit, I don't even know if that hurricane hit Puerto Rico before it hit Jamaica, but Jamaica got leveled. They got leveled like crazy. And I think I reported on it a little bit here. And there were some tourists, that was upset because, basically aside from their holiday getting ruined, they couldn't get the accommodations that they wanted. And it's like, ma'am or sir, we just got leveled by a damn hurricane. What do you expect? So a lot of people was tripping on that. You said, yeah, I seen the Super Bowl halftime show. I turned it off after I seen I did not know that happened, but I had a bro here that said that he was watching it, and yeah, I heard it was a bit of a zest fest. I heard there was a little bit of a zest fest, but I don't know. I didn't see it, but they were talking about look at the same one. They were talking about it. They were, But I'm pretty sure if we take over Cuba, I'm pretty sure we won't need a bridge though. We'd probably get like the Carnival. We'll take like old retired casino ships, and they'll probably port or leave the keys of Florida or Florida itself, obviously mainland Florida, and head straight to Cuba. Cuba.
Very, very bad news, and no one really mentioned this. You see, for decades, Venezuela has been Cuba's blood supply. People don't really think about this. Through a series of barter deals, essentially meaning Cuban people for oil, Venezuela provided roughly 50,000 to 100,000.
Yeah, but a lot of countries and states and stuff like that, they don't think the natural disaster is going to hit the way it does. I mean, I ain't gonna lie. New Orleans should have kind of seen it coming, you know, even though they didn't think it was going to happen. These are places that have been hit with disasters so many times. So, it's kind of crazy to say they didn't see it coming. They got levees and all that other stuff. It's like, bro. But then again, I'm not going to lie. Biden, Obama, all these people, they left them countries out to they left them countries out to they left them for dead.
Barrels of oil per day to Cuba. Without that oil, the Cuban grid, which relies heavily on crude for 95% of its power, it all of a sudden runs out of power. Now, with the fall of the Maduro regime, the pipeline all of a sudden began to disappear. And the U.S. knew that other countries...
You mean Katrina or Katerina? You mean Katrina hit Biloxi, Mississippi?
That Cuba is more allied with.
And then I heard Mississippi messed up too because how their water is structured, around the Mississippi River and stuff. So,
It would try to intervene. Mexico, Algeria, Russia, they all have oil. They all want to give Cuba oil. So on January 29th of 2026, the United States president signed an executive order that would tilt the odds forever in his favor.
Okay, Katrina.
And it was doing his favorite thing, putting more sanctions and tariffs on places. So this is the concept called secondary sanctions that he's introduced. So imagine you own a lemonade stand.
Now let me know, guys, in America, are the gas prices going down? He said you should start to see, I know we're still kind of in winter, but he said you should start to see it no earlier than springtime. What are the gas prices in America doing?
Now I tell you, I'm not going to buy your lemonade. That's a primary sanction. It hurts, but you can still sell to all of the other kids around. But then I go to the other kids and say, if you buy any of his lemonade, I will take away your bikes, your phones, and your lunch money as well. That is...
They're around $3 or lower. That's still kind of up there, but they're shit not as bad as before. Okay.
Is what a secondary sanction is like, and that is what the United States declared is going to do to Cuba. The January 2026 executive order declares a national emergency and authorizes the U.S. to impose massive tariffs or total bans on any country that provides oil to Cuba. It doesn't matter if you're a friend, if you're a foe. If a Mexican oil tanker drops off crude in Havana, every single Mexican car, avocado, and piece of machinery entering the U.S. could suddenly be hit with a 35% tariff.
God damn, 419, shit. Damn.
Girl, thank you, girl. Sprinkle, sprinkle.
419? 419? Yeah, I do remember gas going down to 190 back in 2010s.
Just for doing business with Cuba. For a country like Mexico, which sends 80% of its exports to the United States, choosing to help Cuba...
Shout outs to everybody here. 3 hours and 26 minutes into the madness. Please support the show. You can support the show via PayPal. You can support the show via Cash App. Please support the show. Support your interest, guys. Please support your interest. It's Player Talk Radio. 119.
Cuba would be an economic disaster. Why would they risk a $400 billion trade relationship to sell $10-20 million worth of oil to a neighbor who can't pay you back anyways? But even if they wanted to try to be a hero and deliver stuff to Cuba, they would have trouble finding a ship to actually do the jobs.
89 cents.
So there's a piece of maritime law known as 31 CFR 515.207. I know it's a long thing, but whatever, it's important. In English, it's called the 180-day rule. It states that any vessel that docks in a Cuban port for trade cannot enter a U.S. port to load or unload freight for 6 months. So we can do some shipping math here. A modern Neo-Panamax container ship can carry about 14,000 containers. The daily operating cost of a ship like that is roughly $50,000 a day.
Damn.
If that ship stops in Cuba to drop off supplies, it is blacklisted from the United States, which is the world's largest consumer market because everyone there just consumes everything, from baby back ribs to Kardashian movies. But they would be blacklisted for 180 days.
Dang.
So the 180 days cost would be $9 million. The lost revenue from the U.S. routes would be tens of millions of dollars.
I'm telling you, America is the real pirate of the Caribbean, man.
And the total Cuba tax would be enough to bankrupt a medium-sized shipping line. For a global shipping company, Cuba is no longer a place where you can go. It's a radioactive zone economically.
Yeah, Cuba got rum too, y'all.
To dock there would just be a death warrant for your company. So in a sense, the U.S. does have a soft physical blockade of Cuba right now, but it actually has an economic blockade over Cuba. So now a thing I wanted to touch on, though, is why is the U.S. doing this now? Why didn't they do this last year, 5 years ago, 10 years ago?
Dougie.
Well, and that is because this is a part of the new United States empire strategy. So I want to talk about the Cuban people. People might be surprised to hear about this, but Cuba has a literacy rate of 99.9%. And for comparison, the United States has a literacy rate of 79% for adult literacy, at least. Cuba also has one of the highest physician-to-patient ratios in the world.
He might say they have he might say it, War Master. He might say they have the most efficient doctors on the planet.
World, about 8.4 doctors for every.
And here we go. And I heard too, everybody in Cuba get free health care.
1,000 people. In that United States number, well, that number is 2.6 for
shit was going on. You might as well need it.
Every 1,000 people. You see, the people of Cuba are fairly well educated, fairly hardworking, and just want a shot at a better life, hence why they are leaving Cuba en masse. So if the United States were to align or realign this country, you would immediately add 8 to 11 million people that are very well educated, hard workers, and would very much benefit the United States economically and geopolitically. But also, Cuba has something underneath the dirt. You see, beneath the soil of Eastern Cuba, specifically the MOA region, actually, lies something the modern world has been starving for, and that it's not oil, actually, surprisingly. It's cobalt. So if you're watching this on a smartphone or
see, this is what I'm saying. We could build factories there,
or a laptop or something.
War Master said Chevron closed its refinery in California. California, Arizona, and Nevada are going to have higher fuel prices because of Sacramento's retardate. Jesus Christ. It's a damn desert out there too.
Like that. You're holding a tiny piece of the future. And that future is cobalt. So right now, 70% of the world's cobalt comes from the Democratic Republic of the Congo. But that country is complicated, to say the very least. It's very unstable, and the supply chain is often a nightmare of ethical and logistical hurdles. I mean, oftentimes people will get cobalt from actual warlords or slave owners still there. So enter Cuba. According to the U.S. Geological Survey, Cuba holds approximately 500,000 metric tons of cobalt.
Damn.
That puts them in a dead heat with Indonesia for the third spot on the entire planet for cobalt reserves. And to add on to that, Cuba also has the world's 5th largest reserves of nickel on the planet. And in a world that seems to be transitioning to electric vehicles and renewable energy and storage, these two minerals are becoming something.
Need the nickel for the batteries.
Like the new oil. If you control cobalt, you control the batteries. If you control the batteries, you control the 21st century economy.
Look at me. Eyes are smart, y'all.
Currently, the U.S. is mineral dependent on foreign adversaries and unstable regions. By taking or realigning Cuba, or at least bringing it into the Western alignment,
you make your hybrid cars there.
Economic orbit, the United States could effectively reshore its entire green energy supply chain to a location
send it to Texas,
and that's closer to Miami than Miami is to Atlanta. Mathematically, the mineral value of Cuba is estimated to be in the hundreds of billions of dollars. But lastly, and arguably the most important for the United States of why they would want to realign Cuba, is based on this idea of Fortress America. In a world where China is becoming increasingly powerful and Russia is becoming more aggressive, especially with the war in Ukraine, the US has decided it can no longer afford to have leaks in its own backyard. You see, by the United States sending a blow to Venezuelan
What did I say earlier?
Leadership, they were also helping decrease the amount of anti-American power in the Americas. And so Cuba is next on the list. A lot of people are looking at Iran and saying that could be the next place that faces a conflict with the United States, which very well could be the case. I mean, I'll do a potentially full video on that. But right now, the United States wants not just like a friendly Cuba, they want to integrate Cuba. And they see this as their chance. With Cuba on the brink of collapse and potentially on the brink of a revolution, the United States thinks that it could intervene to help create a revolution, this time in favor of the United States instead of against the United States. However, it may not be as easy as I'm saying. So Cuba is technically not fully alone because one country that truly doesn't care about sanctions from the US right now is Russia. Russia's already sanctioned to death by every Western country. They're like, what's one more? So in 2024 and 2025, Russia sent its most advanced naval assets to Havana, including the frigate Admiral Gorshkov and the nuclear-powered submarine Kazan. Why? Not because they want to start a war they can't win. They're doing it because of a concept called reciprocal presence. Russia's logic is this. If you, the United States, are going to put NATO assets and F-16s on my doorstep in Ukraine, I'm going to put my silent nuclear-tipped shadows on your doorstep in the Caribbean.
Right.
It's an exchange of security anxiety. So while Russia is doing stuff like that, China is playing a game of logistical chess. Between 2021 and 2025, China quietly became Cuba's largest creditor. They were lending money and they were building infrastructure in Cuba. They've invested in dual-use facilities, ports and satellite tracking stations that could, in a moment's notice, be used to monitor every single...
I got you, LT, man. I got you. Let me ask you another question, though. If we take over Cuba, do you think we might get our hands on some of their old... or maybe they moved it out, nuclear warheads? Let me know. It look like all of their stuff is dated.
The U.S. naval movement from Norfolk to New Orleans. In early 2026, rumors also began to swirl of a Cuban-Chinese joint security facility. And so there has been a quiet buildup around Cuba from...
What's going on, Chris G?
From these powers over years and not just weeks or months. But think about this. The US is currently using robotic and autonomous systems, which are uncrewed boats and AI-driven drones, to monitor everything around Cuba.
Chris G, what was that joke that I made about that ship in the Caribbean? I think because I remember you were laughing about it. I think we made a joke about because y'all know there was two tankers that they found that they try to disguise as somebody else, well, as a different country, but they were Russian tankers. And I made some joke, and that shit was kind of funny. Shout outs to Chris G and all my naval bros in the building. What did I say? Did they just try to turn the lights off or something? Listen, if you in the Caribbean, bro, you're a sitting duck at this point. I don't even think the pirates can move around. They're getting blown out of the water too. So hold on, y'all.
What happens if a Chinese flagged tanker wants to drive through and drop something off in Cuba, but gets identified as an enemy target by any of these systems? What happens if one of the crew aboard any American vessel in the area spots a...
Y'all already know what's going to happen when we find them. That's what's going to happen. We're gonna blow some shit up. type of question is that? What's going to happen if this happens? What's going to happen if that happens? You know what's going to happen. What always happens?
Russian submarine approaching this time. Could we be facing a potential new Cuban Missile Crisis right now? Now, many believe it's nowhere near as tense as what it was in the 1960s, but right now there is a possibility where things could get really bad really fast in the area. In fact, right now, as I am recording this video,
he gonna run this play where Cuba is just gonna nuke everything and be like, I'm out.
Just wanted to make sure there wasn't any new news about this, but a Russian cargo military aircraft just recently landed at a military base in Cuba. And so clearly the threat of a potential conflict.
That's what I'm trying to say. They better try to move them nukes out before we get a hold of them.
Is escalating there. It just might be a little bit slower.
Yeah, the Navy did turn the lights off.
Was in the 1960s.
Okay, War Master, hold on. Let me hit this link real quick. Shout outs to LT Man. Shout outs to War Master. Let me grab the links that you guys put in chat. Give me 1 second. Give me like 3 minutes, y'all. I'm gonna let this play.
So here's something for the American taxpayer. So maintaining a naval presence like Operation Southern Spear, it's not cheap. So recent estimates suggest that the U.S. surge into the Caribbean is costing roughly $31 million per day in tax dollars. Now, that's a lot of money up front, but it is America, and they seem to not really care about their debt or their fiscal responsibility now or really ever. And their logic is if they spend $11 billion in order to secure a realignment of Cuba or $500 billion in a mineral trade deal with the country, then the return on investment seems pretty great for the United States. Another thing is, when the world's most powerful navy starts seizing tankers and threatening secondary sanctions on oil, insurance companies get a little bit nervous. So in early 2026, maritime insurance premiums for vessels entering the Caribbean spiked by, get this, 250%. It's an actual invisible tax that you probably didn't even hear about, but you probably experienced. If a cargo ship has to pay an extra $100,000 in insurance to bring grain to Mexico or electronics to Brazil, who do you think pays for that? You do. Not the politicians, not the military. You pay for those things. But arguably one of the most important things that I think would happen if the Cuban regime were to fall is this. I think we would see one of the largest economic terraforming projects in the history of the Western Hemisphere. The moment that 90-mile gap stops being a moat and starts being a bridge, I think that we would see a mass influx of investment into Cuba. But here's some math on what it would actually take. So to bring Cuba's infrastructure, which is its power lines, its roads, its collapsing colonial buildings, bring them up to modern Caribbean standards, it would require about $150 billion from recent estimates. And if America were to make these investments, the average Cuban would benefit quite a lot. The average Cuban's economic circumstances would improve substantially. Purchasing power of everything they make would go up, especially if the Cuban peso is replaced by the US dollar. All of a sudden, a lot of their currency problems and inflation problems go away. A doctor who currently makes $25 a month could, in a liberalized market, see their value added of labor jump to about $2,500 a month almost overnight. A 10,000% increase in their standard of living by just having this happen. All of a sudden, Cuba would have access to good trade deals for food, for oil. They would have power all day. And this is what the United States is enforcing or forcing upon Cuba right now, or giving the Cuban people the dream about what could happen if they were to join the United States. In a sense, the United States right now and the pressure they're putting on Cuba is causing a lot of the problems, but they're also selling the cure. The typical United States way. Hey, we're going to make you sick, but here's what can actually cure you. Give us the money for it, please. Now, this wouldn't all just be an easy transition because there's actually this weird litigation thing that I was finding while doing research about this. And it comes from something called the Helms-Burton Act, which is Title III. So there are thousands of active claims
All right,
from
I'm back.
American families and
I'm back, guys.
corporations whose property was seized in
Shout outs to everybody here. Please hit the like button. Please support the show. Let's get it.
Cuba in 1959, meaning that a new Cuba would likely be hit with a wall of litigation and potentially a lot of American families just all of a sudden owning all of the land in Cuba once again, which would again likely lead to a lot of resentment from Cubans and might start the cycle up all again. So the United States would likely have to say, you know what, all the active litigation to Cuba as part of any deal with Cuba. I'm sorry, all the American families, but it don't work for us. So what is the likelihood of this happening in 2026? Well, we could look at, the most trustworthy prediction market in the world, which is Polymarket. Right now, they're saying that by December 31st, there's a 59% chance that the regime will be out of power and a 28% chance of this happening.
Well, I mean, what if they take all this help from the U.S. and then push us out? I mean, couldn't that happen? They just take all the help from the U.S. that they can and then push us out. Anyway.
By June 30th. And a lot of geopolitical analysts that I have been looking at are pretty much stating that even though they think the regime could fall, especially in the next 6 to 12 months, they think that the odds of opening up to the US market entirely are fairly small, but they do assume that Cuba will open up a little bit to the United States in some sort of way, whether that is a trade deal, a mineral deal, tourism deal, whatever.
What's going to happen? Like, I guess, like, he's reporting this and saying, like, this guy is saying this like they don't have a president and all this other shit going on over there. Like there's something off about his reporting on this. See, look, and War Master literally saying something similar. Okay, hold on. War Master just comment. War Master said, this dude doesn't understand economics. A man making $25 a day won't make $2,500 by changing the currency. Right. Like, a lot of the stuff he's saying is kind of off. I guess hypothetical.
Maybe that seems to be like a potential strategy right now or potential outcome for Cuba. But then would the United States agree to those deals, or will they keep putting the pressure on Cuba? That is the question. Right now, they are waiting for the moment when the cost of holding on to the regime becomes higher than the cost of surrendering to the United States. Now, if you like this video, please check out my doc.
All right. Shout outs to him. Shit. Yeah, he was just kind of negating that, they have a whole government and people there are still in office. So does a Castro-aligned regime work with Trump? Turn over a new leaf? Or do they continue doing whatever they're doing right now? All right. Shout outs to LT, man. Brandon Jamal is hilarious. Let's take a look at what LT man said real quick. Please hit the like button, guys. Let's go.
I just seen two men grinding on each other real gross. They were doing the grind.
Yeah, they were saying that Bad Bunny's performance was backdooria.
And they hate each other hip. But that's the first.
You said the left are stupid and they think we're dumb.
A little bit of libiquity of anything that I've seen. It's crazy when people act like, ew. I just seen two men grinding on each other real gross. They were doing the grind and they hate each other hip. But that's the first little bit of libiquity of anything that I've seen.
Yeah,
this ain't one of those places people talk about like it used to be something. It's like this right now. Everybody here got something going on. Jobs, business, plans. Nobody's.
Shout out to that dude. He got some good stuff. But yeah, I heard it was a lot of backdooria stuff going on at the Super Bowl. You know, but it's like what Corey Holcomb said. You know, you kind of got to be G-hay to be considered to be at the Super Bowl halftime show.
Cuban authorities say they have uncovered a human trafficking ring which recruits its citizens to fight for Russia in Ukraine.
Russia has been a
Shout outs to everybody here. We're going into the another half of the show. Please hit the like button. Please support the show. Shout outs to War Master for this clip. Oh, my bad. Listen, you didn't want to see what was going on anyway. It was two dudes grinding on each other. I think in some weird ass car or something. Trust me, you wouldn't want to see it anyway.
Accused of coercing people in Cuba to help fight in the war in Ukraine.
The network operates from Russia and targets Cubans who live there,
Hold
and
on.
even some who live in Cuba.
A 25-year-old Russian soldier, Malik Diop, was captured by Ukrainian forces. At first, it seemed like a victory, but something seemed weird. During interrogation, they discovered he was neither Russian nor a soldier. He was just another victim of Russian deception. The deception of numbers and greed. Most people think only Russians and Ukrainians are fighting on the battlefield. But in reality, fighters from approximately 40 countries are fighting in this war. The only difference is some of them know they're going to fight a war.
Yeah, I was just looking at it too, Chris G. I was like,
Hey, yo, what the fuck? Hey, yo, what the fuck?
y'all, please hit the like button. Please support the show. All right, we're going into this next video segment. Let's go.
All right, we going. What a money reside, what a money reside, what a money reside, what a money reside. Okay, let me tell y'all something. I'm doing something real big this month. Any deal that y'all got and they beating us, I'm gonna beat about $400. Just give me your pen and the paper because I'm asked what the what? What a money reside, what a money reside, what a money reside, what a money reside. Okay, I told y'all before, y'all know what I do. I give all these good deals and everything else. Y'all better ask about me because I do on that all the time. And that's on who? Mary Had a Little Lamb. Okay, 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 okay. Hey, yo, what the fuck?
All right, let's go.
While others don't realize it until they're already on the battlefield. Now look, we're not sure how long this video is going to survive. Some will hate this brutal expose and try to bury it. Except you can fight back by hitting that like button. Thank you. Ukraine's intelligence has been tracking foreign fighters, and they discovered something surprising. They saw that people from a weird country are fighting for Russia. Well, it's weird because it's a small island nation.
Yo, Bad Bunny is a what? A sword swallow?
Of miles away from Russia. Not one, but thousands of them are fighting for Russia. Ukraine exposed that thousands of Cubans have been recruited by Russia. It's organized, systematic, and one of the largest stories nobody's really talking about. According to U.S. State Department documents from this year, Cuba has become the second largest source of foreign troops fighting for Russia, second only to North Korea. And that's pretty remarkable.
Oh my God, a sword swallower.
Hey, yo, what the fuck?
Reports say there could be between 1,000 and 5,000 Cubans fighting right now. Ukrainian intelligence suggests that the actual number might be considerably higher, possibly up to 20,000 people. Now remember, I said people, not soldiers. Some are tricked onto the battlefield. For others, it's a golden opportunity because Russia has made playing
What
with
the hell is a scabbard? They love Bad Bunny, though. I've seen a lot of people show love for Bad Bunny. I really don't listen to him, but I'm scared to look at that word, LT, man. Give me 1 second.
life and death incredibly lucrative. Imagine someone offers you $2,000 every month. That's more than 40 times the average Cuban income. For thousands of young men facing poverty, food insecurity, and limited prospects, that promise sounds irresistible. It's not greed, it's survival. Since the war began, Russia has suffered nearly 1 million casualties. Estimates suggest it's losing around 1,000 soldiers every day. So it makes sense why Russia has been recruiting from other countries. It's running out of men to fight. At least that's the lie the media has been feeding you. Russia's government budget is in serious trouble. In just the first 7 months of 2025, they've already spent $61 billion more than they planned to spend. That's 4 times over their original budget.
Oh, shit.
Russia is in trouble. Oil and gas sales are dropping.
Oh, okay, the sheath. Yeah, the sheath that holds the sword. That's funny as hell.
They're not collecting enough taxes, and the war is costing them a fortune.
I never heard the term scabbard. That's a new word for me. Okay, the sheath. Okay.
One of the reasons Russia is hiring foreigners is Russia can't afford to raise the bonuses needed to attract its own citizens to fight. Instead, they're turning to others, like Cubans, who are willing to do it for far less. Because of this money crisis, they've started cutting what they offer. For example, in some areas, signing bonuses dropped from about $34,000 to just $9,000. Now that's clearly a huge cut. But even with these lower payments, Russia can't find enough Russians willing to fight. Instead, foreign soldiers like Cubans and North Koreans are being offered contracts instead. These soldiers are cheaper to hire. Russia doesn't have to pay them much, and it doesn't have to give them the same benefits as Russians. Most importantly, Russia doesn't face angry Russian families complaining about losing their sons. They can't sustain the war the old way anymore. So they're cutting corners wherever they can. This is a win-win for both sides. The economic reality is most Cuban recruits come from an island nation experiencing its worst economic crisis in decades. The average monthly salary in Cuba hovers between $16 and $48, depending on exchange rates used. That's the entire monthly income. What Russia offers them is nothing less than a...
Okay, this guy's numbers seem a little bit more realistic than the last guy's.
Miracle. This is thousands of dollars in income. Well, at least on paper. The Cuban government consistently denies any involvement in these recruiting efforts. They characterize the phenomenon as illegal human trafficking, perpetrated by criminal networks organizing without state sanction. They say they have nothing to do with it, and that they are actively fighting against it. Between 2023...
Oh man, I would love me a Cuban woman. One of my first girlfriends was Cuban.
In 2025, Cuban courts have prosecuted 9 criminal cases related to mercenary activity. These prosecutions resulted in 26 convictions.
They're aggressive, though.
With prison sentences ranging from 5 to 14 years. On the surface, it appears
but sweet.
Cuba is cracking down on recruiters. But something seems off. The scale and systemic nature of the recruitment made many observers question the official narrative. They say, how could such a large-scale operation happen without at least tacit government approval in Cuba's tightly controlled system? An operation moving thousands of people out of the country, coordinating travel.
Man, I saw something like that also, too. I saw a video. You probably talking about the same video, LT, man. I saw a video on YouTube of like this traveler. And I think they were in Cuba. I don't know if they were in Puerto Rico or Cuba. But yeah, one of them you couldn't tell.
Processing military contracts.
So you like stared hard and like, hey, that's a dude.
And doing this all openly and systematically. In a country where the government monitors borders and controls movements, this would not happen without awareness from authorities. The numbers are too significant. The organization is too sophisticated. The continuous flow of recruits is too steady. For many experts and observers, it simply doesn't add up that a government as controlling as Cuba's.
Yeah, I heard Colombia is another beast too with it.
Would be completely unaware of thousands of its citizens leaving to fight in a foreign war. Whether through direct involvement or deliberate allowance, this operation could not function at this scale without government knowledge at some level.
Shout outs to Marco. Marco was talking about that.
The system is brutal, yet...
What's going on, Link? Shout outs to Link in the building. Shout outs to everybody here. Teda time. Teda.
A masterpiece of planning and precision. The pipeline moving thousands of Cubans from their homes to battlefields in Ukraine is not a formal military arrangement between two governments. It operates in a gray zone, using private citizens, social media, and a layer of legality. The structure is deliberate and gives both Russia and Cuba the ability to deny direct involvement while ensuring a steady flow of soldiers. The recruitment process begins online in Spanish-language social media groups. Facebook groups like Cubans in Moscow and the Russian social network Vkontakte.
I don't know. I'm not sure about Apple stock. I'm glad though. On what's this website? No, it's Cash App. They let you be able to buy Hathaway Berkshire stocks again. For a while, they stopped letting people buy Hathaway Berkshire stocks.
Some platforms where advertisements appear offering lucrative work opportunities in Russia. These posts promise high salaries, signing bonuses, and Russian citizenship. The advertisements say deliberately vague things about the military nature of the work. Some mention construction, while others talk about reconstruction work. Very few clearly state that recruits will be fighting in a war. Cuban citizens can enter Russia as tourists without needing visas, which is a crucial advantage that makes the entire recruitment scheme feasible. Several key individuals manage this network from the ground.
Time and temperature in Chicago is 47 degrees Fahrenheit at 11:23 a.m. Okay, it's 12:23 a.m. here. It's morning for both of us.
Coronavirus!
It's Friday! Shout outs to everybody here in the building. Happy Friday 13th. Please hit the like button, y'all. Please hit the like button on the way in. Hopefully it gets a little bit warmer the closer it gets to 2-3 p.m. But let's go.
Yelena Smirnova, a 41-year-old Russian travel agent based in Ryazan.
Yeah, I think that groundhog lied, LT, man.
She posts jobs announcements and manages logistics across the network. Her lawyer claims she helped recruit more than 3,000 foreigners. Another woman, Olga Shiryayeva, works as a hairdresser. She partners with Smirnova on recruitment efforts. Diana Diaz is a 37-year-old Cuban
Dang,
woman.
imagine what a half Cuban, half Russian girl looked like. Probably bad as hell.
Woman living in Russia, whose phone number appears in recruitment advertisements. Elena Shuvalova was another prominent recruiter who actively posted advertisements starting in mid-2023, promoting one-year military contracts.
You should be able to tell by her name, Olga Gonzalez.
Offering salaries of 204,000 rubles, approximately $2,086, along with promises of Russian
Olga Gonzalez
citizenship. Diana Diaz ran a soap flower business in Ryazan while helping with recruitment logistics.
I believe that will be one big bit. One big bit.
Bitch! That's a huge bitch! That's a huge bitch!
Including paperwork, ticket purchasing, and posting announcements. Once someone falls for it, the real trap begins. The operational model creates a debt trap. Smirnova and her associates pay for a recruit's plane ticket from Havana to Moscow, and they cover initial accommodation costs. The recruit does not pay up front. However, these costs—
What do you mean, War Master?
—are deducted from the recruit's first military paycheck, creating immediate financial dependency on the recruiters and the military system. Once someone responds to an advertisement, the network facilitators help with paperwork and travel arrangements. Recruits typically board Aeroflot airline flights from Varadero Airport in Cuba to Moscow, often traveling in groups of 40 or more.
Damn.
Upon arriving in Moscow, recruits are met by network members and transported to military enlistment offices. Many end up in the city of Ryazan, home to a major military academy that has been identified as the central processing hub for foreign fighters. Records show that Smirnova and Shiryayeva were seen at the Ryazan recruitment center, processing 30 to 40 people daily. At the enlistment centers, recruits are pressured to sign one-year contracts written entirely in Russian, a language they can't read. Their passports are confiscated at this point, trapping them in the system.
Yeah, I wonder. I don't know if they're bilingual like that. I mean, I don't think it's, learning how to speak Russian. I don't think that will really work. It's so far from Russia, they wouldn't need it unless they work at, I guess if they work at a certain factory or place there.
The fact that recruits are funneled through a major military city like Ryazan suggests a formalized and integrated system with direct coordination with the Russian Ministry of Defense.
Okay, let me start deleting some of these tabs. Hold on, give me 1 second. Let me start deleting some of these tabs real quick. I'll check it out. I got you, LT, man.
Contradicting any narrative of a rogue, decentralized operation. Some Cubans were aware that they were going to fight a war, but others realized it once they got to the battlefield. Frank Dario Yarase Manfugas was a 35-year-old Cuban musician and mathematics teacher.
Like Chris Rock. Look like a Latino Chris Rock.
Teacher who saw a Facebook advertisement promising construction work in Russia.
Did they arrive? I was just about to say we should. I'm about to do I need to do a one-wheel segment. Did your W rails arrive? Uh-oh.
He came out of need, believing that going to another country to work would...
Bro, you gotta be careful taking it apart.
Help his family move forward. Instead, he ended up on the front lines in Ukraine.
You gotta get like a star. I don't know. It's different with the XR. You might have to get a star key.
Recruits were initially told they would work in construction, rebuilding war-damaged.
I still can't believe you have a goddamn one wheel, man. It blows my mind.
Structure, or serve in support roles behind the lines. Instead, they received minimal military training, often just 2 weeks, before being issued helmets, military equipment, and weapons. They started to rebel because they had never had military training and did not know how to use weapons. When recruits refused, they were beaten. Even Africans from multiple countries are being deceived in the exact same way. Promised factory jobs, only to end up fighting a...
Oh man, 2 weeks went by that quick, man. Yeah. You just do a legs down video of you riding the one wheel. That shit is gonna be crazy.
Or they never willingly signed up for. In June of 2025, The Telegraph...
With some commentary, of course.
...uncovered something truly disturbing happening in Russia. Recruiters were targeting desperate people across Africa with fake job promises. Jean Onana is a 36-year-old father of 3 from Cameroon. Like many people, he was unemployed and struggling to feed his family. Then someone offered him a job at a shampoo factory in Moscow. The pay seemed good, so Jean sold everything he owned just to buy a plane ticket. But when he landed in Moscow in March of 2025, there was no shampoo factory waiting for him. Instead, he was immediately detained. And he wasn't alone. Men from Bangladesh, Ghana, and Zimbabwe were trapped there too. They were all told the same thing: sign a military contract or else. After just 5 weeks of basic training in Rostov and Luhansk, Jean found himself inside a frontline bunker in Ukraine.
Yeah.
His unit had 8 people from Bangladesh, Zimbabwe, and Brazil. An artillery strike hit them. 7 died instantly.
Yeah.
Jean survived by hiding in the rubble for 6 days with his injuries, until Ukrainian forces finally found him. Similarly, Malik Diop, a 25-year-old from Senegal, was walking through a Russian shopping mall when recruiters approached him. They offered him a kitchen job in Luhansk, paying $5,700 a month. Sounds pretty great, right? Within 1 week, Malik was handed a rifle and sent to fight near Toretsk. He saw corpses in forests and mutilated bodies inside of homes. He couldn't take it anymore, so he deserted and was eventually captured by Ukrainian forces. And here's the scary part. This isn't just happening to a few people. Social media in Cameroon is flooded with posts of families searching for missing men who traveled to Russia and then simply vanished. One account has documented at least 67 Cameroonians who were killed.
Damn.
These recruitment networks stretch across multiple countries. In Kenya, investigators discovered organized schemes running medical checks in Nairobi, then flying people to Russia through Turkey on tourist visas. Once they arrived in St. Petersburg, their passports were taken away, biometric data was collected, and they were handed contracts written entirely in Russian, enlisting them into military service. And it's not just men being deceived.
Bro, Putin. God damn. Putin, man.
African women have been tricked into working at drone production facilities at the Alabuja Special Economic Zone in Yelabuja, east of Moscow. They had no idea they'd be working at military facilities. These people were promised jobs in shampoo factories and kitchens. Instead, they were...
Well, there goes that tech job. Oh, you want to work in cybersecurity, huh?
Sent to war. Sounds harsh, but most of these people are ready to face it, and for a different reason. Cuba in 2024 and 2020.
Shout outs to LT, man. Hold on. LT, man, said, okay, time to leg work on my way home to work out and then chill. I'll be listening to it. Yeah, I got you. I got it queued up right here. And I got it queued up right here, and hopefully I'm on for the next. Hopefully I'm still on. You know, I'm kind of getting a little bit fatigued. You know, but make sure, yeah, man, and if, you know, shout outs to LT, man. Treat yourself to a steak or at least a massage if you can still. You know, it's pretty early, so that's good. War Master said, I've been making small videos with the one wheel. Yeah, like if you can make a video basically documenting how the ride quality feels now versus with the W's on. Because I think the W's might lower your center of gravity, but the wheel probably is going to be like in the middle. Like it's going to be like you'll feel more of the I think you feel more of the wheel, you know, gliding with the W rails. Because I know it's a lot different with the XR. You know, hell, you might start riding in delirium quicker with the W rails.
25 is experiencing a severe economic crisis with triple.
Shout outs to everybody in the building. Hit the like button. Shout outs to everybody here. Please hit the like button on the way in. Please support the show. We are already 4 hours into the madness. My bad, y'all. I'm a little fatigued. Been working all week. Let's go.
There's an old saying in Tennessee, I know it's in Texas, probably in Tennessee, that says, fool me once, shame on you. If fool me, we can't get fooled again.
He butchered the hell out of that saying. War Master said, I'm using secession. Yeah, I do need some milk. I do need some milk. Shout outs to everybody here. Y'all look out for the milk fund. I'll run down to the market and we'll do a second show. I'll go grab some milk. All right. Shout outs to everybody here. What is secession? So, but any, you know what, other than the beginner modes that you're using, War Master, any mode aside from the beginner mode, which I don't know what it is on the XR. I know Delirium is like a bigger mode, and I think they have another mode too if you change how the board carves. But any mode after the beginner mode, it changes the board's behavior and it unlocks more horsepower, and the board becomes a little bit more playful or pocket rocket-ish, you know.
Double-digit inflation in informal markets, widespread food insecurity, and collapsing purchasing power. A 2024 survey found that 61% of
shout outs to everybody here. Secession is below Delirium? Okay.
Cuban respondents struggle to buy.
Because you know there's another secret mode with the app that you can like move the sliders and get like a completely different behavior out of the board, you know.
Necessary means to survive.
Out of all the one wheels, the XR is the most customizable one, app-wise and just in general.
The Russian military contract offers $2,000 monthly. Contracts include one-time enlistment bonuses of 195,000 rubles, roughly $2,000, and 2 million rubles, approximately $21,000, for families if the recruit is killed. Some are promised that completing the contract would lead to Russian citizenship for themselves and their families. However, many recruits never received the promised payments. Expelled Cuban soldiers revealed that recruiters withheld initial salaries, claiming they needed to recover recruitment and travel expenses. Some Cubans were.
Yeah, I know a couple of people. I know several people that I've met here, and it was just pretty sad. You know, fleeing Russia. You know, they want to be back home. Their families miss them, but if they go back home, they ain't gonna go back home.
Expelled from the Russian army in January of 2024 without full payment, without Russian passports, and without legal documentation, leaving them homeless and at risk of deportation. The actual number of Cubans recruited varies by source. Ukrainian intelligence compiled detailed databases tracking foreign fighters. The I Want to Live project, a Ukrainian government initiative encouraging enemy combatants to surrender, published a list of 1,028 verified Cuban mercenaries with confirmed names and personal details, who signed contracts between 2023 and 2024. Even using the most conservative estimates, Cuba ranks as one of Russia's largest foreign troop contributors, second only to North Korea, and potentially poised to overtake it. Russia has faced more than 1.1 million casualties, according to Ukrainian estimates, and systematically recruited fighters from numerous countries to avoid politically damaging domestic mobilization campaigns. Nepal provided an estimated 15,000 recruits, with at least 40 confirmed as of September of 2024. Sri Lanka has 64 identified recruits. One investigation identified over 1,500 foreign mercenaries from 48 countries, processed through Moscow's recruitment center between April of 2023 and May of 2024. However, Cuba's recruitment stands out because many Cuban recruits benefit from Cuba's mandatory 2-year military service, providing them with basic combat experience. Cuban recruits arrived at combat zones within weeks of landing in Russia with minimal training. Many were assigned to the 106th Airborne Division, an elite paratrooper unit heavily involved in intense fighting, including the brutal battle for
Cuban Chris Rock again.
Bakhmut in eastern Ukraine. Being assigned to this unit meant Cuban fighters went directly to frontline positions. These survival statistics are horrifying.
Yeah, so I mean, how are they going to align with America? Like, what's going to happen with their military?
Ukrainian intelligence data indicates that foreign combatants experience mortality within 140 to 150 days of their engagement on average. This means the average life expectancy for a Cuban fighter on the front line is about 5 months. Andriy Yusov, a spokesperson for Ukraine's main directorate of intelligence, explained that it is beneficial for Putin's regime to attract Cuban mercenaries.
I got you. I got you moving to delirium in springtime or before spring with the W rails.
Because if a foreigner dies, there are no social payouts and no responsibility, and fewer Russians die. Ukrainian officials compiled a list of 39 Cubans confirmed killed. However, Andriy Yusov noted that officials believe the actual death toll to be much higher. Estimates suggest between 200 and 300 Cubans have been killed. Though the true number is likely higher, as many are marked as missing in action. Ukrainian forces have captured multiple Cuban fighters. As of September of 2025, Ukraine had 3 Cuban prisoners.
So Cuba's sending warriors over to Ukraine. Dang, America don't talk about that. But then again, like I said, they're in cahoots. Bro, Trump is literally going to find out every single little minute detail and things that's going on in America's backyard. Telling you, man, this is crazy.
Prisoners of war. Captured fighters have reported that neither Havana nor Moscow wants to take them or answer for them, leaving prisoners in a limbo status, with neither government claiming responsibility for their welfare or seeking their repatriation. In early 2024, a group of Cuban recruits was expelled from the Russian army without clear reasons. Without proper documentation, unpaid wages, or legal status, they became homeless in Russia. A Cuban named Yuan explained in an April 2024 WhatsApp message that Russians demanded they pay more money and go back to war, even though they did not receive full salary and were not given Russian passports. These expelled soldiers faced constant risk of deportation and
a lot of them have Chinese passports. That's the part they're not telling you too.
Imprisonment if they refused to serve in combat. Elena Smirnova,
I mean, not passport, Chinese passport, but the Chinese, they're in China. God damn it.
One of the primary recruiters, was prosecuted in Russia.
Yeah, I've been to Hawaii. I love Hawaii. I've been to Oahu. I love Oahu. Oahu's nice. I just never been to the Big Island. You know, Honolulu is awesome. Yeah, see, she in Honolulu. Yeah. Tell her to get some, what's it called? Spam mousseline. Tell her to get this. Hold up. Tell her to get this. Hold on. Oh, business basics. Talk about China. Okay. I think I got the right channel, War Master. Give me 1 second. What's it called? Yeah, Spam Musabi. They sell these at the corner stores and everything. Tell her to get some of these. Oh yeah, I was surviving off of these out there, man. I love Hawaii. It's just expensive. She said McDonald's has it for breakfast. Yeah, it's everywhere out there. Yeah, this is a Hawaiian delicacy right here. You haven't been to Hawaii if you ain't get one of these, man. Yeah, I would like to go to Maui, but Oahu was really good. I had a lot of fun in Oahu. Met a lot of cool people there too. I met a producer named Osiris, who produced for Wiz Khalifa at the time. It was dope.
Allegedly stealing salaries from over 300 Cuban soldiers. Many recruits never received the initial enlistment bonuses or monthly salaries promised to them. But
They got it in LA too, War Master. They got it in Cali. You know, there's a lot of there's Bloods and Crips in Mexico, y'all. I mean, not Mexico. I said, God damn it. Hawaii. That's how you know I'm tired, y'all. That's how you know I'm tired. I'm a little exhausted, y'all. Spam is weird. I had a girlfriend that put me onto spam. Specifically Scrapple. She got me onto Scrapple. And then I didn't know there was so many different types of Scrapple, y'all. I didn't know they had Scrapple slathered in yes, I'm using the word slathered in hot sauce and stuff like that. I ain't gonna lie. I would have stayed there and got fat, you know. There's a lot of lizards and a lot of crazy stuff in Hawaii, though. She said she went hiking the other day. I got scared for her because I wasn't sure if she knew about the centipedes and the wild boar. Yeah, there's a lot of crazy stuff in Hawaii. But they went out hiking with her friend and her friend's husband with some hunting dogs. Okay. Yeah, Hawaii is awesome. You know. And they got man, I ain't gonna lie, y'all. Y'all gotta go to Hawaii, man. Like, if you haven't seen a Samoan dude in person, like where they fucking from and they damn habitat. Oh my God. Them Samoan niggas are big as hell. Ain't nothing like seeing an actual Samoan dude in Hawaii. Shit.
what Russia hides is a bigger problem that could turn into a catastrophe very soon. Russia already has one of the world's most extreme gender imbalances, even before
all them niggas are like Rikishi.
This war started. As of 2024, women outnumber men by approximately 10.3 to 10.4 million people. Now think about that for a second. The female population stands at around 77.2 to 78.8 million, while men number only 66.8 to 68.4 million. That means women make up about 54% of Russia's population, and men just 46%. To put this into perspective, Russia has approximately 863 to
they send all the men off to die.
165 males for every 1,000 females. The global average, 1,016 males per 1,000 females. Russia is way below that. Worldwide, about 105 boys are born for every 100 girls. But in Russia, women start outnumbering men at around the age of 30. Compare that to Japan, where this crossover doesn't happen until age 56. Why is this happening? Well, Russia has the largest life expectancy gender gap in the entire world. In 2022, Russian women outlived men by approximately 10 to 11 years. Working-age men are 6 times more likely to die from external causes like accidents and suicide compared to women. The reason? Excessive alcohol consumption, poor lifestyle choices, and inadequate healthcare access, especially after Putin's healthcare optimization program. And now, the war has made everything dramatically worse. Since February of 2022, more than 120,000 to 250,000 Russian men have been killed. The gender imbalance that was already extreme has become even...
Vodka. Drink the vodka. The vodka kills. A real Samoan man, not a rock with tattoos. I'm telling you, there's some big dudes, and then they nimble too. So, you know, running ain't gonna work.
More pronounced. In areas directly affected by the conflict, the situation is devastating. Widowhood rates can reach as high as 80%. That means women are left alone with the sole responsibility of supporting their children and their elderly dependents. Russia isn't just losing soldiers, it's losing an entire generation of men. And this is also the reason that Russia was forced to recruit from foreign countries. Families back in...
Yeah, I mean, but Russia is bluffing, though. I don't know why they think they can keep the war going. Both of them are bluffing. The Ukraine is bluffing and Russia is bluffing. But I'm telling you, man, I really feel bad for Zelensky. I think Zelensky's a dead man, y'all, and he kind of knows it. And like Trump and Vance is like, bro, you might want to end this, bro. You might want to end this, bro.
Cuba are left with an information black hole. They receive no official updates from either the Russian or Cuban governments. One family told CBS News their relative had been missing since November of 2024, and they had never received any of the promised money. With no official death toll and no bodies returning home, the true human cost remains hidden from the Cuban public. Ukrainian intelligence has documented that at least 250 Cuban fighters remained on the front lines even after their one-year contracts expired. What began as a supposed voluntary contract for economic opportunity has transformed into forced labor in armed conflict. Cuba's foreign ministry first publicly acknowledged the recruitment issue on September 4th of 2023. The government stated that Cuba is not part of the war in Ukraine, and claimed authorities had detected a human trafficking network operating from Russia to incorporate Cuban citizens into its military forces. The government emphasizes its firm and clear historical position against mercenaryism and said it was working to neutralize and dismantle recruitment networks. The Cuban Ministry of Foreign Affairs issued a categorical rejection of U.S. accusations in October of 2025, insisting that Cuba was not part of the armed conflict and maintains a zero-tolerance policy towards mercenaryism. This official narrative contains a stark contradiction. On September 14th, 2023, Cuba's ambassador to Russia, Julio Antonio Garmendia Peña, told Russian state news agency RIA Novosti something very different. He stated that Cuba has nothing against Cubans who just want to sign a contract and legally take part in the operation within the Russian army. He opposed only illegality and operations outside.
But that's the thing. Did they have a choice? It kind of seems like Russia low key is putting pressure on Cuba to bring them some fighters. Maybe because Cuba probably owes them or something like that. But shout outs to War Master for recommending this video, because the video states that, you know, he's begging, you know, Cuba, you know, for help, you know, with the war. But I mean, now that you know, now that they kind of really can't get oil like that, like, should Cubans participate? You know, I think it would be dumb on their behalf if they, you know, you said Russia can't win this war. Ukraine is not losing. Russia's tricking people in this war. Yeah, it looks like Russia's running out of resources, and it looks like they're trying to stall out. The Ukraine. But then again, it looked like the Ukraine is you know, running out of resources also. But I don't know. We'll see. I mean, America slowly by slowly. I mean, we kind of really didn't, but we don't need NATO. You know, but Ukraine needs NATO. You know, and Russia, they got drones and they need man, like they need men, like they don't have enough manpower. And then with the weapons that we given them, you know, they've taken out more Russians. I guess they've taken out more Russian soldiers than anticipated, you know, but y'all can go on YouTube, bro. They come up on my timeline. I just think it's sad, you know, of these drone videos of them sparing some of these soldiers that are just caught. Like, the drone literally hovers over the dude and like just drops a grenade, and he like picks it away or try to throw it away, or he lets them know, hey, you know, I'm not fighting anymore. Please, you know, stop. Some of those drone pilots, man, they don't give a damn. It was this lady. It was this Ukrainian lady, or I think it was a Russian lady. I don't know. They all look the same. Sorry. But she was like at a house, and I think she was like a medic, and she was like on the porch, and she was unarmed, and there was a drone there, and she was like making hand signals, like stop. I'm not fighting. I'm not, I surrender. I'm not fighting. Please go another direction. And it was a guy, on the other end of the camera that they were showing driving the drone. And I'm not even gonna hold you, bro. He acted like he was gonna go the other way, and that nigga dropped a huge grenade on that woman sitting there on that porch. And on the other side of the camera, he was like laughing, and they were like high-fiving him, and I'm like, that's fucked up. I said, damn, that's fucked. That's fucked. I think it was a Ukrainian soldier. I'm not sure, but I don't know. Or maybe it was a Russian soldier. I don't know. But I said, damn, that's fucked. Everybody in the comment section was like, damn, bro, the lady didn't even do nothing. She waved it off. That shit was fucked.
Outside the legal area. This statement suggested Cuba would not.
Ukraine is the biggest builder of drones in the world. And I think they're using Chinese drones. I don't think they're DJI, but they're Chinese drones that I think Russia is using.
Prevent its citizens from voluntarily enlisting in Russia's military, directly contradicting the government's public opposition to mercenary activity. When asked to clarify whether Russian recruitment of Cubans constituted illegal mercenary activity, Ambassador Pena declined to provide a clear answer. The foreign ministry later issued a statement to rectify the ambassador's remarks. The initial comment revealed a permissive attitude. The October 2025 Foreign Ministry statement declared that Cuban authorities do not have precise information about Cuban nationals participating in the military forces of either side of the war. Officials insisted that none of them have the encouragement, commitment, or consent of the Cuban state. Cuban Vice Foreign Minister Carlos Fernandez de Cosio stated in June of 2025.
But this is my first time hearing that Cubans are participating in the war, but, I'm not surprised.
That Havana made public and denounced the recruitment phenomenon and had taken actions by speaking with related governments. He emphasized that Cuban laws prohibit citizens from participating in the wars of other countries, and that this is punished by law in Cuba. However, this statement raised questions about enforcement, given the scale of recruitment. Cuba characterized U.S. allegations as part of a political campaign designed to undermine Cuba ahead of the annual United Nations General Assembly vote on the U.S. embargo. The timing of U.S. allegations just before the UN vote lent credibility to Cuba's claim that Washington was using the recruitment issue for diplomatic leverage. Despite Cuba's denials, international observers have expressed significant skepticism about the government's claimed ignorance and non-involvement. Ukrainian intelligence official Andrei Yusov stated bluntly that taking into account the totalitarian nature of Cuba, such recruitment could not have taken place without the blessing of the Cuban regime. And evidence has emerged suggesting possible official complicity. Initial investigations into the recruitment network implicated a Russian major and Colonel Milon Gomez, the military attaché of the Cuban embassy in Moscow, in the enlistment of nearly 189 Cuban citizens, directly linking an official state representative to the scheme.
Yeah, man, those videos are sad. Those videos are sad, LT, man. What's going on, Aqua Dragon? Good to see you, man. Good to see you, bro. Welcome to the show. Shout outs to everybody in the building. Ooh. My back is killing me, man. My posture is I gotta fix my posture, y'all. 4 hours and 30 minutes into the madness. Please hit the like button. Please support the show. You can support the show at $PTV 888. That's $PTV 888. That's $PTV 888. You said you got someone special for Valentine's Day, bro? Hell no. Not one of these girls around here. Hell no. I'm going to be live with you guys. Y'all going to be my Valentines. I got to put in work. More work. I done put in a bunch of work today. Hell no. They don't celebrate that stuff out here. Thank God. Thank Jihad. Thank God. Shit, shout outs to the lovers though. Do something nice for your love, Oh, Asian women love black men, but hell no. Hell no. Only thing I miss is the chocolates. You know, I miss the chocolates. You know, the chocolates go on sale. Perfect. You know. You said pause, Cooter. Your back hurts. Hey yo, you need to check. Hey yo, hey, a double pause. No, it's just after a while I be forgetting. I look up. I'm like, damn. I have been sitting here for a decent amount of time. You know. But I did. This is gonna be another pausable moment right here too. You know, shout outs to War Master. I'm using this cushion, but it's just a chair. I need a different chair. This chair is fucked. So hey, I just be forgetting when I'm here working. I'm like, dang, I am sitting down for hours on end. You know. So shout outs to everybody here. Please hit the like button. Please support the show. No, I have a cushion. It's just now I need back support. Pause. Let's go.
Intelligence and U.S. lawmakers.
There goes Zelensky speaking of the devil.
Pointed to the systemic nature of recruitment, the use of official airports for departures, and the apparent ease with which recruiters operated as indicators that Cuban authorities were at minimum turning a blind eye. During his May 2024 visit to the Kremlin, Cuban President Miguel Díaz-Canel stood beside Vladimir Putin and stated that Cuba wished success in carrying out the special military operation. This is not the language of a neutral party, but of a committed ally. Cuba's ambiguous position may reflect complex strategic calculations. The recruitment provides several benefits to the Cuban government without requiring direct involvement. It offers an economic pressure valve for desperate citizens, reducing potential internal unrest from unemployment and poverty. Remittances sent back home by recruits provide hard currency to families and ultimately to the Cuban economy, maintaining plausible deniability.
But I mean, but this is the thing though. If Zelensky continues the war, right? If Zelensky continues the war, what does he win? It's not like he wins Russia. It's not like they out to assassinate Putin. You know, it's not like he wins Russia. What do you win? Oh, you successfully protected yourself for this round of people, you know, against the first round of people. There's going to be more people. You know, it's like, well, he gonna defend the Ukraine and then Russia regroups and then another wave of people comes. It's like, damn, you know.
Allows Cuba to preserve its relationship with Russia while avoiding direct international condemnation. In October of 2025, Russia's Federation Council ratified a military cooperation agreement with Cuba, originally signed in March of 2025. This agreement establishes a legal framework for joint military operations, training, intelligence sharing, and potential military-based deployments. Russian officials have suggested the...
You say he'll still be in power of the Ukraine if he wins the war. I don't think there's a win for him. I think Russia would just regroup and then try it again. And I know he got to move around and hope he doesn't get assassinated. What does Russia win? Putin is keeping the war going. Well, they want the Ukraine as a war debt. You know, they say that it's land that's owed to them, and Russian soldiers already passed away for that land. Really, I think everybody loses.
Agreement could eventually facilitate deployment of advanced weapon systems to Cuba, including Iskander operational tactical missile systems and the Oreshnik medium-range ballistic missile system. This deepening Russia-Cuba military relationship has occurred parallel to the recruitment controversy, suggesting that whatever Cuba's official position is, the practical effect has been closer alignment with Moscow's strategic interests. The United States has been direct in its condemnation of both Cuba and Russia. A U.S. State Department spokesperson accused the Cuban government of having failed to protect its citizens from being used as pawns in the Russia-Ukraine war. In October of 2025, the Trump administration circulated an internal State Department cable to dozens of U.S. diplomatic missions directing diplomats to use Cuba's role as a major troop contributor as an argument against a
Y'all, whatever you do not open that link that LT man put in the chat if you don't want to laugh, bro. That is wild. What the hell is that?
UN resolution calling for lifting the U.S. embargo on Cuba. However, the diplomatic campaign had limited success. The October 2024 UN vote resulted in 187 countries voting in favor of ending the embargo, with only the United States and Israel opposed. This was virtually identical to previous year's results. In contrast to Washington's clear position, the reaction from Latin America has been largely muted and divided. President Gabriel Boric of Chile was a consistent critic of Russia's invasion. Argentina, under President Javier Milei, aligned more closely with the West. However, Brazil, under
he looked like the Scrooge.
President Luis Ignacio Lula, and Colombia, under President Gustavo Petro, adopted a stance of neutrality, often calling for peace talks. Cuba's traditional allies, in particular Venezuela and Nicaragua, stood firmly by Russia. Most regional governments maintain diplomatic relations with both Cuba and Russia and have avoided taking positions on the recruitment issue. The Organization of American States has not formally addressed Cuban involvement in Ukraine. Cuba vigorously defended itself against U.S. allegations while deepening ties with Russia. Foreign Minister Bruno Rodriguez consistently framed U.S. accusations as politically motivated attacks designed to justify the embargo. At the UN General Assembly, he described the U.S. embargo as commercial warfare, causing $4.8 billion in economic damage in 2023 alone. Russia expanded economic support for Cuba. In June of 2025, the Russian energy minister met with Cuban officials to discuss energy cooperation until 2050. Russia committed to modernizing Cuba's energy infrastructure and pledged to supply Cuba with 1.64 million tons of oil and petroleum products annually. The Russian government stated it would direct Russian corporations to invest $1 billion in Cuba between 2025 and 2030. Cuba became a BRICS partner country in January of 2025 and joined the BRICS New Development Bank in July of 2025. The Cuban president described...
War Master says that dude, percentage hat dude's Argentina's version of Trump. Wait, what do you mean? That dude that looked like a Scrooge?
This as a great hope for the countries of the South and a step towards more just and equitable international order. NTB membership offers Cuba new sources of credit for strategic sectors. European nations and NATO took note of Cuban involvement, but did not make it a major diplomatic priority. NATO claimed in October of 2024 that it had evidence North Korean soldiers had been sent to Russia, representing a significant escalation. By contrast, Cuban involvement, while numerically substantial, was characterized as recruitment of individuals.
Okay, yeah, he like Ebenezer Scrooge. So that guy, I mean, can you be, how can you be mad at Trump in America for having the disdain for Russia? I mean, well, for Cuba. Well, you got Cuban soldiers participating in the Ukrainian war.
Rather than state deployment of military units. North Korea deployed
with Russia. Then again, they still have an allegiance to Russia.
Approximately 12,000 troops to Russia, primarily to the Kursk region. Unlike Cuban mercenaries recruited through deceptive schemes, North Korean soldiers represent official state military units sent under terms of a formal treaty. North Korean troops received Russian uniforms, weapons, and training, and operated as integrated units under Russian command. The deployment modalities differ significantly. North Korean troops are state-sanctioned and deployed as military units, while Cuban fighters are recruited as individuals through networks Cuba officially disavows. However, both deployments serve similar purposes for Russia, reducing Russian casualties, providing fresh manpower.
I mean, but it's them going out of their way. I mean, respectfully, Cubans got no business being, I mean, they do, but they don't. It's like, bro, what are you doing here? Like, y'all are so far from home. You're not instigating, but you're into something that you shouldn't be into. Perishing in a war, perishing that far away from home.
and cementing partnerships with authoritarian allies. The Cuban recruitment phenomenon demonstrates an emergence of a coalition of autocracies supporting Russia's war effort. It reveals how economic desperation in sanctioned states creates vulnerability to exploitation. This phenomenon shows Russia's adaptation to avoiding politically costly domestic
if America take over Cuba, they gotta put a stop to that.
Mobilization by recruiting foreign fighters from low-income countries while sustaining its military campaign. The deepening Russia-Cuba partnership represents a revival of Cold War-era alignments in a new multipolar context. Cuba's integration into BRICS, its military cooperation with Russia, and its resistance to US-dominated financial architecture signals a deliberate strategy of alignment with rising powers against Western hegemony. For Russia,
and that's crazy because Cuba betted on China, Russia. That whole they betted on them, and they kind of got the bad end of the stick, being that they're so close to us.
Foreign soldiers absorb casualties without domestic political cost. When a Cuban dies, there are no angry families or social payouts to manage. For Cuba, recruitment reduces internal pressure and deepens ties with Russia, a crucial economic ally. And the Cuban people pay the price. Mothers lose their sons. Families receive no information about missing relatives. Young men sign contracts they cannot read and are trapped fighting. This shows how authoritarian regimes exploit economic desperation and use vulnerable populations as expendable resources. The Ukrainian war extends far beyond Eastern Europe. Cuban fighters in the Donbass are trafficking victims, wrapped in military contracts. Their presence reminds us that modern conflicts have global consequences, and the most vulnerable always bear the heaviest burden. This recruitment phenomenon reveals something deeply disturbing. It's not just about military contracts or political conflict. It's about the intersection of economic desperation, geopolitical alignment, and human trafficking, all happening at the same time. Thanks for watching.
Damn, that was pretty interesting. That was pretty interesting. Shout outs to War Master. That was the War Master. That was pretty interesting. Yeah, the other guy was telling a different type story. Hold on. Ooh. God damn. Ooh. Shout outs to LT, man. These one wheel falls, man. Hold on. Almost did a split. See, this is why you don't want to take your you want your front foot to come off, if anything, because the engine is still engaged if your front foot is on those sensors. Look, he tried to do a no comply. And look, the what you call it, the sensors didn't engage again, so the board stopped and bricked. He landed on the front sensors. Some people, and I always wondered why my bro Junior, it didn't comply. You've been killing me all day. You've been killing me all night. LT man, pause. It didn't comply. It really no comply. Yeah, that was a real no comply. Now, my friend Junior, what he does is he switches immediately. So he gets on his board and he reverts. So basically, he uses the tail as the nose and the nose as the tail. Now he doesn't do tricks like this, but I would assume if he did, No brain fog this morning, man. Look, you are on a roll. Yeah, see, he did a revert. I gotta learn how to ride Switch. Yeah, you gotta have snake bites on your board. He got the float plates on the bottom. They call it running with the devil. Watch, I bet you it stopped and didn't go forward. Tail drag. He said some falls don't look that bad, but if your body's not in shape, believe me, you'll be. Oh yeah. What I don't like though is how your body pumps adrenaline, and the adrenaline feels, you might not feel the fall or whatever, or it might lessens the blow of the fall, but when that adrenaline wears off, Jesus, peace. That's one thing I had to learn. I had to learn how to take a fall and hold my selfie stick straight so that my camera, the whole left side of my back took a beating because I didn't want to destroy my camera. But one of my GoPros, that's a story. And these little fucking car park blocks, man, these things are unbelievably slippery. Oh man, he spun out. Ooh, that's the worst. Damn. No, look, you gotta get a one wheel, LT, man. Trust, you gotta get a one wheel, but you don't have to do all of this stuff. This stuff kind of makes it seem like, yeah, I'm good. Yeah, my doctor won't believe me if he sees me after this. One master said these lean too far back. What do you mean, one master? That's the thing about the XR though. The XR different from the GT. The XR kind of bites the ground. That's why the snake bites are perfect for the XR, but the GT has tail drag. Oof. Yeah, I wouldn't go on the trails. Yeah, man, I don't know. I don't know. I wouldn't go on the trails, man. Let's see.
But dude, it's just so much worse, guys. I used to just have
Yo, what's going on, guys? It's Bodie. I'm Kyle. We're here at the Wheel Fun Factory. What do you guys call it? The Fun.
Hold on.
I love cameras, but there's one thing I love more. It's what's in this box. Get this thing out of here.
Heavy ass.
Fresh. This is the new flagship one wheel, the GT. This is the beefiest one wheel they've ever made. This is the pint.
Remember, I ordered a GT before I left the States, and they were taking they took forever to ship it. I got the accessories before I got the goddamn board, and then it made no sense to. Ooh, I was mad.
This is the GT. This is the old flagship one wheel. Actually, they kind of look the same. This one is a little bit bigger, I think. These are concaved, so you could in the past get these extra pads to make it concave. This comes stock.
You're gonna customize all this shit anyway.
Concave, and it's concave on the front, whereas this one was not. I think that's actually going to be a big deal. To you, this probably means nothing, but
as long as there's grip.
One thing I have to say right away, I love that this has a front handle here, but also the side handle. Every once in a while, your one wheel dies, you run out of battery, and you have to carry it, or if you just need to carry it for whatever reason, this is much easier. But if you are to bring it upstairs sometimes, or you want to get on the stand, it's so much easier putting it up against the wall like that versus trying to do this. This like
horizontal.
Just
who carries something horizontal?
Seriously, that's my one complaint about the Pint X. It doesn't have like a pick this up and put it up against the wall. You have to do it like this. Not ideal. This is great still.
First world problems.
First world one wheel problems.
I can't put my one wheel up against the wall.
You know how I said I was going to hire somebody, and one of the requirements was for them to ride a one wheel. This is Isaac. Hired temporarily, at least.
Just gonna find out if I lied on my application or I didn't.
So this is the test. If you
they're gonna get exposed today.
All right, let's see what this thing can do, and more importantly, what Isaac can do.
Not much.
Hey, maiden voyage. Why do I feel a little nervous?
Because it's cold.
I've done this so many times. All right, here goes nothing. Ooh, right away it feels very different. What did they change? They changed something, I think. You barely, I don't know if it's just a stronger motor, but right away it feels very different. All right, let's see what it can do.
Well, this is a mixture of like the XR and the Pint. I think it's perfect.
Oh my God. I would say it feels really smooth and really good. One Wheel has always had really good, like their software has been on point. This also feels a little scary. It's fast.
Thanks.
Right away, you feel a difference. I don't know if it's just the motors are strong. They're stronger. You don't feel the motors like really kicking in. Like on the XR, you feel it like, okay, now the motor is engaged. Whereas this is just smooth. And the acceleration is like, now I feel like I need to wear a helmet. Normally I don't ride very fast, but this just accelerates so fast that like, I think I might end up going too fast.
Yeah, I probably would get a helmet if I get one.
Fast. And I think you should probably...
I mean, not get a helmet. I have a helmet. I probably would wear a helmet.
Wear a helmet with this one. Oh! Okay, so I'm gonna get back on the XR now, see how much of a difference there is. Oh, see that? Did you notice that? Right away, you can feel the motor like
They kick in, yeah.
And it's a little bit louder. Okay, this feels much rougher now. Okay, check this out. I didn't actually know this until now. They rounded this wheel off. This one's much more like flat, like a go-kart tire. This is more like rounded off, and that makes it much more carvy, kind of like you're on.
You said how much are these units? I don't know. They're up there in price. I'll go to the website. We'll take a look.
Snow and powder. It's like, oh yeah.
They are super fun. They're super safe too. Don't let the falls fool you. But yeah, you do have to be careful with them. But it's just like a motorcycle. Once you know what it's gonna do and you know what you're gonna do, you know, yeah, you know, that's all how to act. You know, the same balls, paws it takes to ride a motorcycle. Same with this, you know. But it's like once you know, you know how the board is going to respond and react to certain things, then you know your confidence with it goes up. But I'm not gonna lie. You know, there's like a boundaries that you can, you know, you can ask War Masters. It's like a boundaries. There's boundaries in it that you can ride and is good and is safe. And you'll be safe the whole time. You'll be okay as long as you're not, you know, playing around. Even though after a while you're gonna play around. But I will say there is a Dunning-Kruger effect with the one wheel, you know, because one day you're gonna play around and you know, and you're gonna pull off a bunch of stuff and everything's gonna be fun and stuff like that. But just like skateboarding, you go, you know, one thing you're gonna be like, you know what, I shouldn't have been messing around with that. And I mean, you might take a little spill, or you know, or not even, you know, you might not even take a spill at all, you know. But me, sometimes I'll be trying to jump stuff. I'll be doing questionable stuff sometimes. So, you know, but as long as you know, and then like I said, it's a PEV, it's a personal vehicle. I used to ride mines to work. One day I was like, man, you know what? Would I make it to work? I used to ride mines to work. You know? Yeah, it is a different kind of faith, for sure. Okay, 19 for XR. That's not bad. And then listen, you know, I mean, I know something like this, you know, you definitely want to get it new, but you can get them on the used market. You know, you can get them on the used market for way cheaper. You know, but something like this, I think your first one, you might want to buy it new, but you can absolutely get it on the used market. Yeah, for cheap, you know, and they're bulletproof. These things are tanks. You know, these things are tanks. So you'll have yours for the next, I've had mine for 6 years now. You'll have yours for the next 10 years, just about, for sure.
First of all, yeah, this turns way faster. This is like kind of like in between a pint and the XR, where a pint is like really zippy. This is much more than the XR.
Cool. Yeah, these things are really cool.
This is my dream board.
You should try them. Yeah.
There's a baddie in Thailand that got a pink one.
Yeah, this feels really nice. This is insane. Full honesty, I thought that there would be like very minor differences and I would be like, you're fine with XR. There's actually a really big difference between these two. Your turn. Do you know what
Show my face for a second? From my face?
Whoa, I'm so good at this.
Wait, what are these shoes?
You didn't tell me I was going to be.
Those are not one wheel appropriate shoes.
Air Jerusalem. I go.
I do not recommend that. Nope. Just there you go. There you go. There you go. Easy. Now chill. Just like you're standing on normal ground. Just relax.
Yeah, you can stay right.
You don't have to do anything.
Right there,
you're just standing on normal ground. If you want to go forwards, you just lean forwards. I'm not liable for anything that happens to Isaac.
No, the sensors inside are definitely not easily damaged. So the sensors are in the front, the battery is in the back. And like I said, they're built like tanks. And it's not waterproof, but it is water resistance. So, you know, you can ride it in a deep puddle and stuff like that. Just don't submerge it. You know.
There we go. How's it feeling?
Okay.
No, let's see if we can make this turn. Turning is the hard.
War Master, you're gonna see yours too. When you remove your foot pads and stuff like that, you're gonna see how like the battery and the sensors and everything is like in a different encasing so that it doesn't get damaged by water and moisture.
Hardest part. Oh, he pulls through! Oh! I didn't have faith. I knew I hired him for a reason. Don't go too fast. Don't get overconfident now. Every single person I know that has a one wheel has had one big crash because they get overconfident.
They get overconfident, Dunning-Kruger effect.
And you did the cardinal sin of hopping off.
If you don't mind me asking, guys.
You just, it's just got electric motors inside and then it balances. Try that one.
I'll try as soon as I can because I'm actually terrified and I've rode a ripstick and a few other ones. Let me see this. Like I said, you're more than welcome to laugh and take my phone.
You need to, so when you need to jump off both feet.
Right.
Jump up both feet. Nice dog you got.
Oh, I didn't see that, War Master.
You want to play Pokemon Go? You know you want to play Pokemon Go. Pokemon Go. You know you do.
That was a nice guy. I always love showing the one wheel to people for the first time.
You just let him do the review. That was better than we could ever do.
Hey, you seem to be
no, I'm not.
more confident.
I want to go.
Feeling good? Yeah. Maybe you stay on the sidewalk just to be safe.
This is the thing, though. If they throw a one wheel from 40 feet up and it does break, the internals, I guarantee you, will still work. But like something on the board probably will chip or break or bend. Barely, but the internals will still work for sure.
See? It's not dangerous. Get off the road, man. What are you doing on the road? One wheels just read fun. If you ever buy any electric vehicle device for just pure fun, the one wheel is the absolute best. I've been riding these for a good few years now, and it never gets old. It's just fun. Are you enjoying it yet?
I don't know.
Like this is feeling good? Oh, take it easy. Almost going off-roading in the mud.
They're not like Crocs. They don't have.
He was really trying hard to stay out of the
on the back.
running in the clogs. First curb hop. Oh! You under curb.
But see, they've changed it in the app so it doesn't tail drag as much as it used to.
Curb hop.
No.
I thought you were gonna go for it. I don't think you should. I don't think you should. This is so satisfying. It's so smooth. Right away, notice the difference. Night and day getting on the GT versus the XR. I'm not just typing it up. I came in skeptical just like you did, but there's a big difference. Let's go to the office and I'll talk about more of the differences.
Jeremy. Thank you, sir. Okay, so I think what most of us are curious about.
Only thing that I'm looking at it though, it looked like the ground clearance in the front is a little bit lower. But then again, hey.
Is how does it stack up against the XR? The XR has been incredible. It's so fun to ride. Can the GT be any better? Well, first off, let's just start off with like the looks of it. This now looks like a legit product, whereas this looks more like you made it yourself. I literally get asked every single time I ride it, did you make that yourself? No, I'm not a genius. This, I don't think people are going to be asking if I made this myself. This looks very legit. It's got the light here to tell you how much battery you have. That's really nice. And I think the biggest difference is these new pads. These are really grippy, and I love that they're concave on both sides. It really changes the way you ride this thing. And then the wheel. The wheel is curved
And so it's much more like Harvey maneuvery, crazy at times. And so that can be a downside for some people. For example, my brother, he commutes a lot with his one wheel. I feel like this might get a little squirrely at times, which might not be as fun for like a commute. Whereas the flatter wheel is a little bit more stable and straight. But anytime you want to turn or go do some trails or anything like that,
You don't really have to commit. It's like the pint. You can, okay, I got you, LT, man. It's like it's like the pint. Whatever direction you're looking in, that's the direction it's gonna go.
this is way more fun. Okay, I haven't done any trails yet on this, but I know it's gonna be more fun. Isaac, I'm so out of breath. Are you out of breath? So in terms of riding, it feels very different. From that first, like, engaging the motors, right away you're like, okay, this is different. I don't know if it's just they've refined the algorithms of how it works, or it's just the stronger motor. We now have not just 2 horsepower, we have 3 horsepower. Yeah, doesn't sound like much, but it makes a big difference. More range, 52 kilometers on a single charge. Again, that makes a big difference. Me and my brother have wanted to go to the cottage on the one wheels, but there's one stretch where there's nowhere to charge and it's longer than what the XR could do. This thing, we could actually do a road trip to the cottage on the one wheels. And top speed, 20 miles per hour. You definitely notice the difference. I don't know if I had an XR and I'm like, should I just upgrade just for the heck of it? Maybe not. But if you're looking for a one wheel, this thing is it. I love the pints, they're fun, but this, to do all the trails and actually ride it hard, this is incredible. Well done, one wheel. I didn't think you guys could actually make it this much better. It's nice. Did you buy a one wheel?
If you buy for me, I would buy it. How much is it?
$2,200.
Oh, I just work for you for another year and I'll save up that money.
There we go. Forget marrying your girlfriend. Just that's way better.
Too far.
No. I'm not gonna lie, it's gonna be I know y'all look at the price, but it's gonna be the best investment you ever had, because guess what? You're not gonna get a parking ticket. You're gonna be you can get wherever the hell you want to go. I mean, it's not like you have a trunk or anything, but hey, look, you got 2 hands, you can carry stuff. Beer run galore. Endless fun. You're going to be going to places with it. You're going to be using it as an excuse to go places with it that you normally wouldn't go. You're going to be having hella fun. Oh, bitch is going to be asking you. The bitch is going to be coming out of nowhere. Can I ride your board? And oh my God, that's so cool. And blah, blah, blah. Bruh. Some days you're going to want to chill and people be like, hey, can I ride your board? No, bro, please. Not tonight. Some other night. I got you some other day, you know. It's battery powered. You don't have to keep putting gas in it. They're built like tanks. You know how like sometimes you want to go walk and clear your head and shit like that, nigga? Man, listen, you jump on your board, you know, and just go for a ride. You man, and then you speeding too. Like I'm telling you, like these shits are fucking quick. Like you're like blazing. Like if you drive your board with intention, you know, if you have some type of intention on where you're going, bruh, there's nothing like it. You know, I've bought so many cars back in the day, bro, and I'm gonna tell you, the one wheel is the best thing I've ever purchased, and I guess it's probably been the longest vehicle that's been with me.
So yeah, Isaac has been hired. He'll be around for as long as
I deem fit.
Do you want some NMO clothes? We got a new shipment.
I have the one you wore.
The sweaty one. That's the one you want. So yeah, Isaac.
Shout outs to everybody here. Please hit the like button. Please support the show. You can support the show at $PTV 888. That's $PTV 888. That's $PTV 888. 5 hours and 11 minutes into today's show. Let's go. It's Player Talk Radio. My back is killing me, y'all.
Because the hire, I might be also still hiring some other people. We'll see. Let's see what happens. But first, we'll start off with Isaac. Isaac is a good guy. Okay, that's it. My review of the GT. Very fun.
Yeah, I had a one-wheel backpack and I lost mine. It got stolen. Y'all, I had a one-wheel backpack and it got stolen. Lord knows I gotta try to order another one.
Now I gotta go home, pack. Time to go to Saudi Arabia.
But yeah, regular backpack is perfect. Okay, hold on. Let me look up something real quick. Please, guys, hit the like button. Please support the show. Let's look up the new one. I know Scott Mendenhall already done his review, probably. I don't think you would need the Rally XL, but the GT, the later GT will probably be like perfect.
This is definitely great for big boys. So I'll try one more time. Okay, going up it.
There's something different about standing sideways and being able to carve sideways. It does bring me back to the good old days. The channel was first started, it was just riding one wheels. And so look at how far we've come. It's been fun. It's been what, 2 years since we last reviewed a one wheel?
Last time was about 2 years ago. But it's always holds a place in our heart just because that's how Jimmy and I met.
Yeah. What's up, guys? We have been ripping around on the brand new one wheel Rally XL. This is the newest one wheel. It's their biggest, it's their most powerful, and it's also their most expensive one wheel. And in this video, we're going to answer the question, is the one wheel Rally XL worth it? Andrew, you've been ripping around on this the most, just kind of really taking this to town. I mean, you can see we have not been taking this lightly. We have really been.
But these, you got to break them in, though, because I think they'll be slippery and the wheels will spin a little bit more. Stock wheels, kind of, you got to warm them up.
And pounding this thing. Andrew, tell me your experience.
Man, it surprises me how good this one wheel is and how powerful it is. Sometimes when I think of one wheels, I just can't imagine that we've come so far.
The channel started 7 years ago with the One Wheel XR. That was the first product that was ridden, and we made video after video. The whole first year of this channel was all about the one wheel.
Look at all these people, y'all. They fell so you don't have to.
Multiple generations later,
so have I.
We have the One Wheel S Series.
And see, his didn't tail drag.
Rally XL. And this is a $3,500 one wheel. The most expensive one wheel ever made, but maybe for good reason.
All right, so let me get the sweaty jacket off. I've been doing some pretty hardcore testing today. As you can see, not taking it easy. This thing's pretty dirty.
So what are some of the big changes that they've made with this wheel?
The battery cells, higher discharge rate, more power delivery, and a better controller. So you have more torque to do the things you want to do.
And let's talk about those battery cells, because that is a big selling point. They're using the newest Moly cells, their P50B cells that are supposed to have a higher capacity, higher discharge rate, and have lower voltage sag. Because of the chemistry, it's supposed to be more resistant to cold. And so if you like to ride in cold weather conditions, like sometimes we ride here in Colorado, you'll be happy to know that potentially, this is what they say, we haven't tested it because it's not quite cold yet, but with the new Moly cell P50B cells, it should be more resistant to
cold. 3,500.
If you're used to that one wheel feeling sluggish because it's cold after taking it out of your garage or your car, this should be resistant to that. And one of the biggest selling factors for the P50B cells is because they don't run as hot, the degradation of the chemistry is slower. So the cells should last longer. You should have many more cycles. And bottom line, the battery should last longer.
That is a used Honda Civic at the junker. You can get maybe 2 or 3 Lincoln Town cars for that.
Second thing that they've changed is it's in the name. It's an XL board. It's longer and it's also got a bigger tire. So there's 23% more air in the tire, making for a much...
And think about it. License, tags, taxes, emissions, gas, insurance. That shit is a ripoff.
More cushy ride and also just a larger profile.
And with that longer board, you can have a wider stance, which a lot of riders will appreciate, having that larger stance. How did that feel to you?
For me, it felt great because when I snowboard, I have a really wide stance. Some people actually clown on me for having such a wide stance. So I do love that I have a better leverage point on this wheel, especially for my size and weight.
And then the other differences, we have these recurved rails. And so the rails are no longer straight, they're recurved, which alters your stance and
They got their own W version.
positioning on the board. And the other big thing too is they've actually lowered your center of gravity. So if you look here, these bolts, the hub bolts, are usually right in the middle. And so basically they've lowered the board. And so you have a little bit lower clearance, but that difference is made up by the larger tire, the larger wheel, and the recurved rails.
The XL feels great going up and down inclines in the past where I haven't actually enjoyed that experience.
And I do have to put an asterisk saying that this has great clearance.
You don't really have the curb nudge.
Did have to alter this board depending on our riding conditions, elevating the nose or putting into elevate, depending on the tests that we put it through. Now, let's talk about the tests. It has been a long time since we've ridden one wheel. And so like anything, if you haven't done it in a while, you just got to get that muscle memory back and the confidence. We hadn't ever ridden this wheel before, and so we're not going to just jump into the most difficult test. So our first test was just a gentle curb test. How did that go?
We tried it out first with the GT, and when I was first cruising up there, you could see that it struggled to go up the curb at a slow speed. With the XL, I came at it slowly, and I was able to gently climb up that curb with no problem. Plenty of power in this wheel.
Then from there, we started getting more confidence. We ripped around the neighborhood. We were on the streets. We were just having a good time on this one wheel, really gaining our confidence on this wheel. We stepped up next to a regular curb test. That one we struggled with, and I think it's more because lack of skill than anything else.
I'm not really that type of person who wants to climb curbs and bonk them. I went in with good intentions, but you can see there was a huge difference.
Emotional damage. That's the tire. You got to approach the curve more aggressively if you got a brand new tire. You damn near have to bonk up the curve.
Difference in the torque delivery. That wheel was spinning and just shredding up the tires as soon as I touched the curb. So it just shows you how much power is being delivered in the XL compared to
you probably could melt your tires doing that.
Previous models.
And this is a prime example of trying to use technology to substitute for technique. And in this case, there's plenty of power. If you have the right technique, you should be able to just bonk that curb with a one-wheel pint. But in this case, it's just we're not those kind of.
LT man said, if I get one, I can see myself putting it in the car, driving up to the. Yeah. Definitely, people travel with theirs. Absolutely.
Riders.
And that's what I was saying, LT man. You like to hang out at like tranquil places, like the parks and stuff like that. You're usually at tranquil places, so. You know, on the trails and stuff.
Just casual, everyday riders who love to enjoy, but we wanted to try something beyond our skill level, and that's what this did. It inspired us. It gave us the confidence to try something, and even though we failed, at least we gave it a go. From there, we went to our hill climb test, and how did that go, Andrew?
Yeah, this was really interesting. This shows you...
These things fly up the hill. Like, you would think, like, oh, man, when this hill comes, I'm going to feel some resistance, and it's going to kind of, have a hard time with my body, putting my full weight on this thing. And man, these things fly up a hill like it's regular road. And you really feel the power. It's like, man, this thing is powerful as hell.
How much more?
You don't even slow down. I remember going uphill, I was gaining speed. I said, damn.
Power the XL has.
Just didn't want my nose to clip.
Than like the GT. I'm sure the GT,
which it doesn't.
Yes, would have gone a little bit further up this incline, but I think it would have still struggled to make it up all the way. If you see in our video with the GT, we made it maybe like an eighth of the way up this incline. With the XL, we were able to easily climb up this incline, no problems at all. Crazy. And that could.
I don't bonk.
Actually push it harder. That was easy.
Oh, wow.
That was no problems at all.
That was
no beeping at all. So on some of these tests, when we've done them in the past, you kind of hear like some grunting of the motor, some like slight beeping, and this did it perfectly fine. And
to this day, my motor.
Then we moved to the steepest part of the wash and tried it out. We didn't even try the GT because we knew it wouldn't even make it up it. Let's see if the XL will climb up the steeper side.
Yeah, so this is the steepest part.
Let me try to get some of the glass out of the way. Special shout out to the...
Yeah, not playground, no diddy.
Lift lead blower. It's like a toaster oven. But one cool thing is these are battery operated and they can also be used as power banks. So... You want to blow that one? Okay. Ready for some tests. I never thought there'd be one day that a one wheel could actually climb this because this is like EUC level. Oh, so close. Oh, so close. The XL had plenty of juice to make it up it. The only thing holding it back was the clearance. So when I gave it a good run up, I was able to make it up like 95% of the hill. But if this just had...
Bro, I ain't gonna lie. Imagine spending $3,500 on one of these, and then you like slip, and that first scratch is gonna be like, ooh. You scratch up your board.
A little bit more clearance. It's not that there's a lack of power, it's just the geometry of a one wheel. It's going. Oh, that's my ankle. But I actually should have made it up there that time. So this is impressive. I give it a win.
After that, we started gaining a lot of confidence, and we thought we'd take it out onto the trails. And we took it out to our favorite trail here at the park.
One thing I'm noticing is it handles different textures a lot better than previous versions. So heading straight on. Yep, these different textures like rock and wood. That different texture would create some type of weird jerking before. But right now it feels really solid. So I'm gonna try to hit this straight on. It's a decent curb. Oh yeah, see, that was easy. That was actually much better. Try to come through at decent speed. Oh yeah, that was awesome. So this is gonna be interesting. Look at this setup. And wow, that did really well.
Smooth.
Very impressive stuff. Sometimes what happens with the one wheels in the past, when you hit different types of textures, there's just that throttle or lag, not confidence inspiring. But with the Rally XL, my confidence levels were off the charts. I was able to climb things that I normally haven't climbed at this park. I was able to do features in the past that I would have never thought was possible on a one wheel.
The confidence that this wheel gives you because of its power and its smoothness is inspiring. And this has inspired us to have a lot of fun. The off-road hill climb test was our final test, and it came with mixed results.
This is really steep and really slippery.
There's no way you can make it up that. There's just the physics.
Just the physics?
Too steep. That is way too steep.
Yeah,
you can make it up that, but you have to go at a diagonal angle.
And so let's talk about that. I mean, no matter how powerful your motor is, it's just the design.
No, if you get some momentum, you can go up that diagonal.
Right? So the board extends front to back, the steepest slope you could ever
It's
do.
just that the wheel's gonna slide back and then roll forward if you get to the top. And if you still keep your balance and you're still on the board, then it'll still go forward.
Is anything that would prevent the nose from hitting. So if you've got something like this,
is you just can't put enough pressure on the nose to get up stuff like this.
And so that's just a limitation of the design. Super fun to ride sideways, but some limitations to where you're riding. As opposed to the electric unicycle, you don't have that. So if you wanted to go up this steep hill, you'd be able to.
It's not that I doubt that this has the power to climb up it, just like Jimmy says.
Scary on a EUC though.
It's the physics that prevents it from climbing up this hill. I'm climbing hills and inclines that I've never climbed before on previous one wheels. So that's a testament for how much more power there is in this wheel and just how much more comfortable I am as well. Going through the pump track next. Oh yeah, it feels a lot better on pump tracks too. A lot of times when you're going up those little pump tracks, you feel this surge of power and there's a lot of change of power as you're going up and down. That actually felt linear coming through there.
Nice smooth power delivery.
Yeah, well, this thing is so much better through stuff like this. And this might not be too bad if I come up it a little slower. Yep, that's not bad. It's when you come flying off of those. Okay,
you can literally take
like right there,
I
I would have tail slapped. Right here, tail slap. No tail slaps at all. Oh, and here's a good hill. Let's charge it up this hill. This hill is pretty steep. It doesn't really do its justice with the camera. Holy cow, I just flew up this hill.
Yeah, you fly upwards.
This is definitely great for big boys. And that's always been my biggest worry. I'm fairly heavy at 200 pounds, safety gear 220 pounds. And I've always been worried about climbing up hills because that's actually how I broke my clavicle the first time. I was riding up a pretty steep parking garage thinking, oh, I snowboard at 60 miles per hour. What's 20 miles per hour up this parking garage? Slammed me into the ground, and that's how I broke my collarbone. And ever since my whole clavicle breakage, I've been really cautious. But this really gives me a lot of confidence to get back on a one wheel.
Yeah, Andrew zipped up that hill like it was nothing. Like nothing.
Perfectly
Easy.
fine. That's awesome. Climbing up this steep hill. Oh, it beeped a little bit, but that was really good. I went up that fast.
Yeah, that's a new feature on it. I mean, the pint when I updated, and actually there's a new update on the app now. I just didn't do it, but when I updated the pint on the app, it included something called haptic buzz. When you're going too fast or you're doing something. So hey.
Faster than the previous times. And then right here, see, you'll see, normally I'd be slapping down this hill. Whoa, a lot better. So I'll try one more time. Okay, going up it. Ooh. Yep, that's how you eat it. I came a little bit.
You gotta go up the hill sideways. The side of the tire will keep the traction.
Too fast, but that's the reason why I'm wearing full safety gear on. Thanks to Beyond Riders Gear for providing it to me, especially shoulder protection and hip protection. I just landed on my hip. It hurts a little bit for sure, but not nearly as bad if I didn't have any type of hip pads. Got a little too much confidence that I ended up eating it, but I climbed up it perfectly fine.
Yeah, that's an easy hill. You can go up that, man, sideways.
Great.
Fuck.
Because it is so easy to learn how to ride, your confidence outpaces your skill or what you're trying to attempt. In this case, Andrew tried doing the steepest hill that had some of the softest dirt. His wheel dug in and he nosedived.
Yeah, I was already able to do it fine.
Common sense will tell you, you don't go at an incline. The worst way to go at an incline is straight. And this is a rally board. It's meant to be used off road. Don't go at something straight. Sideways.
First time, but then the second time I was like, hey, let me go in with a little bit more speed, and the speed got me.
Let's talk about the things in this one wheel that we really enjoy.
Concave foot pads. These are awesome. Grip tape is nice and grippy. It's a really good hybrid tire.
And you have the mag handle, which makes it really easy to hold, to carry, locks away nicely.
Power delivery, easily the best one wheel that we've ever tried. Wider stance, which is nice for me because I do have that kind of bold-legged stance on any type of boards.
I think though you can customly tweak a GT, maybe the GT was it XL or something like that, and probably get similar results.
For it, whether it be an e-foil, snowboard, and in this case, a one wheel. The other thing is the extra air in the tire. I can definitely feel that it's a lot more cushy ride.
My favorite things about the wheel, even though it's just lowered a little bit, you can feel the difference. It doesn't feel wobbly, especially going at higher speeds. Because I originally learned how to ride on a one wheel XR, in my mind, I can't take a one wheel faster than about 18 miles an hour. With this, you're able to effortlessly glide up into the 20s, and you don't have to worry about speed wobbles as much. I attribute that to the lower rails. I think the lower rails, the wider stance, really helps with the control.
That's another thing. I didn't even mention what I really love about this because I totally forgot, is it's really snappy. The snappiest one wheel that we've ever tested.
There is a huge margin of error. With this wheel, you have that.
Now, mind you, everybody's style is a little bit different. You know what I'm saying? And everybody's style, to a certain degree, might not match the one wheel that they're currently riding. You know, meaning, you know, y'all style might be for the Pint or an XR versus, you know, these guys, their style is more so with a wider tire or something like that, you know? So keep that in mind. CUDA gear matters. Yeah, gear does matter, for sure.
Buffer, and on top of that, you've got the vibration, the alert system to let you know when you're pushing it to the edge. And from a safety perspective, I love that this wheel is going to hopefully prevent a lot of nosedives and injuries on the one wheel. Let's talk about where this wheel can improve.
We've had some fun tests on it. I've been having a blast, but I just barely came off of the wheel, maybe 2 feet away from a rock. There's so much torque in this wheel that the wheel shot out and slammed into the rock and indented this bumper. And so this is a testament to how strong the wheel is, but also a testament to how soft the bumpers are. So I would like for that.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. My Pint is hard plastic. I don't know about this one, but 3,500. I shouldn't be seeing nicks like that. But
to make these a little bit stronger, and for the price that you're paying for the XL,
but they know you're gonna customize this shit. See, the whole side scraped already.
I really feel like they should include the rail guards with it, or maybe just some laser cut paint protection film that goes on it to protect your investment.
The reason why I feel like they don't include rail guards is because a lot of people like to personalize their rail guards, and so maybe you want a different style. I do like that they have these high quality rail guards. They have really held up, and if you want something to protect your rails when you first get your one wheel, make sure to check out my Poor Man's DIY rail guards. Let's talk about accessories. This is a brand new wheel, so this part of the video will probably become obsolete pretty quickly, but as of making this video,
yeah, man, that's the best thing, War Master, to just be in your own world and just be flying down the street on the one wheel. Nothing like it.
Rail guards have just come out. They're hot off the press, and there is no fender that fits the one wheel right now.
And then speaking about the fender, I do also feel like that should be included.
Well, you'd be surprised at how many people like to ride their one wheel topless. Apparently it feels better, it looks cooler. And so I would say, you know, when you buy a cell phone, when you get your iPhone, it usually doesn't come with a case. It usually doesn't come with a screen protector because everyone's a little bit different. And I get it. I can see where they're coming from. And I get Andrew's point. This is a $3,500 wheel, and maybe they should be throwing in those accessories with the package.
Really, when it comes to the One Wheel S-Series Rally XL is maybe the price. You can compare this to all sorts of different PVs, saying there's something that's faster, something that has better range. But within the One Wheel family, this has solved every single issue we've had with the one wheel in the past.
What is this?
It's addressed safety issues. It's created a wheel that's for larger people who want wider stances. It's more comfortable. It's a better hill climber, and it's got better acceleration. Overall, I'm pretty darn happy with this wheel.
It's a powerful wheel that's going to make a lot of people happy, but is it worth it? $3,500. You can do a lot with that money. And so to answer that question, we're going to introduce to you the third member of our channel. Chatty, I have a question for you. We have the new One Wheel Rally XL, $3,500. Is this one wheel worth it?
The classic value question. It really comes down to how much joy, adventure, and community you're going to get out of it. If that $3,500 one wheel is basically your ticket to a world of fun, a new hobby that feels like therapy on one wheel, and a bunch of cool rides with friends, then yeah, it can absolutely be worth it. It's not just about the dollars, it's about the experience you're buying. On the other hand, if you're just after pure practicality or a cheaper way to get around, there are definitely other ways to spend that money. But for the sheer fun factor, that's the real measure of whether it's worth it to you.
For some people, it's just a mode of transportation. You can get transportation a lot cheaper. For other people, it's a way to make friends. It's a way to find community.
Yeah, I had my fender wrong.
And it is your therapy. It is your therapist.
Is it worth it to you? For us, 7 years ago, the XR was expensive at that time. But had we not actually chosen to dive in, spend the money on the XR, we wouldn't be here today talking about the XL.
Check out our full written review at freshycharge.com. And remember, when you ride, wear your safety gear.
I ignore that part. Hold on, y'all. Let's do this. If you guys are still here, please hit the like button. Please support the show. Let's try to get at least one more contributor to today's show. We only have one contributor. Let's see the specs between the XL and the G. This regular GT. They don't have a. They don't have no videos. GTS. See what I gotta go through, y'all? Blocked by network security. See what I gotta go through? Let's see. I think this is the same video. Series S versus let's see.
The One Wheel GT. By now, we're pretty familiar with it. It's been out for a few years and was the fastest, most powerful one wheel we've ever built.
This is the Raven Mobile that Raven doesn't use.
Until.
Speaking of Raven. Shout outs to War Master as always for sponsoring today's show. Dropping the Q.
What a money reside, what a money reside, what a money reside, what a money reside. Okay, let me tell y'all something. I'm doing something real big this month. Any deal that y'all got and they beating us, I'm gonna be about $400. Just give me your pen and the paper, cause I'm asked. What the what? What a money reside, what a money reside, what a money reside, what a money reside. Okay, I told y'all before, y'all know what I do. I give all these good deals and everything else. Y'all better ask about me because I do all that all the time. And that's on who? Mary Had a Little Lamb. Okay? Okay? Okay. Oh.
Shout outs to War Master as always sponsoring today's show. I literally said this is the Raven Mobile that Raven doesn't use. And War Master says War Master said the one wheel avoids traffic and scares Raven. Oh my god.
Your pussy. Hey, bring the camera, son. Bring the camera. All the young girls who want to make life with pussy, your pussy will perish with you in hell. May your pussy perish with you. May your smooth pussy, creamier pussy, and tight pussy perish with you.
I probably got to go find Scott Mendenhall, War Master. We don't have any one wheel XLs versus the one wheel GT Series S. You know, and then I will say the GT is probably like the better buy used. You know, I will say this. If you're not going to buy a Series S or a Rally XL and you're going to get a GT, you might as well get it used to see if you want the Rally or the Series X or the GTS. If you guys are looking to buy a one-wheel GT, y'all. I think War Master, you might love the GT because it's basically like a pint for like bigger people. The GT probably gonna feel like a Cadillac to me. The GT gonna feel like an SUV to me, like shit. But if you want a GTS or a Rally, because you know, guys, we want the top of the line. We want like at least something that's up there. You know, I think if you get a GT. In the meantime, in between time, used is probably good. You get it for cheaper too, half maybe. You know, let me see how much the used GT is. Give me 1 second, guys.
Our newest flagship model, the One Wheel GT S Series, has officially hit the market, and it's the best riding experience money can buy. Or is it? Okay, The One Wheel GTS series, it's here. But what does this mean for you? You might even be thinking,
It is fucking beautiful.
can't be better than a GT. Could I buy this? Is it really worth upgrading? What if I've never owned a GTS series? Be right for me. How does it ride? Need more goldfish? Okay. So you got questions, and I got answers. Let's get to it. Okay. What's the main difference between the GT and the GTS series? They kind of look similar, but the main difference really comes down to the internals. When the GT was first introduced, it had a brand new motor, battery, controller, BMS, equating to a 63-volt system. Okay, as I was editing this, I realized I got that stat wrong. The GT actually has a 75-volt system. My bad. Okay, back to the video. Which, at the time, was impressive. At speed, the GT has 50% more torque available than the XR. And then we introduced the S-Series, which also has a brand new battery, motor, controller, BMS, power stage, equating to a 113-volt system. This means the S-Series has 50% more torque at speed than the GT and 100% more torque at speed than the XR. The next question is, how does all this torque and voltage come into play when you're riding? Well, like all one wheels and self-balancing vehicles, there's a limit to how much torque is available to keep you balanced while you're riding. One of the ways we can kind of break this down is through a power band graph.
I think I've seen this.
Here you will see both the XR and the GT. This is an estimate to show you how much torque is available at speed while you're riding. And then we can implement the GT S-Series. And you can see pretty quickly just how drastic the difference is between the XR to the GT to the GTS series. Graphs are nice and all, but the amount of torque headroom you have directly translates to confidence while riding. And that's not an understatement. For me personally, this is the biggest game-changing element to this board. And you can ask a lot of the S-Series, and it will respond. This also means that pushback and the haptic buzz come in later on the S-Series than it does in all of our previous models. Okay, voltage, power, torque. Whew, dang. That's a lot of new technology in there. But what else is new? Well, the S-Series also comes with our new low-boy foot pads. We've decreased the ride height by 5 millimeters. It's the lowest in the center and then slowly builds. So there's still a little bit of concave in there to help keep your foot planted and in control. The S-Series comes pre-installed with a brand new performance treaded tire, which has become a favorite amongst a lot of our riders and was the favored tire at this year's 2023 Race for the Rail Championship. The GT S-Series is also 2 pounds lighter than the GT. And if you like performance, then you know that every pound counts. This outlet is at such a weird height. The GT S-Series also charges in 150 minutes compared to the GT's 200 minutes. I mean, it also is blue, which is pretty cool. So now you know the main differences between the GT and the GTS series. But why make a new board in the first place? I mean, the GT is already very capable. Even now with custom shaping and the new performance tire, the GT has actually never been better. What it all bottles down to is curiosity. We were curious what a board would look and feel like if it was tailor-made for racing, because racing breeds performance. If you were to think about Formula One, NASCAR, or MotoGP, all these race sports push engineering to the next level. But you can't buy a race-ready vehicle, can you? Well, no, but you can get pretty close. Take the Yamaha R6, for example. This is a street-legal motorcycle that is race-ready. All you have to do is eliminate the headlights, turn signals, take off the mirrors, and you have award-winning performance at your fingertips. So, while we hunt for all this performance in the GTS series, we have to be sacrificing something, don't we? Yeah, you do, but just a little bit. The GT does have a whopping 32 miles of range.
6%, 27.4 miles.
Which is a pretty long ride. With the S-Series, you'll get up to 24 miles of range. And I say up to because the uphill performance is so great. You might push uphills faster than you ever have before. And given the performance increase, I'd say that's a worthy trade-off. So the first versions of this board didn't really have the consumer in mind. It was how can we make the best board possible for racing.
Actually, probably
and then we wrote it. And the conversation quickly changed from this is only for racers to everybody needs to ride this board.
Okay, so a GT Series S base model is about $3,000, 2,900. Fuck. Then there's a higher one with an extended range, which I think is the Hold on. Usually Google will show you specs, man. What the fuck? Okay, here's some. The one-wheel GT Series S and the GT Series S Rally Edition are both high-performance models from Future Motion, but the Rally Edition is more advanced. Fuck. Tailored for off-road and trail riding. So the GT Series S is perfect. Plus, you're not gonna be doing no extra wild shit, even though this is a beautiful goddamn board. Hold on now. $2,900 after a $300 price drop from $3,200. All right, 50% more voltage than the GT, 50% more torque than the GT. Fuck. Enhancing hill climbing speed. This is the GT Series S. Slimmer. Treaded tire with the softer compound. Lighter weight, over 2 pounds lighter. Yeah, custom shaping. Recurve, smaller 6-inch motor hub, thicker. Dang, 50% more torque than the GT's as the Series S model on the Rally. Which one should you choose? Okay. GT Series S base, ideal for riders seeking top-tier performance at lower price, especially those focused on speed and efficiency, urban or mixed terrain use. That's what I'm thinking. The Rally is best for off-road enthusiasts and trail riders who prioritize rugged terrain capability and enhanced area. Because you're going to need that extra 50% when your ass is like in a ditch or like big mud and stuff like that. Even though these shits are powerful. Even the Pint, y'all. I showed y'all me riding in straight up mud with white shoes. Even the Pint with a bare slick tire has a lot of traction off-road.
So after months of testing, adding in new components, bringing in pro riders, we have...
I have the OG Pint. I really want a Series S Pint, a Pint X, because those are really fun off-road also. You know, and they're light. They're really light. So like, you know, certain you can just de-weight the board. I'm pretty sure on the GT though, War Master, that, you know, because like I know on the XR it's like mixed, but like I'm pretty sure on the GT you got to do a lot of de-weighting. You know, if you put a lot of your weight on it and commit to it, I think you do a lot of de-weighting on the GT, because the GT is just is heavier. But then again, the power makes up for the heaviness, you know, whereas the Pint, you know, it's weird because like if you're heavy on the Pint, you'll probably feel your weight go on one side or the other, but usually like it'll just make the tire a little bit more grippy. But the thing is that the tire is already nimble. So it's like bouncy. Like when you de-weight on the Pint, you feel it. I'm pretty sure you'll feel it on the GT, but you won't feel it as much because the board is not just like wide and it's more concave, it's thick. Like his whole foot is on the board. Whereas on the Pint, it feels like a skateboard to a certain degree sometimes too, when you like really curving and going into stuff, because on a skateboard, y'all, you're kind of on your toes. You know, whereas here, like his whole foot is on the damn, you know, board, like on the pad. But I don't think he's flat-footed. That's the thing. So
the GTS series, a new one that sets the performance standard. But does everybody need performance? I feel like I'm in Blue's Clues, but the chair is yellow. Okay, anyway, no, not everybody needs performance. But why else do people drive Lamborghinis and Porsches and Ferraris on the same streets you might drive a Honda Corolla? No offense to Corollas. They're fantastic, reliable cars. In fact, our COO drives one. They do it because
you got little feet.
it's exciting. It's fun. It brings new life to what some might consider to be mundane. But again, not everybody needs performance. Because if you've never experienced...
Shout outs to everybody in the building. Please hit the like button, support the show. We kind of taking a different approach. Look, they got look in the background, y'all. They got Rode Pod mics.
The joys and excitement of riding a one wheel, you don't really have much to compare the GT S-Series to. That's not to say you shouldn't get one, but I think to really appreciate what the S-Series brings to the table, it helps to have some previous...
See, look at all these older people on it. You gotta have fun.
One wheel experience. If, however, you're an experienced one wheel rider or an avid trail user, well, you're in for a treat. Heck, maybe you're even still on the XR. Well, this might be your time to upgrade. Because when I ride the GT and others on the S-Series, it's kind of like...
Go get our skates! Wait for me, I got little legs!
Yeah, you get left in the dust. Okay, specs, comparisons, that's all cool and all. But how does the S-Series ride? How does it feel? It's kind of like... Yeah, it's a ride. Okay, this sounds great and all. How much does the GT S-Series cost? Well, the board comes in at $3,200. $3,200?
It was
basically an
$29
upgraded
now.
GT? That seems ridiculous. I can't afford that. Maybe you shouldn't buy the new iPhone every year. But titanium. How much was that new gravel bike? You don't want to know. How about that new car? What? I financed it. Great. You can finance one wheels too. Seriously, it's a great option if that's
shit,
something
I'm finna finance the fuck out of this one.
you're into. But finally, if you want to crunch the numbers, let's get into a cost comparative breakdown between the GT and the GT S-Series. If you took the GT and you put on the new lowboy foot pads, the performance tire, you could even add in the imported Japanese bearings. That also comes stock on the GT S-Series. You're looking around $2,795. So the difference between a fully upgraded GT and the S-Series equates to about $400. So in a way, a few $100s means all the difference between an insane level of performance, new premium parts, and the best one wheel on the market. I'll leave it up to you if you think that's worth it. All in all, the GT S-Series is the next level of board performance.
You ready, War Master? We're gonna finance some Rally XLs this year. We finna finance some Rally XLs this year, bro. Shit. Shit, I'm finna finance the fuck out of a Rally XL. Fuck it. Shit, if I'm financing a car, shit, if we finance a car, I might as well finance a one wheel. The months will go by so quick. Oh my God. And you can ride this year round. I'm gonna be mad as fuck because I think as soon as you get this Rally XL, a new one's gonna come out. We're showing you the good, the bad, the ugly. I said, good morning to Erica. Good morning, America. Good morning to Erica. Who gave me good? Have I watching Good Morning America? Good day, New York. Got some good yay to snort. Or whatever Kanye said. Why is nobody racing this versus the regular GT? Oh, here we go. Here we go.
I am on my GTS XL, about to do a hill test.
That shit is gonna fly up that hill. This used to be me, yo. See, these ain't kids on these damn boards. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. If the price drops on that Rally XL, definitely a steal. I think the Rally, the Series S since it'll be a middle child of the new one, it'll go down to probably maybe 2,500 in the Christmas time. And then the Rally XL probably go down to 3,000. I ain't gonna lie. Future Motion is getting a little iPhone-ish with these one wheels, man. I'm just scared because I'm gonna get fang. If I get a GT, I'm getting fangs because that clearance is scary. And this is full send too. I don't like my nose going that far down full send. But then again, he is going uphill, so. Dang, that GT's tricked out. Oh my God, a man in his toys. Ooh-wee. Which one would y'all get? 2 one wheels and trick them out, or a pickup truck? Let's go break down on you. Require gas. I mean, but if you have a family, obviously. But you got people out there, their whole family on one wheels. There's dogs that know how to ride one wheels, guys. What's going on, EB? Yeah, man, I done double shifted, man. Here we go. Shout outs to EB and the place to be. Good to see you, bro. And he going 15 miles per hour. Dang, 16. 17, easy. Bro, he's gaining miles going uphill. He's cruising at 20. No pushback. Why it seemed like the GT was faster? I ain't gonna lie, I would like to go a little bit over 20 something miles per hour though. Bro, he's just cruising at what I top out at. I just don't know about nose planting at 20. Bro, he's just cruising over 25 miles per hour. What the fuck? Bro. Oh man, I gotta get the rally. I gotta get the rally, bro. This man just did 25 miles per hour uphill. What the helly? This joint is cruising. Okay, he getting 25 miles per hour. This one too. Bro, what the fuck? It's just that he's close. If he hits a nice dip, that nose is gonna bite. Dang. Bro, I'm about to go for a ride right now. I'm about to go for a ride right the fuck now. Hold on, y'all.
Hello everyone, welcome to a new video. This is the Portuguese guide to your next one wheel. We're gonna cover both future motions.
I would love to have one of these in South America, but I'm pretty sure them barrio boys.
In the United States, you can go to Facebook Marketplace and probably find used boards, you know, like Pines or Pine X's, Pluses, XRs, and sometimes even GTs cheaper than $1,000. If you have never had a one wheel before, it is a good way, you know, to get to try it. and don't waste too much money if you end up not liking it. You could also find group rides in your area and have someone teach you with their board 5 minutes to decide whether or not this is
I want to go shred, man. The stoke is fucking real.
I heard someone say that one wheel is not for everybody, but I think you have
to find the one that's for you. There's too much now.
Had a good teacher yet. Okay, so for example, I went on Facebook Marketplace after recording this video and I found this used XR in this place of the United States. A used XR is very good because even though they're very old by now, the last ones were sold in 2022. So you may find a used XR that is only 3 years old when buying used. Sometimes low mileage on a board can be a bad sign. If the board has not been used for a long time, there's a chance that the battery may be toast. So look out for that when you find a used board. If it has low miles, maybe that's not a good sign. I personally would rather buy a 2,000 mile ridden XR from 2022 or even further back than a 20-mile XR.
Look how he went up this hill, but they were having trouble with that other fucking hill. And he fucked up too, going up nose first. You want to go up sideways, y'all.
Battery's probably toast, and you don't want to spend $500 to $700 on a board just to spend $500 more on a replacement battery. And even then, some of these boards are not even.
I ain't gonna lie. By the time you got to replace the battery, you might as well customize your board and VSEC it or do something to it.
Able to replace the battery without going through feature motion. Now, of all used boards, I recommend the XR because it is a proven platform that you can improve upon later.
I would get a used XR.
Avoid one wheel pluses and one wheel V1s.
Hell no, those are too old.
I would avoid that, because they're too old and those batteries are probably too old and it's not even worth to upgrade them by now.
Those are close to the Kickstarter one wheels, y'all.
Now, if you want the cheapest one wheel you can get, just to try out this experience, you can probably find a used Pine for less than $500 or something like that. If you want a new board, you want a 0
I ain't gonna lie, a regular pint for $500 is a steal too.
miles board, fresh out of the box, you want that unboxing experience and smell what a one wheel smells like and have the rubber tire squeak because it's brand new. They only
that joint look nice.
Or you can technically get for $1,000 or less is a Pine, which is $750. I would not recommend it though, because if you get into this and you like it, now this is the Pine. You're gonna outgrow the Pine very fast. You're gonna want more range. You can get a hypercharger for it. But even with a hypercharger, you might damage the board because Pines have proven damage from hypercharging. You could get a Pine brand new if that's your thing, but you're gonna outgrow it very quickly. So you might wanna, stretch your budget a little bit to $1,100 and get a Pine X, because at least you get XR range and charging is just as low. Charging on a Pine is 4 hours. Is the best entry board, feature motion.
It doesn't take 4 hours on the Pine. A pint will charge in less than under 2 hours.
It has plenty of range. The new software is pretty sick, and the Pine, as a form factor, is just lovely. I started with a Pine and I loved it. I think it's a very fun board. Some people call it a toy and a kid's board, but I personally like it.
That shit is not a kid's toy.
The only thing I have against Pines is the charge time, because the Pine X takes 4 hours to charge, and if you buy a hypercharger, which is an extra, $150 to $200, it cuts the time in half to 2 hours. But still, 2 hours it's a long time to be charging. So that's a board you're gonna ride maybe once a day.
That's cap. The Pine takes about 2 hours to charge on a regular charger.
Or twice a day if you're lucky. So yeah,
less than 2 hours. It's literally the most. It's like 1 hour and 30 minutes.
That's the $1,000 range. So use XR, use Pine X's, and if you want fresh boards, maybe a Pine or a Pine X if you stretch it. I don't think you can get a new Vesk for $1,000 or less. So there's no Vesk at this point. Now, next bracket is from $1,000, from $1,000 to $1,500. Now, on this range, the only new one wheel boards that you can get are the Pine, Pine X, and Pine S. The Pine S is basically a Pine X on steroids. It has a new tire, new foot pads, black rails, and yeah, that's about it. A neat bundle, for $300 more. If you're on a budget, you can get either a Pine X or a Pine use Pine X and splurge, the difference on accessories.
I forgot there is a
Future
Pine
Motion
S.
or third-party vendors. You can just get a Pine X and tune it. You don't have to get precisely the Pine S. This bracket of prices, VESC enters the realm. So do you need over $1,000 to go VESC? Unfortunately, yes. And is it worth it? Yes, 1,000%. So here's the deal. For $1,500 top, you can purchase a VESC conversion kit. Now, the most popular and easiest one to install is the Float Wheel XRV and the Pine V kit. Now, Float Wheel is a company from China that sells kits to convert a one wheel to VESC. Basically, you change the motherboard of the skateboard to run a different, OS or a different software. And most times you also change the BMS, which is the battery management system that handles the battery. If you live in the USA, you only need to do this if you want to ride a VESC board. But if you live outside the USA, then this kit is your go-to in order to repair a broken board. Now, many years ago, Future Motion was the only option. A lot of people outside America bought boards that are now broken.
They tinkered
now,
with
this kit allows you to either repair it or place a new battery on it with the new kit so that your board it's back up and running. Now, each kit costs around $500. You have to buy using crypto such as USDC. And what does the kit do? Well, the kit allows you to program your board in any way you see fit. It unlocks.
I don't know, man. Y'all got to be careful with these because once they update the app and stuff like that, it might brick the board, or you just might not be able to use your phone, your Bluetooth with the board.
Low speed torque, which changes the entire experience, and the motor runs quieter, and you might unlock, higher speeds if you're under 160 or 150 pounds. So remember that $600 or $500 XR that we found on Marketplace? Well, now you can convert it to VESC for around $1,150 or maybe $1,200 and then you have a great board.
Shout outs to everybody here. Please hit the like button. Please support the show. 6 hours and 8 minutes into the madness. Let's go. Man, I feel like riding, y'all.
The charges twice as fast.
It's 2:33 a.m. here.
As a Pine, and it has no risk of, crapping out on you because you're hypercharging. So you can charge this board with a hypercharger. It's going to be a VESC XR, 63 volts. It's going to have a lot of torque at the low end speed, and it's going to ride beautifully. You can get to 20 miles an hour safely, and you can program it, to work in any way you want. And that's just amazing. So on this range of money, options are basically the same in terms of boards. The only difference is that you can now switch to VESC, either of these boards, to have a more powerful board. Future Motion boards cannot be upgraded in regards of battery or software unless Future Motion says so. So an extra $500, won't matter here. You can buy the Pine X battery module and install it on a Pine because I don't know why. So next bracket, this is the trickiest one, is $1,500 to $2,500. And this is the trickiest bracket because the options are plenty. So on the one wheel side, we have the one wheel XRC, the one wheel GT, and that's about it. The GT usually goes for $2,300, and the Extra Classic goes for $1,900, and that's about it because the GTS goes for $2,900. The one wheel GT is Future Motion's longest range one wheel. It has the biggest battery that they ship in regards to capacity. I think it was 550 watt hours or something like that. Now, this is a bigger board than the Pine and the Pine X. It charges a lot faster than those, 150 minutes. It charges faster than the Pine X, which takes 4 hours. The battery is 75.6 volts. It's an 18S 2P. So you can expect better torque and a higher top speed when compared to Pines. The XR Classic or the XRC is Future Motion.
That's the War Master board right there.
It was board. At $1,900, you can get what is essentially a GT Lite. The battery is about 30% smaller at 404 watt hours, but the Extra Classic has a better motor which is at 6-inch diameter instead of the GT's 6.5-inch diameter. Why is it important? The smaller hub, the more air on your tire and more rubber, which then translate to a better suspension and ride feel. The rails are also lowered a bit, so your center of gravity is lower, which in turn gives you more stability. I have never liked the GT motor, so if I had to choose between these two boards, I would personally go with the XR Classic. And
See, I'm gonna get a used XR. If I get 2 more one wheels, bro, it'll be a used XR. I don't know, maybe a Pine X. I don't know, but it'll be a GT Rally And maybe a used XR.
You know, since the ceiling of this bracket.
But then again, but I'm gonna have to get a girlfriend or something like that to ride the other board, because I don't know. I think I'm gonna be playing favorites.
It's $2,500. You
have to get a kid, y'all, so you can ride the pint.
Get the XRC with the recurve rails that are future motions equivalent to the WTF rails from the Float Life. So that is for the one wheel side of things. Now we go to the VESC side of things. On the VESC side of things, since your ceiling is $2,500, you can get that XRV that you already
see. Listen, I wouldn't get no VSEC or any VESC boards or anything like that, because all of those, which are good, and at some point you're going to get into it, but all of those are modded one wheels. Just a couple of years ago, guys like this and myself, but usually myself, I got a whole video on my second page talking about the right to repair, and just get a regular one wheel, because honestly, nobody can help you with a modded board. You know, even though some modded boards are really good, but it's a niche thing. So yeah.
Made for about $1,200, and you can get the Indie Speed Control battery, which is plug and play with the XRV kit. Now that battery today is $1,080. And what do you get? You get an 18S2P battery, same voltage as the GT, but you had 648 watt hours of capacity, which is about 20% more than a GT. Now I've tested this board personally, and I got in 30 miles plus range in summer and about 27 miles range in winter. That is the XRV tuned out. You raise the price from $1,200 to $2,300, $2,400, depending on accessories and stuff that you get. Even if you didn't want to upgrade the battery on your XRV, if you want to keep using that board, which you spend $1,200 on, you could also, you know, splurge up to $2,500 and install the following upgrades. You could get an MTE hub, which lets you use BTG tires or Big Tire Gang tires, which are tires that have more sidewall, more air, and hence feel like you have more suspension. I have not ridden one of these personally, but you know, I've heard nothing but praises for this setup. You can get WTF rails or bay rails, you know, for your XR, so you get a different ride feel and stability. You could buy footpad, bank bumpers, fenders. There's a little ton of accessories available for the XL platform. So if you want to splurge $1,000 more on accessories, you know, go for it. That's the point of getting an XR. Then you have a used GT plus the GTV, or a used XRC plus the GTV, or even maybe a brand new XRC or XR Classic with the GTV kit. The GTV kit is another kit from Float Wheel that turns your board into a VESC board and unlocks more power, more torque, and more speed, and lets you, you know, change the battery if you need it to a different battery. Now, this video is not sponsored by Float Wheel, but this is the easiest way for you to turn your board into a VESC board without soldering, without knowing anything about electronics other than, you know, some light mechanics of disassembling stuff and reassembling stuff and following, you know, simple instructions. So you could get brand new XRC for $1,900, and then this places you at $2,450. So technically it's below the $2,500 pricing. And this is, you know, taking a future motion board and VESCing. Now at this price point, there are two other boards that are not future motion, that are VESC boards that are ready to go. And those are Float Wheel and Fungineer. So Float Wheel ADV2 and Fungineer's X7. Let's start with the Float Wheel ADV2. Now, Float Wheel
looks stupid, man.
They also sell their own board, the Float Wheel ADV2. This board is a great bang for your buck because it costs $2,150 plus shipping. It has an 84-volt battery, the same battery as the Fun Wheel X7, by the way, but almost double the range. This board,
I wouldn't show up to a one-wheel thing with a float wheel.
720 watt hours. The motor is also powerful as heck. It is called the Cannon Core motor, and it has proven to be very powerful with lots of torque. Now, opinion on whether it is better than the Superflux, which is Fungineer's motor, you know, are out there. I personally only found that this motor gets hotter with the same conditions and rider. Now, the Float Wheel is a ready-to-go board. It comes with two different sets of rails. You know, you have two sets to choose from. One of them is more expensive, but what do you get with the four wheel ADV?
I'll
You
take
get
the
a
GT
ready
looking
to
nice,
ride.
but
best
you might as well get a
board. It's
GT.
very powerful. You're gonna get tons of range, torque, for days. If you're a big rider, you want this board because this board is powerful and censored. And it's gonna take you
Okay, I
off
see you got more
hills that
top
you've never
range.
ridden. The cons of the float wheel are basically, there are not many accessories for the float wheel ADV. All the accessory ecosystem of the float wheel ADV is basically 3D printed parts. All you can get from third parties for this float wheel or this board are tires. So yeah, that's about it. Now for the Fun Wheel X7, it costs $2,200 and it's called the X7 Sport. This board is basically ready to ride and it uses
What are those
software,
rails,
to run.
man?
This board is basically an XR. However, the motor is different. The motor is a Superflux motor and it comes in two variants. You have the high-speed motor and the high torque motor. The names basically explain what they do. The motor is regarded by most, in the community as one of the best one-wheel motors there is. And in my own biased opinion, I will tell you that the motor is very smooth, it's very powerful, and it's very energy efficient. Now, the X7 Sport has a 430 watt-hour battery. It's a tiny bit more than the XR Classic, and the range, however, is probably going to be less because, this board gives
Bro, if I was riding a Chinese board like him, I would wear gear too, bro.
you so much power that you will probably eat the battery faster. But even if you do run out of battery faster, this board charges in like 60 minutes. So in 60 minutes, you're back up and running. The XR Classic takes 140 minutes to charge, which is almost 3 hours, which is insane. So the XR Classic has less range. It takes 3 hours to charge. The X7 Export has pretty much the same range as the XR Classic, if not more, and it charges back up in 1 hour. So for me, the decision is very easily done. I will go with the X7 in case it isn't clear. Now, another advantage of the X7 is that you can use almost every accessory that it's been developed for the XR. So if you don't like the rails, you can swap the rails. If you don't like the fender, well, the X7 actually can fit fenders, but you can get rails that do, or adapt your fender so it fits. Shameless plug, if you want to buy an X7, you can use my code 42 and you get a discount. I am sponsored by both companies, by Float Wheel and Fungineer. So I don't have an ADV too. So Tony, if you want to send an ADV here so I can try it out and make a review on it, I'm here.
I can't find the videos that I wanted.
Next bracket and the final bracket is, above $2,500. Now, Future Motion offers the one-wheel GTS, the GTS Rally, and the GTS Rally XL. If you want a brand new one-wheel from Future Motion, your options are, the GTS series. These are three variants of the GT, meaning you can reach up to 25 miles per hour easily, with almost no pushback. Torque is far greater than with any other board from Future Motion, and all GT accessories work with this board. The things I do not like about this board is that, the first one, the GTS, costs $2,900, takes 3 hours to charge, and the range is barely better than the original XR. And also, for whatever reason, the GTS comes with a 6.5-inch motor, which I honestly just don't like. But anyways, I recommend this board for people who want to ride, a fresh ride from Future Motion, who want to go fast up to, maybe 25 miles an hour, and for heavy riders who need as much torque as possible, because my opinion is from the privilege of being less than 170 pounds. If you're a heavy rider, this board is for you. If you want to stay within, Future Motion's ecosystem, this is a great board. Then there's the GTS Rally, and this is what the GTS I think should have been from the start. It has recurve rails, which is Future Motion's version of WTF rails. It also has a 6-inch rim, so there's more air in the tire. Same as the XRC. Same thing the XRC did, to correct the GT's mistake. The thing I don't like about this board, the GTS Rally, is mainly its price. It's $3,200, and I can't say much else because I have not ridden it. And the charge time is also 3 hours. They keep charging for 3 hours. 3 hours is too much. Then you have the GTS Rally XL, which is
the charge time is not bad though, because you're honestly, with the range of these boards, bro, you can ride them for like 3 days. You could charge them 3 days in between 3-day intervals. Listen, even Warmaster came out here and talked about foot fatigue. With foot fatigue, the range, and what you're doing, the average person ain't gonna ride. The range is gonna be way more than enough. 3 hours ain't nothing.
You know, Future Motion's latest, most capable board. It's basically a GTS, you know, with longer rails and an even bigger tire. It is the most expensive board from Future Motion, $3,500. And since it has a bigger tire, it means you have more cushion or more suspension, you know, for drops and trail riding. The battery is upgraded in comparison to the GTS and GTS Rally. It has P50B cells, so you get a lot more torque than with the GTS, and
I know that should probably feel like a power curve.
The only negative I have about this board is that it doesn't have a fender option yet. I think it should come with a fender, you know, from the factory. It is very expensive. It also takes about 3 hours to charge, unless you know, spend another $200 on a hypercharger to cut that time in half. But you know, when you're spending this much money, I think this board should come with a whole bundle together. And now for the best side of things, above $2,500, Fun Wheel or Fungineers have two offerings. They have the Fun Wheel X7 long range. Now, the long range, which I have, by the way, is the best ready out-of-the-box board. It costs $2,600 plus shipping. And, you know, this board is based on the XR platform and has the biggest battery capacity you can purchase from any vendor other than Float Wheel. It also has 720 watt-hours, which is the same size as the ADV2. And as the name explains it, you know, it should have the most range out of any board out there. It is 84 volts.
I'm not gonna lie, when you know what you're doing, your one wheel, I mean, you know, your first starter one wheel when you're learning how to ride and stuff like that, yeah, it's probably rough, scuffed up. But I think the older you get, or the more experience you get, I think people would like their one wheel not necessarily clean, because you know you're gonna be riding it in the dirt and debris and stuff, but like not scuffed up.
With a Thor 301 controller, and this board will,
because his looks super clean,
outperform any board from Future Motion. Simple as that. It has more torque available at top.
I don't know about outperforming any board from Future Motion. He kind of...
And the top speed is weight-based, meaning that this board will go faster depending on who's riding it. You know,
look, War Master, his gear makes his legs look like Scorpion. He got on Mortal Kombat shin guards.
Like FM boards, which capture.
He got on the Scorpion leg shin guard.
Speed at whichever limit, you know, they choose. So yeah, now I'm not saying you should have an average speed of 30 miles an hour or that you should even go that fast. But if you want to go that fast, this board will do that. The only negative I have about this board so far,
the Sub-Zero shin guard.
Weight, it is around 39 pounds. Oh, Jesus Christ. It makes it very hard to carry. So if you rather ride a lighter board, you should stick to either the X7 Sport or build your own best XR, you know, with the lightest parts you can find. Then you have the Fun Wheel X7 Supercharged. Now this is Fungineer's top offering, which is an XR with a high voltage battery at 134 volts. It is the highest voltage one-wheel skateboard that you can get. It should weigh less than the X7 LR, and the weight is confirmed by someone on Discord because I don't have it. 16.5 kilograms, which is this number in pounds, because I don't know how. I think it's 35, 36 or something. Now this board costs $3,000. Oh, the Fun Wheel long range costs $2,600. This board sits at $3,000 plus shipping, which is $100 more than the GTS and $500 less than the GTS Rally XL. Now here's the kicker. At that voltage, it probably does like 50 miles an hour. Not that you should do that. It has more range than any GTS, and in the off chance that you get less range than a GTS, this board includes a 7-amp charger, meaning it goes from 0.
I don't know. Maybe it's the rails, but I don't like how the front look like it's just curved down, and then the rest of the board look like it's higher up. Going up a hill will give me anxiety, and going downhill, like nose downward, will give me anxiety.
To 100% in less than an hour.
Even though he's on the brakes.
So yeah, you can literally just grab a coffee, you know, doom scroll for 20 minutes and you get at least half of your range back, which is crazy. The battery is also around 540 something watt hours. I'll put it here if I can find it. So range for this board should be somewhere between 20 and 25 miles. This is probably the best racing board you can purchase, ready to go. You want BTG tires, you can swap the rails for BTG rails, whether it's WTF from the Float Life or X10s from Fungineers or any other brand. You want different footpaths, you got it. Sensors, got it. Rails, got it. And now, today, Fungineers announced a picture on Instagram about their new motor. They're gonna release a 5-inch motor, so you can purchase 5-inch rim tires, which have a lot more sidewall and air.
Dang, that's the
suspension,
Enduro.
so you don't even need to change the rails anymore. Now, the only downside about the Fungineers boards overall, all three of them, is that they take forever to ship. But once you have them, well, oh boy. Now, at $2,500, I am no longer thinking, of saving money. I am splurging. Basically, this is, I'm going all out with my money. So, which of these boards I would buy? Well, personally, if I...
And mind y'all, that's just for the board. We didn't even talk about customizing, man. Some people, they're fixing up that old Cutlass. I'm going to be customizing the one wheel, man. Goddamn. Oh, God. Oh, fuck. All right, guys. Shout outs to War Master. Congratulations for first of all, being able to getting off your long working adventure and being able to be home and tinkering with the board, putting on WTF rails, man. War Master got some WTF rails that he wants to put on. Now, I used to be able to find this video back in the day. I don't know if it got taken down, but it was this video it's called Sonny's, and then I think it was another one with Reese. Reese's wheels, but he had like an XR, and they put like these roller skating wheels, and they used to glow at night, and they had lights in them.
Hi guys, so
They had lights in them and stuff like that, and this one is on a pint, which isn't bad, but his was on an XR, and he used to like pin the wheels down and just like pocket rock.
I'm out here trying the Sony wheels right now. The first thing I've noticed, so the board...
These are Sunny wheels, so it is sunny.
Will naturally stay in the down position now. Before they are mounted, it could go either
because of the weight.
way, but now it will only rest in the down position. Okay, another crucial observation I've just made is that if your board's ever sitting on a downhill,
it's gonna roll away.
Your nose may have prevented it from rolling further down that hill.
Oh, that shit is gonna roll
with wheels on the front now.
If your board is not on, that bitch is gonna roll the fuck away.
It's basically not going to be able to do that. And your nose may have not even prevented the board from rolling away from you. Oh. Okay, now it just wants to not. Okay, so yeah, so now, whereas you may have gotten away with just letting the nose catch it, you'll have to definitely put it on its side, which I would typically do anyways if I was letting my board just hang out for a bit. But yeah, now you will certainly have to do that. Also, this is a lake in my town. Well, I guess pond. I guess I should say swimming pool, maybe. Anyway, it's in my town, and I had no idea it was here for 2 years. Found this monster rock. If I can skip it, you have to subscribe. Did you guys hear that big ass frog? All right. And boop, there it goes. Okay, here we go. I'm gonna skip this rock.
Shout outs to LT, man. He said, I'll check you guys out on the next one. Oh, man. Yeah, most definitely, man. Shout outs to LT, man. Definitely make sure this Valentine's Day is special for your loved ones and just everybody, you know. Shout outs to LT, man. Shout outs to wifey. Man, enjoy your evening. You know, enjoy your evening. I know you it's 1:55 p.m. where LT Man is at. So the day is just getting better. Warmaster said I might have bought a little roller. I might have bought little rollerblade wheels. You said I got her a heart. See. Uh-oh. What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean, LT Man?
All right, I guess
I'm seeing cut cucumbers.
You're off the hook.
She still got on her stock pads.
One of the things I've benefited from owning a one wheel is that it kind of takes me places I wouldn't necessarily go if I was on
That's what I'm saying. It'll take you places that you normally wouldn't go. Look at this nature, real tranquil.
foot. But because I have the one wheel, I'll go and check them out, and I get to find new spots,
Right.
which is really fun.
Oh man, if you're a stoner, if you smoke.
But here we are. Very nice. This is day one on the Sony wheels. Thankfully, I haven't needed to use them yet while riding. I did touch the ground once or twice, but only for split seconds each. Still getting used to that feeling of actually going down on the board.
Yeah, you gotta slam the nose down. But how they do it, they slam the nose down and then they keep it down and then the board like just goes like it.
But my first impressions of the wheels, I think they're really good. The build quality is sound. I did touch ground with them.
She might have more fun with them on a Pint X or a Pint S.
And they worked. But some things it will affect is definitely your turn radius and
Yeah, you won't be able to turn as sharp.
potentially climbing uphill. If there's like obstacles in your way, the wheels could kind of mess you up a little bit. Oh, yep. A big root caused some issues there. Okay.
You want to go over it diagonal.
One thing that I didn't touch on that I should have is the price. I think I paid $10 for shipping, which ended up total cost $169.
Ha ha ha! Classic comedy.
That being said, they are the mid-range in this type of accessory. There are what is called fangs, and they cost $99. Another accessory made by Carbon.
I got the fangs.
Something. I'll put it here. And they cost $199. I'm pretty sure. Again, I'll put the price.
Fangs are better.
Price here. I did watch a test video of their product. It looked like by the end of his ride, like the wheels had worn down quite a bit, and I don't know. For that price, I just wasn't interested. And so then I had found the Sony wheels, and I was like, damn,
Sony wheels look dope though.
those look robust. Those look like they're gonna last a long time. Like they're gonna last the Sony wheels. And I was like, damn, those look robust. Those look like they're gonna last a long time. They look sturdy. And Sony Wheels has a YouTube account where I'm assuming he's the owner, but he rides on the one wheel and tests the Sony wheels out.
There you go.
And so there's the most footage of those wheels working versus
that's the video I'm looking for.
It's like the Carbon or the Fangs, which again have smaller wheels. The Fangs, in my opinion, look the most sleek. But just based off of sheer looks, to me, the Sony wheels look like they would save you the most in the event of a nosedive. But whether or not you want to shell out the bones is totally up to you. But for me personally, I found it to be worth it. Hopefully this video helps you guys make up your mind on whether or not this accessory is for you.
Why is this channel?
I think I've got all of my remarks out, at least for now, at least for this video specifically. Oops, on a rough ground. Okay. Thank you guys for watching. I hope you enjoyed this video, and if you did, thanks so much. I'll see you in the next one.
Why is this fucking YouTube channel hidden? Fucking A. Why is this damn YouTube channel hidden? I've been looking for this shit for like a month now. I remember even looking for it back in the day, and that shit was fucking hard to find. Oh, here's one too. His shit looks sick. Dog. Do it again. Oh, do it again. Do it again. Do it again. Oh, that shit was sick. Bro, you just point that shit down. Just... Lord have mercy. Shout outs to Insane One, man. Shout outs to Insane One. Definitely, I'm gonna definitely do those the fragrance thing. I noted it down. I got you. Whew-wee. Shout outs to LT, man. Shout outs to Insane One. Thank you so much, bro, for dropping the Hemp for Fitness website. Definitely make sure you guys also, yes, definitely support the show. Listen, man. Oh my God, I'm geeking and my back hurts. I'm gonna see you guys on the next one. Shout outs to Insane One in the building. Shout outs to LT, man. Shout outs to what day is it here? It is the 13th. Fuck, it's Valentine's Day here. Fuck, God. Happy Valentine's Day to everybody here. I'm going to see you guys on the next one. Is Player Talk Radio. Shout outs to everybody in the building. Thank you guys for hitting the like button and supporting the show. Please support the show on air, off air, whenever you think about me, anywhere. It's Player Talk Radio. Let's get it. Let's go.
Damn, Kuda. Why you doing like that, baby?
swag like mine because it ain't a none like me. Huh? Since the day of my birth until I leave God's green earth, it ain't gonna be a none like me. They can duplicate, they can replicate, they can make carbon copies. A motherfucker could do me better than me if we swap bodies. Cause it ain't a none like me.
Bitch, I drop dick on the bitch. I drop a dick on the bitch. Huh? I drop a dick on the bitch. What? Oh shit.
Looks like that's the end of the video. If you learned something new, be sure to hit that like button. Make sure you're subscribed